We got to say something. I don't know what people sit there and say nothing and then accept the pastors telling them to be more empowered. It's like the men are leaving. Didn't Kevin Samuels do a video in the past about this?
He sure did.
Christian feminism?
Christian. Yep, feminist Christian women. I remember that show.
Feminist Christian? That don't make no sense. You can't just tell me you love God and you want your way to be the way of the world and tell me that's God's way. Isn't that Yahweh that said it first? God, the Bible? Come on now. What we gonna do? But I just want to say you guys doing an awesome job. And the hair and wig stuff, that topic, I think that's a great title. I talked to one of my people out in the islands to call in. She might call in, but she might be shy. So I might hopefully she can get on and talk on it because she's in the Caribbean. She told me her mother don't even play that. They said you want to act like a rag doll, you go be a rag doll. Like that's what they told her as a little girl. I was like, wow, I never heard anyone say that in the States. In the Caribbean, Curacao. All right, y'all. Thanks for having me on. Y'all have a good one.
Man. Appreciate you, Lake Minnetonka, man. Hit the like button, hit subscribe button on your way out, man. Stick with us, man. Stay in the chat. We'll definitely pull up your comments, man. I appreciate you so much for being here tonight, man.
All right, peace and love.
All right, same to you, brother. All right, we got Prototype in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, Prototype, sir. How are you?
Man, just living the dream.
Prototype, did you get a chance to see the video that I pulled up of the lady?
I did not.
Tongue over me.
I did not.
I'm gonna play it for you. I'm gonna play it. Here we go. No captivity with Freezy. The link is at the top of the chat, brother. I'd love to have you in on this one too. You need to hear this woman speaking tongues over me because I corrected her. All right. Now I'm gonna show you the ladies' back. For the people that just came in, all right. A few people just came in. For the people that came in, I want you to see how it started and how I corrected her in the chat because they wouldn't let me up because somebody knows my reputation. I don't know who told her. Somebody whispered, "Don't let that nigga up. Don't let that nigga up." But here it is.
She just came off, turned me off, and I ain't even looking at her.
But I'm not concerned about you personally. Because at the end of the day, look how you having a temper tantrum. And then you talk about intimacy. Are you responsible enough to handle intimacy? Because this is an intimate moment right now. We are being intimate right now.
And he was in his whole ninth grade feelings because he couldn't happen when he wanted to.
You started the conversation off with what your thoughts and perspectives was. And I didn't say that I agree. I agree to disagree. I'm not saying that perspective is 100% wrong or right. I'm saying based on the narrative of what I'm living as a single woman, a single Black woman in New York, with the and what I'm seeing both in the church and out, it's a dog eat dog world. I already made it clear, whoever my husband is, I'm not wearing no polyester suit. I ain't buying 55 of them big old cow gallon hats to sit in a bunch of room with folks that don't have no power to bust a grape that's already busted.
Look at the women cheering on. Look at the women cheering on.
I don't want to wear that. I may not be a bishop's wife because that's not my role. Now, I ain't got a problem with riding the sideline.
You're a bishop's wife. You're a bishop's wife, though.
And let him be great. But at the same time, I'm not going to lose my identity while allowing him to be great. That doesn't mean that I don't have an intimacy. That doesn't mean I'm not pushing his agenda. That doesn't mean that I don't love him. That means that I'm a viable point of his plan and his process. But it doesn't look the same for me as it would look for somebody else. Some people want that.
Right.
And intimacy does not necessarily start. Intimacy starts from the very initial conversation. Whether you or not, you can get to yourself in a place with someone so you can be who you truly are. Because I don't got time to be wasted with somebody and find out that they're a numbnut later. My time is valuable.
Amen.
I could say I was like the Lindsays and I got 20 years in, but I will get 20 years in. But I'm not wasting the first 2 years trying to figure out if he know how to spell intimacy or if he even know what intimacy is.
That's good, sis.
And look at him. You seen the dude with his finger? See what I'm saying, bro? These are men. Okay. And so then Black Men Unfiltered, they wouldn't let me up. So I had to go to the chat. So this is what Black Men Unfiltered took up the entire show.
Come for somebody. Make sure you know the totality.
Yeah, let me go back.
Black Man says you are his helpmate. You were created to be that. You are to follow his vision, not your own. I hear what you're saying, but what does the word say at this moment? Sis, you are not a wife right now. Okay. He also said,
Hold on 1 second. Let me address that statement right there.
Yeah.
Hold on. Number
Yeah.
one, so let me I'm not mad at you, but I also realize that that statement comes from a place of someone who does not know anything about me. You took a comment that I said for something for a few moments and made a statement about something that refers to me and you don't know me. That's the first issue. Now that I got a problem with. And before you speak out of context and tell me what the word says, he said that he created man and woman in his image. It wasn't just man. Okay. And if we're going to talk about scripture, we need to talk about the fact that there were women who were in the ministry of Jesus and they were not named, but they were the one who funded the ministry. They were the one who walked with him the longest. So before you come for somebody, make sure you know the totality of something that you're talking about. Because if you're telling me that you're a black man unfiltered, it's clear why you're unfiltered. Because when you're unfiltered, you don't have all of the knowledge that you need to make a statement like that. You can't tell me that I'm not somebody's
look at the men
wife.
in the chairs.
I'm
Look
not
at the two,
your wife,
these two
but
men
I
at the
am
bottom,
somebody's
they're pastors.
wife. Bless
Pastor
you, sir.
Christopher and Pastor Linwood. See how they're feminine they're acting? If I was on that panel, they would have stopped the show. I would have went down that list one by one,
Well,
each
now,
one of them.
where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
Mic drop.
Right. You guys see that? Put it in the chat what you think. Prototype. What are your thoughts on this amazing piece that she gave?
Well, she's indoctrinated with the world. She don't understand what scripture is actually saying. Kind of speak on what Lit was talking about as far as women losing themselves. It's like they don't understand that you got to become one, like you said. You know what I mean? And to lose themselves, they say that all the time. I lost myself. I lost myself. Well, if y'all was aligned, you're losing the bad parts that you don't need. You're losing the shackles that's not going to get you where you trying to get to. That lady starts speaking in tongues, and she's just, you're not supposed to do that anyway. Like, who's there to interpret? You know what I'm saying? But it's a thing, right? And we know what the church has become, right? It's no secret at this point, man. And that's why so many men have gone away from it. Most of the pastors are very feminine, and that's just not where a masculine man would be. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why would we sit under somebody that we wouldn't want to be like? You know what I mean? Like, this dude is a wimp. Right. Why would I sit up under here? Why? Because he went to school. You know what I mean? He went to Bible school. No, I'm not doing that. I mean, she's a woman, bro. What do you expect out of her? You know what I'm saying? Other than to just be rambling on. You see how heavy set she is. She don't have a man. She not gonna get a man. She set herself up to be single for the rest of her life. Like, it's just, and she has to do what she has to do to protect herself. And you just let them go. You know what I mean? Like, as irrational as they may be, the world tells them the truth. You know what I'm saying? The results tell them the truth. They never get the results that they seek. So they set up these, I'm single because I want this, and this, and this. Knowing it's not obtainable. You know what I mean? They don't got no business wanting that. And they say these things because they know they can't get it. You know what I mean? So that's like somebody like, oh, I'm not smart enough, but I want to be a doctor. And if I can't be a doctor, I don't want to do nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't get it. So that's all that is. It's fluff. You know what I mean? Because if a regular dude came in there, swept her off her feet, like, you know what I mean? Cognitive dissonance laws. Hey man, I use it every day, baby.
That's my $10 worth psychology class.
Oh
yeah, man. Hey, if any dude came in there and swept them off their feet, it's a wrap. I've never listened to what a woman said. As long as she had rules, I'd be like, all right, yeah, whatever. I want a man like this, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Once I get in there and I got what I need, I'm out of there. Like, you know what I mean? It's whatever you said does not matter. So
that is correct.
You know what I noticed, Black Man?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Watching the video, you can pretty much dial in who these people are in the first 5 seconds, first 5 minutes. And that's the reason why I'm a pretty good judge of character, man. Give me about 5 minutes, I'll let people talk. I already know who they are. When you first turned it on, she was sonning one of the other gentlemen. You see what I'm saying?
Can you even spell intimacy?
Right. I'm like, why are you trying to be degrading? You see what I'm saying? You're being rude, you're being loud, and then she gonna turn around and tell you, well, you don't know me. Well, I know your characteristics, you know what I'm saying? And my thing is that we wrestle not with flesh and blood. You see what I'm saying? We wrestle with spirits of this world, you know what I'm saying? But I will tell you this, I can tell what you're not. You said you're not love because love is patient. Was she being patient?
Love is kind.
Love is kind. Was she being kind? No.
It keeps no records of
it does not
wrongdoing.
envy. It does not boast. And she was being rather boastful and being proud. It does not dishonor others, and she was dishonoring people. It is not self-seeking, and she was self-seeking, talking about what she's gonna do, and she's gonna allow her man to be great without doing this, that, and the other. Doesn't mean this and doesn't mean that, and she put herself before her husband, and she didn't even got one.
Doing nothing.
Yeah,
she said,
it is not
wearing this. I'm not wearing what he say wear. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to sit back and lose myself encouraging him to be great.
Right. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in the evil, but rejoices with the truth. Was she rejoicing in the truth?
No, sir.
No.
She lied on the disciples. She basically said all the disciples was trans men because she said the women walk with Jesus more than the men did. I ain't never seen
that. Where's that at? Right?
Oh, where's that? We ain't got to that part yet.
Where's that?
We ain't got to that part yet.
Prototype. She said that the women funded Jesus' entire ministry and they walked with him longer than the disciples did.
And then start speaking. That's when she started speaking the Satan language. Boy. Yeah. That's when she starts speaking that Satan language. Oh, are we supposed to believe you now?
Yeah. I don't know what she said.
Is that what's supposed to make us believe that you just gave him some bull jive? What book you get that from?
All she did was talk loud and wrong. You know what I mean? God is not the author of confusion. And what she did was she confused everybody.
Absolutely. So, Jalissa, what happened was I corrected a woman who was telling what she said she's not going to follow a man's vision. She's not going to do. And I was giving her scripture where the scripture in the Bible clearly states that is the provision is given to the man, not to the woman. It is God of a man, man of a woman, woman of a children. That is that's the context of what God. Yeah, absolutely. That is the order. And she was going against that. And so I addressed it and said, she's not a wife at this moment because of her mindset. And she came back and said, well, women were very powerful women. They were unnamed in the Bible, but they funded Jesus' entire ministry. And they walked with him longer than the disciples did. And I had to correct that. I had to check it almost immediately. You can't, over here, we have a saying, we've been saying it all night. We don't do babble, we do Bible. That's right. And that was a whole lot of babble. She lied, and that's why they didn't let me up on the panel, because I would have checked all of it. All right. But before we move on and get to the wigs, lashes, and fake asses, I want to go over here to these super chats we got over here. We have, let's see. Almanai says, $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Shook. She said, my husband being great increases me. She's slow, shaking my head. All right. Almanai also came back and said, notice how they all look the same. Unattractive. Oh my God. All right, we got another one from Amanai. She said, how is she allowing him to be great? Come on. It wasn't for her. She didn't create him to be great. God did. That's why it's God over man. Last but not least, $20 super chat from No Captivity with Freezer. My brother from another mother, man, we love you too. He's always watching, bro. Love y'all, man. All right. He said 100% stop the cap. Absolutely right. I invited her over here. Didn't get anything. I just didn't get anything from her because she's not going to come. She's not coming over here. She don't want to deal with us. She don't want to deal with us. Guys, we got Tommy on the phone line. We got Joe back on the phone line as well. What's up, fellas?
What's that?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on with you, man? Tommy, you can go first. Joe been here. Joe, I'll be with you in just a second. Tommy, what's going on, man? Talk to me.
Yeah.
You been listening?
Yeah, I seen the video. That shit was wild. I was watching Ham Channel last night. I don't know if you caught it,
Mhm.
but I put a comment in there, and I think as far as with the religious folks, I don't too much get into the like the back and forth with that shit. But I think one of the biggest issues that people are having with it is most people don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Exactly.
And
Mhm.
I'll watch a panel full of 10 people and hear 10 completely different ideas on what the fuck is being said. And so if you're a man and you're supposed to be being led by this book, and in this same book everybody sees it a different way, then what are these people supposed to what are these women supposed to be following? Like everybody sees this shit differently. I just heard what's your name, Proto? He called it the demon language. I know it's some guy that would take offense to you saying that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Well,
not saying whether you're wrong or right. I'm not in the middle of all that. I'm just saying like when I grew up that was looked at a certain way. So when you said that, I was like, oh, okay, somebody's seeing it a different way. You get what I'm saying? Right, wrong, or different, I don't know. I'm not one of the ones that think I know, the Bible front to back, every verse, nothing like that. I learn something new every day. But what I'm saying is, whenever I hear these discussions, that's why I put in the chat and Ham chat. I said every single time I hear one of these discussions about religion, and it was a joke, but I'm like, it damn near pushed me to atheism because it's like this shit should be a lot simpler than it seems it is.
Yeah.
But like literally, you can read one verse and have 10 people on the panel and 10 different opinions on what that verse said. So if nobody has a solid understanding on how this is supposed to go, then how is one supposed? If I got a teacher and they're reading from a textbook and 10 different teachers have 10 different ideas of what that textbook is saying, how are you gonna teach somebody? It's always gonna be some mix up there. So I think that's one of the biggest issues that a lot of the religious people are having when they're trying to talk to people and trying to lead them with their beliefs is, well, what is the belief? Because literally, like I said, you can turn on the internet and exactly what you said, somebody on there is refuting what you said, and they're using Bible to refute it. So it gets really, really confusing after a while.
Now, I'll say this, and I'll let Lost in Translation and Proto get in here, and Joe. For me, I think that everybody tries to fix it to fit. Everybody tries to fix it to fit them, and I think that, say for instance, the Bible says no man should sleep with another man as if that man is his wife. That shit's clear. That means don't sleep in the bed with another man. But these gay people who believe in God will get on there and say, no, what he meant was back in that day, if you stayed on the eastern side of the mountain, the Bible is clearly stating that on that side, you couldn't sleep in the bed with a man. But if you went up north where Jesus didn't walk, then you could sleep in the bed with a man. It's clear in that time. No, that's not what it says. If everybody read it for what it is simple. The people complicate it, not the word. People will say different shit about it and say, hey, it's crazy that it says, what does it say? Any man that's do not cast pearls to swine.
Yeah.
Okay, then somebody come back and say, we know what that means. Don't give anything of value to something or someone that will consume it for no apparent reason, will not take it right, will not consume it right. You giving something valuable to someone that is just a consumer of something bad. But guess what people will say? That's the swine mean they didn't want you to go and take your grandmama pearls and throw them to the pig because we got to eat pork chops. I mean, it's like people, they fix it to fit them because they don't want to be held accountable, Tommy. That's all
But
it is.
I'm gonna be 100 with you, black man. Like since I was a kid, because I've been cussed at in my ass with since I was a kid for questioning this type of stuff. That right there, I hear how you take it, but I'm like, if I'm God, I would write what you just said. I wouldn't write no fucking parable. That's how shit gets mixed up because everything is in parables. It's not just saying, hey, nigga, don't do this. It's, hey, if you walk across the street and the wind blows to the left and the leaf falls this way, then da da da, and then somebody reads and goes, oh, well, that means this. Oh, no, well, it means this. Well, fuck, if you just said this, then there would be no misunderstandings. There wouldn't be anything to mix up. So That's why people are able to literally take the same words and interpret it the way they are, because it's not even just clear cut this, and this. It's, oh, if the dog raises his right leg and pisses on a tree, it's like, wait, what are you talking about? And people look at me crazy when I say it, but I'm like, I just keep it solid. That's the way it reads to me.
Right. So you need a better. Basically, what you're saying is, you should be a better understanding of what you're reading.
I've said this since I was a kid, bro. If I wrote it, if I create the universe, I'm not saying I'm better than God or nothing like that, but if I create a universe and I want these people in this universe to follow a book that was basically their afterlife on the line, in my opinion, it'd be a lot more clear than the parables that you read in the Bible. That's just how I feel about it. Like that's been my frustration when trying to read the Bible is, I guess because I'm more of a, I guess they say left side of the brain type of person. So I like to, boom, 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 like math, like 1 + 1 = 2. Boom. There's no argument. This is what it is type of person. So I get frustrated when, like I said, like you got to put pretty much a puzzle together to something that should be quite simple.
And there are people, and you know what? I will say this to you, Tommy, as well. There are people who are very good at teaching these things and helping people understand things. Anissa just put it in the chat. She said, find you a Bible teaching church, because and a good one, not one of them people that's saying taking up 10 offerings before you even get to open the Bible, but just find a good one. And and go to those, like go to Bible class and stuff like that, and it'll give you a better understanding of what it is that you're reading, brother. I feel you. A lot of people feel the same way you feel, man. I'm not here to judge, nothing to judge you. You're my brother. So yeah, just find somebody that can a Bible teaching church, bro, and you will learn a lot, man. It'll be a lot clearer to you when you do it that way.
People think a good church is hard. Is easy to find. Like there's just Bible teaching churches out here everywhere. Like those that's a gem, man. Like you cannot find a Bible teaching church just by going to how much research and recon you got to do to find a good church. That one that's like not asking for tithing money, not just fluffing the word up or prosperity preaching. Like, and it might be a location thing of where I'm at, but I haven't been to a church where that's just been solid in maybe about 20 years, man. Like it makes me think that I ain't like once I learned the Bible for myself and would go to church, I'm like, it doesn't say that. It don't mean it. Like, why are you saying that out of context? Like the context is always off. So I don't know if a woman said that. Like women.
Jalissa, we love to have you. Go to the top of our chat and hit the StreamYard link, and you can come on in.
But good churches is just like they hard to find, man. And
I'm glad you said that, Proto, because again, if you look at the comments, they literally make it seem like it's just so simple. Just go talk to your pastor. Just go find a Bible teaching church. And yet we still have people who are drinking Kool-Aid because they're following somebody that's teaching them the Bible better than a lot of these pastors out here, if we keep it solid. So, I mean, it's not as simple as, okay, I'm going to just go to the church out there on the block and go see what's happening. And then you find out, 5 years later that he been embezzling money and it's not as simple as, hey, just go find a pastor. If it was that easy, we wouldn't have this much confusion out here. Literally making my point.
You know what, Tommy? You absolutely right, man. But here's the thing, man. You have to find, it ain't gonna be easy, a church that resonates with you. You know what I mean? And you know what actually helps? It helps that you can find guys that are around your same age, so they can explain it to you the way they understand it, that they know that you can understand it. The problem with the church is we have a whole bunch of old people trying to teach the young people, and they're not relating to the young people what really needs to happen. You got a whole group of men that's missing from the church. But what's going to happen when that older generation die off? You're going to have a gap, and the younger generation is not going to. They're not going to get what they need. You see what I'm saying? So they're going to start questioning stuff, and after a while, they're just going to fall off. Man, let me tell you something. I go to 3 different churches right now to this day, because I get something different from every last one of them. You see what I'm saying? Because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Every last one of them are pretty good. Like one pat, my home church is down the street from where I can walk to church. That ain't no problem. Then I have another church that I go to, Pastor Mike over here in Birmingham. He's been doing Stellar Awards, all this other stuff. He preaches good. He preaches to the millennials. Those are people that are around my age and a little bit younger than me. And then of course, I got another pastor who preaches over here, and he preaches to the older crowd and people that are around my age, that's Generation X. Because if you're going to be able to do this, you got to be able to reach people across 2 and 3 and 4 generations. You see what I'm saying? Because I came up with the old deacons when they had nothing but an organ and a piano, and that's it. And all the deacons got up and they sang, and we had Bible study and all this other stuff. That is where it's grounded at. But my whole thing is this: if you have a bunch of men that's missing and guys that you can't relate to, it makes it difficult for you to find out where you need to be. And sometimes you may need to change the church. I think for a year I went to Catholic school. You know what I'm saying? Just to find out what that was all about. So my thing is this: don't allow somebody else's foolishness keep you from your salvation. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Just make sure that find somewhere that you're comfortable with, and somebody who can actually explain it to you in a way that makes sense to you and that you can understand.
Yeah, I personally kind of simplified everything as far as just the way I look at life in general. And then
Right.
I'm just like, kind of, if it work, it work. If it don't, it don't. But like I've told most people, the most common thing I've seen amongst all religions is essentially treat people the way you want to be treated, and you'll be
Right.
smooth.
Right.
And that's just how I try to live by. You know what I'm saying? And then the details is when stuff get murky. But essentially, I just try to be a good person while I'm down here. And then after that, wherever the cars lay, they lay. But that's the one part that I think just the details is where the fight starts. Is whether you're supposed to eat pork, whether you're supposed to wear this, I think that's where the waters get murky and people get to fighting and stuff. But I think in general, most of them think that you live a good wholesome life, you don't bother nobody, you'll be decent at it.
Why do you?
Yeah.
Are you
go ahead. I'll go
confused
say
about
this
the
real quick.
laws and stuff?
Yeah. When it
Say that
go
again.
ahead.
Why are you bringing up pork and are you like one that like try to follow the laws? Is that
No.
your
I was just using that example. I was just saying, I was saying, I think all religions, if you look at it from the outset, most of them pretty much just try to preach to you like, live a good life down here. Don't be messing people over. Don't be trying to, mess with people. Like just don't be an asshole. Pretty much. It's
Yeah,
pretty
but the
much.
Bible has a caveat though. It's different in what separates the Bible from the other things is it says Christ is the only way to heaven. So while everybody's saying live a good life, and yeah, you could get the same values from every book, but if you don't believe in Christ, there's that slight caveat that only through Christ will get you to heaven.
Well, and that would be one of the details that I'm talking about. Like it's again, if I look at them all put together, they have a general sense of pretty much don't be a terrible person while you're on earth. Now, again, that would be a detail. Some people believe what you said. I know some people that think it's not that. I think some people think it's deeper than that.
So
So,
if
go ahead.
I'm sorry for interjecting, but if everybody said the same thing and one said something different, but you could all wouldn't you go with the one that said something different if they all said the same thing? Like just to cover your own tail, right?
For
If you're going to
me,
get
I
the
go with the
same
general
thing from
consensus.
everybody, but
For it,
so following the other ones, they don't guarantee you Christ, or they don't guarantee you an afterlife, right? Or they might, I don't know, but if I still follow, if I was a good person based on any other book, that means I'm going to heaven. But in the Bible, regardless if I'm a good person or not, if I don't accept Christ, I'm not going.
You believe that?
so like I don't know if you want to go down that path, but because I've been going back and forth with people on that one. But
I mean, that's what it says.
no, I know what it says, but so I have a caveat on people that believe that, because my thing is I question if people even really believe in those consequences, and this is why I say that. Real time, if I put a gun up to you and I tell you to do something, you're gonna do it because you fear that consequence. in real time, you fear that consequence. And me and my sister have had this conversation. Me and my mom, we've all went back and forth on this.
You can't have this
If
conversation with a
Christians,
woman.
if Christians believe in hell, it wouldn't be as hard not to do the fuck shit that they do.
If Christians believed in what?
If you believed in hell the same way that you believe I would shoot you with this gun if you didn't do what I told you to do, then it wouldn't be so hard not to do the fuck shit that people do out here.
Yes, it would be. It's the we can't do what we're supposed to do. Is the very reason why we have Christ in the first place. Is because we can't do it. So it's not a matter of me stopping or this. We can't do it. Nobody is good enough to get in. So without that caveat, without Christ, you can't get in.
Isn't that
None of us are
infantilizing?
worthy. Because nobody's worthy. Nobody can live a
So,
perfect life.
Proto, my thing is real life. If somebody walked around with you with something to your head telling you if you don't do this, you ain't gonna be here no more. I think it'd be a lot easier to do what you're supposed to do because you have a real world consequence right there in your face.
Well, see, that's the whole purpose of faith. That's the whole purpose of faith.
Faith is a substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Did I say it right?
You said
I did. Okay. Yeah, so man, listen, you know what, Tommy? Hold on, Tommy. This is what I want to do, Tommy. I want to have a show on this next Thursday. You good next Thursday?
Yeah, I should be good.
Okay. So what I want to do, Tommy, since you here, I want to get to this topic of the night: weaves, wigs, lashes, and fake asses. What is it really for? I want to get you guys' comments on it because we'll start with you, Joe. Joe, when it comes to weaves, wigs, lashes, and fake asses, who is it really for? Is it for the men? Are the women doing it to get the attention of the men? Or are the women doing it just to compete with other women who want the same men that they want? What are your thoughts?
Well, from personal experience, it's I used to think it was for, well, talking about black women, right?
Yeah.
Mostly. Because they're the ones that typically wear that type of stuff. I see it all the time because where I work at Detroit, beauty supply stores, is black women working there, black women walking. I don't see Chinese women, white women walking out. So I'm assuming it's about them. So from my experience in dealing with them, attempting to date them, at first it was kind of like they'll say, well, we do it because that's what y'all want. Y'all like the Beckys, y'all like the white girls, the straight hair girls. So we imitate that to accommodate and appease you, black man. So they put the onus on the guy. And at first, when I was younger, I was like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. And then as I got older, I realized that a lot of this is gaslighting. A lot of this is them projecting whatever insecurities they have of themselves onto black men. And they say, well, you're going for those lighter skinned women. I say, well, I don't have a preference at all. I just like women who are nice, who are feminine, who are kind, who are sweet, who's not going to get an attitude, who's not going to try to be the man in a relationship. And that can come in any color, well, not every size, but any color. And they fight against that. And they say, well, it's still on you. It's like what they're doing to themselves, they blame it on black men. And that justifies them for wearing the weaves, the lashes, and the wigs, and now BBLs and fake tits and all this other stuff. So that genuinely, it doesn't confuse me anymore. But just from dating black women and dating white women and dating women in between, foreign women, I was like, oh man, there's something off about black. I don't get it. I can't figure it out. So when I looked on the internet and found out a lot of other guys were having the same experience, and we was kind of like, wait a second, I think we've been gaslighted here. They keep saying that it's genius the way they do it. Like, well, we're doing all this because of you. We're putting this fake stuff on our body because of you. Like, but it's your body. That would be like me saying, well, I got a fake prosthetic penis because of you. You encourage me to do that. Like, I'm doing it for you. No, you do it for yourself. It's whatever insecurities you got going on is what causes you to act on. They just don't want to take responsibility for their own not wanting to be who they are authentically. And if I saw more black women like that, the few that I do see, I'm madly attracted to them because they're so rare. At least I can't even believe it sometimes. I'm like, that's a because I rarely see a woman with an afro. I rarely see a woman with ponytails or her natural hair. Rare. So when I do, I go for her. That literally, you say that's what we want, but you say that that's not what we want. I'm confused about that. But so I just don't deal with it. I just act out. I say, I just go with other women because it's
Can I,
simpler.
can I jump in?
No, you can't. I want to address something real quick because I want to keep the audience involved as well. Right before you go, Proto, we got Anissa in the building. She said, "Which women get the most likes on social media?" Yes. Now, and there, Nissa, there is a difference between a wife and a pump and dump. Sometimes prosthetics gets them penis, but does not get them commitment. So yeah, so when I go on Instagram and I see a girl with an ass like a 3-year-old mule, of course, men gonna hit it and like it because that's what they see, and they're gonna go pump and dump. But none of them they're not gonna marry her. They're not gonna be in a committed relationship with her at all.
You know, we count marriages. We don't count engagements. We don't count boyfriend, girlfriend. We don't count none of that. We don't count likes. None of that.
Yeah. Prototype, wait.
So I believe women get that stuff for men.
You
And
do?
yeah, absolutely. But
Blame
it's not for you. It's for
the white guy.
it's for the pro ball player who will
Oh,
pump and dump them. They believe in their head that if I get a pro ball player to pump and dump me, now my value is as of his. So they pumped and dumped his value into me. Now she can go get a sim provider who might like, oh, you slept with Kobe Bryant. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so because she slept with Kobe Bryant, she thinks that men will then value her as a prize because she was able to, engage with Kobe Bryant's genitals. You know what I'm saying? So they do that for men, but it's not for you. You know what I'm saying? Like they like the men who don't like them. And not necessarily them, but they like men who have very high status or whatever. So that's what they're doing it for. They're not doing it for the common man. They're doing it for the high status man for an opportunity to be pumped and dumped. And if they could just touch the hem of this high status man, then through faith she can though be healed in all her relationship woes. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have did that like that. I shouldn't have did that. But
To him, his basketball shorts. You know what I'm saying?
if she could just touch the hem, the sweat of his jersey could get on her fingertips. Then she can go to the rest of the men lower than him and control them or get whatever assets out of them.
Do you know who I've had? I've had Kobe. I've had LeBron.
Yeah. And they'll brag about it. They'll brag about it to you to show you their value. Like, yeah, I had this guy. I used to talk to this guy, and this guy don't even barely knows who they are, right? But because they slept with a certain guy, they'll then bring it up to you so you could then worship like, oh, what? You had a pro ball player or you had somebody, blah, 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 blah. Man, maybe I got something. Because if he was able to get you, then, and I'm able to get you,
Boy,
you know what
some
I'm saying?
weak dudes, boy. Those some weak dudes,
So
bro.
no, I'm not saying there's weak dudes. I'm just saying that's their thinking.
Yeah.
That's what they're thinking. And most men be like, what? Oh, so you was his smeeze? You might got something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how we would think about it. Like, oh, you touched somebody with that much access, you might got something. I don't know if I want you. You know what I mean? They're like, well, why isn't this working? I touched the hem of his balls. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I caught the sweat of his balls.
When you kissing me, you sucking LeBron's dick. You know, it's like
you should be honest.
Man, what?
Right. So that's what's going on in their head. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I think essentially they do it for us, but it's in the wrong way of thinking. It's like making that guy they really like wait. Like, that don't work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I'll have a one night stand with this guy, but I'm gonna make you wait because I really like you. You like, what?
It's backwards, right?
It's backwards, but you got to understand they're backwards.
Right. Now lost in translation. But it's a protective style. It protects my real hair.
Oh, man.
But my thing, when you let it out, like for real, it's like they wear the wig all the time. You know what I'm saying? Protecting it from what? You know,
Yeah, you're right.
free L. That thing got to be hot, man. You know what I'm saying? They say it's for protective. I put it to like this. I'll play devil's advocate here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't have time to do their hair early in the morning before they go to work.
Man, that's
Maybe that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't have time because they're rushing getting the kids together. You know, putting the makeup on. You know, ironing the clothes or whatever, and they have to rush and get to work. And it's just so much easier just to, you know, snap the wig on and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I come from a time where women used to do their hair on Friday nights. You know what I'm saying? What are you doing? I'm doing my hair on Saturday nights. How smell like burnt hair and grease. You know what I'm saying? That was when women really took care of their hair. You know what I'm saying? What's happening, Jalissa?
Absolutely. Hey,
But
Jalissa, what's going on, girl? Welcome to the show. We love to have you here. We appreciate you coming up. Hey, what do you have? You said you had something you wanted to add to the conversation. What's going on?
Hey fellas, what's going on? I was scared to get on here because I'm like, first of all, I'm looking crappy. I look like crap right now. But I was scared because I don't think you guys will agree with my sentiments. However, I've been listening casually as I'm doing homework. Like someone I follow on Instagram sent the link, so I joined. This is my first time tuning in.
Okay.
And I just gotta say, I really enjoy listening to Black men, intelligent Black men converse. Whether I agree with everything that was said or not, I applaud you all for having meaningful conversation. But I wanted to add, well, first of all, I don't like the clip that you played initially when I came in. I was a little bit confused because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't like the lady's tone when she was, you know, speaking. I do agree that she came off very abrasive and very just like unladylike, you know?
Right.
So I do agree with that. And I guess I was really trying to understand what the conversation was about. I heard the subject of intimacy, and I know you kind of explained it a little bit, but I wanted to just add the fact that um I do believe in women ministry. I know that that is a controversial subject. um I didn't want to get into that because, you know, there's a lot of scripture um that we would have to dive in to go on like a tangent. I don't want to take away from the discussion at hand. Um but I did think it was very interesting. I didn't like the way that she was speaking, though I do believe very traditionally that the man is the head of the woman, Christ is the head of the man, and women should honor their head, regardless if you believe in women having positions in ministry or not. There is still, you know, God ordained roles, and there's a spiritual hierarchy. You know, Paul teaches us to be submissive one to another, but he still lets us know that, you know, the man is the head of the woman. And so I think that I just wanted to note that. And then the young man that was talking, I wanted to just encourage him because I do understand the frustration of wanting to understand the word of God, because it can be very you know, people have their takes, and I wanted to just mention the fact that God's word is spirit. And this flesh that we live in is enmity against God. And as long as you're trying to understand his word or what the things of the spirit from a carnal perspective, it's not going to make much sense. And you know, that I believe that's why we have so many isms and schisms and discrepancies within the body of Christ, because not everybody is being spirit led. a lot of people, like you said, are trying to take the word and fit it into their own narrative. And the Bible says when the Spirit of truth has come, he will lead you into all truth, you know, and show you all things. And we have to remember that this is a spiritual text, and it's something that you have to consume and dissect line upon line, precept upon precept. A lot of people read, a lot of people don't study, and a lot of people don't study from the lens of the Spirit, meaning they're seeking God's presence, they're seeking his guidance. And the Bible tells us that it is the glory of God to conceal a thing and the glory of kings to search it out, meaning this is honorable for men to search out God's heart. This is what God requires. He says, when you seek me with your whole heart, then you will find me. God wants us to be in position to know, to want, to long and desire to know him, to know his voice, to know his will, to understand his ways. And I think that is why it's not that his word is not clear. His word is very clear. But for a person whose heart is far from God, it's not going to make much sense. It's hard to hear and discern the voice of the Lord when you're far, or it's hard to hear anyone when you're when you're not in close proximity. You know what I'm saying? So your heart has to be, the closer your heart gets to him, the more the scriptures come alive, the more they begin to make sense to your spiritual man. And I just wanted to encourage the young man. And that's why the Bible says, you know, how can they hear without a preacher? How can a preacher, preach unless he's been sent? Because there are many people that just don't understand, and they have not learned the heart of God because they have not taken the time to seek him with their whole heart, to seek him diligently, and to learn, you know, to consume, to be renewed by the Spirit. Because there's a difference in reading the word with a carnal perspective, a carnal understanding, a natural understanding, and reading the word through the eyes of the Spirit. So I just wanted to encourage him that, you know, if you seek God and you truly want to know and understand his word, he says wisdom he gives and he upbraideth not, you know, like he wants to give us wisdom. So I just wanted to share that.
Well, Jalissa, I want to say something. That was amazing. I when to have a woman who is really in the word and really able to, speak on it like you just did so eloquently. I appreciate it. It's appreciated. So, I will say this to you as well. I would love to, speak with you about being on some of our future shows. And because your perspective would be invited, very much so. If you will, send me an email to blackmenunfiltered@gmail.com.
Okay.
And
Put
I
it in
will.
this. You see how long it took me to get on here, right?
Absolutely. Listen,
I was so lost. I'm not tech savvy. So I was like, now how do you even join? It took me a minute to figure it out.
Right.
Well,
So
let me ask you this before you go. Let me ask you this before you go, Jalissa. What prevented you from coming on earlier? Did you have any hesitations about what we're talking about or what the situation was?
Well, aside from the fact that I couldn't figure it out, I was a little reluctant to mention the fact that I do believe in women ministry, because I thought that was important to know, but I didn't want to come off offensive because I know this is your podcast and I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to make it seem like, you know, I'm a woman coming in trying to like refute anything you guys are saying. So I was a little reluctant to share that. But I thought it was important to mention. So.
Yeah, we understand that women are supposed to teach other women, which is a good thing. But my thing is we want to make sure we have the right women teaching the right women, because you'll have some women who have an agenda to lead women astray. So I wanted you to make sure that you feel comfortable coming up here, because I think sometimes people think we give women a bad rap when in essence we're just trying to help. So I just want everybody to see that we're not bad. You see what I'm saying? We want everybody to feel comfortable come up. We really do enjoy having you coming up this evening. I just want to thank you for coming up. Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
And
you
please,
guys...
please send that email to blackmenunfiltered@gmail.com. I'll be reaching out to you and sending you some links to join us. It'll be just like you did tonight, just sitting up, joining. We have other women on the panel. We have Anissa. We have
Embrace the Grace.
Black man.
Jenny. You know.
Can I
So,
ask Jalissa, what's
You
your
sure can. Yeah, go ahead.
what's
And
your
this is
what's your
Freezy, my
faith,
brother
Jalissa?
Freezy.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
And I was gonna ask you, what exactly is your faith?
What is my my faith?
Yeah.
Christian for sure.
I'm a Christian.
Okay.
I don't necessarily have I attend a non-denominational church.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's if you were asking about were you asking about my denomination or
No, you're a Christian. I was just asking your faith.
Oh
That's all.
yes sir, yes sir. I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Jalissa. If you want to stay around, you can. If you know, if you got to leave, I understand. But please send that email because we would love to have your perspective with the other ladies on the show as well. That'll add another element to what we're trying to do here. So I appreciate you.
Okay, I'm sorry, is it in the chat or should I write this email down? Because I'm not
You-
gonna remember it.
I'll put it in the chat, or you can write it down. Either one. I'll put it in the chat too, though. Hold on a second. I'll put it in there.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
appreciate it.
You guys
Ladies
have a
and
good
gentlemen.
evening.
You too.
You too.
It's in the chat.
You too, sis.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Freezy. What's up, Freezy?
Man, I'm happy. I'm happy
Yeah,
I'm here,
man.
man. You know. I seen y'all up here cooking, man. And did the conversation kind of change a little bit because I seen the topic?
Yeah. No. We always start out with an icebreaker conversation and then we go into the subject. So the icebreaker
okay.
conversation was the lady speaking tongues at me because I corrected her about that bull crap she was over there spewing out to the world.
You was on that show?
They wouldn't let me up because they knew what somebody whispered and said, "Don't let that nigga up." So because I was gonna get up there and just the preacher men on there were being very feminine. And they were mic drop. Oh my God, I'm like, y'all pastors and y'all acting. And then the lady says she's a pastor as well, which is very much out of line. And then so she was talking about, I'm a wife. And I'm a wife. And black men ain't tell me nothing.
Trey Ferg, you gotta be stopped. You gotta be stopped.
This the thing, right? I know this is an icebreaker, but it kind of ties in together with the topic what we're talking about now because
come on,
most of these women that are in the church, a lot of them are old hoes, and they go to church, right? They go to church to reinvent themselves.
Oh my
and I'm gonna tell you the reason why I kind of fell out with the church a while ago is because I didn't see any positive results a lot, because I used to go from city to city, from church to church. I used to like be very dedicated in the church. I used to be in the choir. I was an usher. I used to pay my tithes all the time. And it just seemed like the direction that the church has gone since I was a kid is it has not had a positive effect on the Black community. And it's a lot of hypocrisy. It's a lot of most of the women, they don't have their homes together. Most of the men, most of the men in the Black community don't even attend like women do. Most of the churches I go to is full of Black women, and they're very brawny, very masculine women. You know what I'm saying? And they bring the boys up in fear of actually speaking against them or saying if something is wrong. The little boys are very afraid to stand up for themselves, if they feel like, they seen something wrong or they heard something wrong. Women run the church. And a lot of these pastors, they cater to the women because they know the women bring the bulk of the money in. So when I
Sound
see
like
a
the
whole
same church I grew up in. It doesn't change.
what I'm saying is when you see the dynamics and you see the cycle, the repeat cycle, it's like, what are we really doing? You know what I'm saying? And so these same old hoes that's going to church, they producing young hoes. I'm pretty sure Glorilla Mama go to church. I'm pretty sure Nicki Minaj. I'm pretty sure all them hoes mama go to church. You know what I'm saying? So it's just what are we really doing? The same women that we complaining about, that we be complaining about in these spaces, they mama go to church. And I know they go to, they go to church. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what is the church teaching these women? And so I know it's men go to church, but the men are so outnumbered, right? What is I just started reading the Bible for myself. I did, because I felt like I'm not getting nothing out of going to church. Like, they don't even, like, I just didn't understand the purpose. And then they're drained. And then once you look into the economics of it, like how much money they're draining out of the Black community. It's if when you really when you take a step back and see the effects that it's had on the Black community, it's astronomical in a negative way. And they got white Jesus slap dab in the middle of that bullshit. And so that's why I was just like, man, fuck this shit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I didn't turn my back on the Most High, but I did kind of walk away from that brick and mortar called the church.
But
Right?
Freeze, all you got to do is go find a pastor. All you got to do is go find a Bible teacher.
Yeah. Stop listening to that though, because everybody that's trying to give you advice, half of them don't even go to church. You have to. It's hard. Like Prototype said earlier, it's hard to find someone who is in it for the right reasons, because now everything is, money, money, money. So, you have to find somebody that's really about it. And you know what? One of the pastors that stick out to me, a lot of people don't like him, but Pastor Geno Jennings, let me tell you something.
Man, what?
Pastor Geno Jennings, he don't take no money from the church. He don't take a salary. He got a regular 9-to-5 job, right? The church make buku money. When they go viral and make all their money off them video stuff, he don't take no pay from the church, period. Everything goes to the church in the fulfillment of God's kingdom. That's what he says. He don't take nothing, right? He said he'd go do real estate during the day and preach on Sundays. And so, he'll teach that word, bro. He don't veer from it. And I've heard, and people have gotten up in church and challenged him and try to put their own little swag on it. He say, I don't care what, that's where I get that phrase from. I don't care what you say. He said, what does the word say? And he said, I'm not going to veer from it. I'm not going to say nothing different. I'm not going to preach nothing different. He said, I'm preaching exactly what the words say. I'm not doing nothing else. So Geno Jennings is a bad man. That's our bad brother.
I don't chase booty.
It just seems like church. It seems like church has become a substitute for teaching conduct in homes. Like instead of these parents actually fulfilling their true responsibility in these households, they just say, put your suit on, boy, let's go to church on Sunday. And then if you go to church on Sunday, you good for the rest of the week. And it just seemed like church has just become a substitute for doing good. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't know.
When was church ever different from what you subscribe, brother? It's always been that way. It hasn't become that way. It was started that way.
But I'm not refuting that. But the reason why it's dangerous, you're not gonna know that when you're a kid. Ben Israel, you're a child. You're not old enough to know better. So by the time you graduate high school, you've already been conditioned to think a certain way. That's the detriment of it. I'm not challenging how long it's been like that. I'm talking about the recycling of conditioning that is doing to people. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, and I get it. What I'm hearing is you're kind of asking a question and answering your question at the same time. First, before I continue, I apologize to the people. Shalom to y'all, brothers. How y'all doing this evening?
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Peace.
I'm good. I'm Ben Israel, in case those of you who don't know me. But yeah, I mean, this system was set up in place from the beginning, like you pointed out, for economics. Coincidentally, it's the same thing William said when he set up the system. Why am I doing this? He said, for good economics and good sleep. That was in the 1700s. It's the same thing over and over. So it is designed for that purpose. Over and over. And that's why they target the women, because they're easier to manipulate. It's easier for them to get the money out of them than it is us. What is consumerism is what, 80% of what represent 80% of consumers? You know, brothers ain't, men ain't spending that much money. Women spend, men know, and they know this. So I mean, iconocracy and whatever you want to call it has been operating that way since this country, before this country existed. They've been operating this way. But I mean, I appreciate the conscience and that you're picking it up. I mean, others, you know, even with the Democratic Party, they all operate under the same schism or the same scheme. And this is why brothers have been moving away from Black church for decades. Brothers have been moving away from the Democratic Party since Obama's second term, because it just don't sit right with us. We may never be able to put our finger on it, but something ain't right. You know, it ain't right.
Yeah, and so
That's my
thank you, being for that. We also got Trey Ferg in the building. We get to Freezy in a minute. Trey Ferg and Alexis from Texas is in the building. And we're gonna get back on the subject real quick. Trey Ferg, you see it? It said what? What's going on? Who said something?
Me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to say something because I heard my brother Freezy talking about the church, and I just wanted to relay something to you. Remember Peter in the Bible, right? And when they're on the boat and he went out, he wanted to go out to the water, and Christ told him to keep his eyes on him. And when Peter looked the other way, he would start to drown. But he said, keep your eyes on me. I've been in that situation where I thought about a church and I'm like, oh, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, or such and such is doing this and that. That is a plan. Keep your eyes on Christ. That's why we can listen to pastors and people that preach, but that's why it's so important for you to read the Bible for yourself. And even if you can't go to theology or anything like that, they have study Bibles. Tony Evans has a great men's study Bible. Um, it's a lot of like, I am a woman that believes in Christ. And so I just feel like I have to say something in those matters as far as everybody talking about the church, the church, the church. The church is a building specifically. And when we start worrying about what other people are doing in that building, that's how we fall off, and that we got to reconstruct, we got to deconstruct, we got to think what they were saying. Oh, it's all systematic. They even talking about, and I also wanted to point out, because you know Israel had said something about the Willie Lynch. There's even information now, they don't even know if Willie Lynch and all that stuff is really real. So I mean, my thing is, and I want to just say to anybody, when it comes to religion and having a relationship with the Creator, don't let other people and what they do affect you and your relationship and your religion. When you get up there, He's not going to say, "Oh, well." Because you know you was at the church and you just let such and such do whatever. He's going to hold you accountable for you. And so I just think it's, if we really have love for God, then we know how to hold ourselves accountable, and also take away from that step of thinking like, oh, just because there's no perfect church, there's no perfect place. So I just think that there's a pedestal amongst our community that everybody want to be like, oh, they're not perfect. Well, there's atheists that are not perfect. There's Muslims that are not perfect.
This government
Everybody.
ain't perfect.
It's not. It's
But
not. And
this is the thing,
Can
right?
I jump in
Let
here?
me
No,
say
hold
this.
on,
Let
hold on
me
just
say
a second.
this.
I want to say this real quick. One of the things that not much pushback, but one of the things, if us as men are called to be leaders, and God has put us and set us forth to be leaders, then men have to live to correct. There's no way God would give us the ability. He said when He created Adam, He said, what did He say? I give you the authority over everything.
Dominion.
So so dominion over everything, which is authority. And so if I'm here and I'm not taking on my responsibility as a man to have that dominion, over what he's given me that dominion over, then he is going to hold me accountable for that. Just like my family. If I let my family go awry and fall off and do whatever, and I'm the leader here, he's holding me responsible for what the wife does, what the kids do, what the kids do, the people that are under my authority. I'm responsible for that. He's going to hold me accountable for that. For sure.
What I was going to say was I understand what Lex is saying, right? And she's totally right. We have to work out our own salvation. But I think it's important to also mention that these so-called prophets in these churches, right? They're responsible for people's. They're actually responsible for people's lives. In the Bible, they're called watchmen.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you take on that responsibility, that's a huge responsibility. You know, and you're putting on a good show, but a lot of times people aren't being edified. And all I'm saying is that we're playing a dangerous game, not just spiritually, but physically and economically as well. And as men, as black men, I just feel like it's time to just take a stand. You know what I'm saying? I speak against it all the time. I spoke against it in my own community. And it's come to the point where it's not getting any better. The world, we talk about black culture, we talk about the state of black people where we're at right now, right? And yes, I could read the Bible for myself, but I care about my brother and sister. I really do. Like I genuinely care about my brother and sister. And so I'm not saying that I let church turn my back on God. I would never do that. But all I was speaking on is the effects that the black church has had. That's all I was speaking on. Like, and it's yeah. You're right, Lexus. Like I could say, you know what? Nobody perfect. I'm gonna just study for myself. But I just think that some got to give, man. You know, something got to give.
I promise you, when you study for yourself and you find someone that can help articulate, and like I said, Tony Evans Bible, and if you get into him, he can help you with understanding and knowing the difference of exegesis and eisegesis and things like that. When you get that comfort of being and knowing your Bible and knowing the word, I'm telling you, it's going to change your perspective of being in the church, because church was meant for community.
No. I know my Bible. I study it fervently. I teach it, right? What I'm saying is that what the black church is exemplifying, the Bible speaks against it. I know it enough to say that.
Yeah.
But it's very controversial to say that. A lot of people don't like you to speak against their church. They don't, a lot of people don't like that. You understand what I'm saying? But all I'm saying is that something has to give. I just seen a clip that BMU just played. This woman, not only was she very forthcoming with the way her tone and how she was talking,
and she a pastor of a church.
They go to speaking in these gibberish. It's just a show.
Yeah.
It's a show, and then they hide behind. You don't know if that was God speaking to me or not. You can't. Yes, I can. I can, because of how your actions are. What kind of fruit that you're bearing.
Correct.
That's how you can determine.
Or biblically, if there's somebody, and this is biblically, if there's somebody speaking in tongues, there's always somebody that can interpret. So if you speaking in tongues and I don't know nobody around that's interpreting what you said, a lot of times I think it's gibberish, because that's biblical. That there's supposed to be somebody to interpret.
And guess what, Alexis? Again, it goes back to what you said earlier about us holding everybody else accountable. Watch what the Bible said. Watch what that next scripture says. The next scripture right under there says, if there is not an interpreter, it is for you, the believer, to go to that person who is speaking the tongue that does not have an interpreter and tell them to sit down somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So real question.
You just say, shut your mouth.
Have y'all ever met a tongues interpreter?
I've seen it happen before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I have
I have.
literally never seen that a day in my life.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
My
I've
tell
seen
grand-
it,
you,
but I've
who.
never seen
my
it.
I ain't
grandfather,
never seen it.
my
Yeah, I've seen
grandfather,
it a couple times.
he
Tommy.
did it in
Yeah,
front of me.
I've seen guest churches.
I
I've seen a
find it
guest.
earlier that
Oh no, hold on, just a second. I seen the guest church come in. Tommy, I want Tommy to hear this real quick. A guest church come in, and the pastor, not of the guest church, but the pastor of the church that was there, because we had to go and sing that Sunday. He started speaking in a tongue, and the guy that didn't even know him started saying what he was saying. That's how it's supposed to go.
Yep.
The guy start saying it like he was with this man. Every time this man said something in tongue, this man at the back would be like, he would say what he's saying in where we can understand it. Right?
So is that something that, like, it is a real question, but like, is that
Yeah.
something that a skill that you learn? Is it given to you as a gift? Like,
It's
what
a,
is
it's
It's
a,
a
that?
it's a
gift.
rare.
It's a gift.
It's a gift. And so when you hear people talking about, when you hear people saying, "Oh, robosop," like this woman just did to me
She
today,
was playing.
she was playing. Because you can hear her name animals in the damn tongue. She said goose. She said wolf. What else she said?
She had
So
lamb in that. Bah, you know what I'm saying?
You can hear her. Matter of fact, let me play it. Hold on. Let me let y'all hear this crap. Hold on.
You're right.
I'm not your wife, but I am somebody's wife. You need
No, you're not.
to make a statement like that. You can't tell me that I'm not somebody's wife. I'm not your wife, but I am somebody's wife. Bless you, sir. And who walked with him the longest. So before you come for
You see what I'm saying?
She
You
playing.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
she was asking
interpreted.
who at the
I
sister bar.
interpreted. I
She
interpreted. She
said,
said
you
she is
niggas let a goose
somebody's
walk.
wife.
Yeah. She said you let a goose walk by or some shit. I don't know. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying, like, people like that, when God and Priest can allude to this, when you have discernment and people get to talking in your presence about something, it immediately disturbs your peace.
Yes, it does.
Immediately.
Immediately disturb your peace. You want to just check it right then and there. But Freezer has something you want to go ahead, Freezer.
I was just saying that the reason why that woman speaks with so much authority is because the church
she
groomed
used to
her
it.
to be that way. The
She
reason why
used to it.
the reason why she spoke in that in whatever the tongue she did in such a in such a commanding way, right? It's because and people and this see, I probably shouldn't hit the link because I see what I'm saying. A lot of that shit, dog, that shit be witchcraft.
Tell them again, Freezy.
Exactly. Come on, talk to me.
I'm telling you, and so a lot of these women, they hide behind the church, but at the same time, they believe in spirits, but they believe in familiar spirits that's going to make you make you do what she feels like she wants you to believe or do.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the women in my family, they will weaponize God. It's a lot of women weaponize God. They will be like, they'll tell you, if you don't do this, God gonna be displeased with you, or God gonna no. And then it's stopping a lot of young black boys from thinking for themselves. Cause they weaponizing God and they saying God gonna kill you, or God gonna do this to you if you don't do what I'm telling you to do. If you don't, no, that's not right. You feel what I'm saying? And so I just want black men. I just want more black men to just stand up, man. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna get V in here, but I'm gonna say this. I think I said this on a show last year. Tom, I think you was probably on that show last year. I think when I said there was a man at the church who was just, you could look at him and tell, boy, he was faker than the grapes on a table in a furniture store. And and he went up to a lady and he started rubbing oil on people, laying oil on them, rubbing them on the forehead. And I swear to you, I'm sitting on the pew with my siblings because I don't even want to be here. I said, I'm finna go. And the man walked up and started rubbing, and he said, the first sentence he said, I said, this man is full of shit. He said, he walked over and touched the woman. He said, I said, nigga, that's Chucky. What the fuck? Everybody know the chant from Chucky from Child's Play.
Right.
Always do way Dumbella. Give me the power, I beg of. Come on now. I hear him saying, always do way Dumbella. What? Nigga, that is Chucky. What? I looked down at my daddy, bro. I looked down at my pops. And I said, that's Chucky, wasn't it? My daddy said, yeah, that's Chucky. I said, man, it's time to go, man. These niggas are playing in the church, bro. Ain't nobody paying no attention? Man, shit, bro. I call that shit out, bro. I ain't finna stay there. Even Sunday, I went to church. A lady got up. Bless the Lord, everybody. I was sitting in my living room last night, and God gave me this word. The Bible says provision is given to the man, not to the woman. You lied. I'm finna go. I'm not even finna listen to you. I'm out. Let's go, kids. I'm not doing it at all, bro.
And that's what you're supposed to do as a father.
Exactly. Let's go.
Trey Ferg, welcome
my
to the
bad.
show,
Go ahead, V.
Yeah, I mean, words matter, you know, and I hear what the brother is saying, man. You know, he's seeking out for understanding, and I've seen brothers over the years. He's calling out for it. I'm trying to give it to him.
He gotta understand it.
Unfortunately, when you're on these panels, a lot of times you like everything in short sound bites, and this would be a little bit more lengthy conversation. I would need to have one-on-one with him. But I found it interesting. The young lady earlier brought up the divine order: God, Christ, the husband, the wife, right? And also, I find also interesting the young lady who's on here with us now brought up Peter. 2 Peter 2 and 3, I believe it is. It says it's talking about things which are hard to understand. Okay, and he's referring to people who typically, you see this in Christianity, they run right to Paul's letters. Okay, he's really talking about them and other things. Okay, and they get confused and they try to make things seem what it is. Peter says hard to understand because you're unlearned and you're unstable. Okay, so we're telling people, oh, you should read for yourself. Bible says iron sharpens iron. It says the people who are going to get doctrine, understand scripture, must be weaned from the breast and drawn from the milk. So it's always referring to somebody has to teach you and guide you. Or lean not to your own understanding, is what the scripture over and over, Old Testament, New Testament, and Apocrypha say over and over and over. Also, it says, I believe it's Psalms, when you should be at the age where you should be a teacher, you have the need that one teach you again. And they always use that reference, milk and meat. You need milk, but you're trying to get meat. But you got to build up your nutrients before you can start chewing on meat. But too often, it's why it also teaches our sisters to learn in silence. Listen and learn in silence. And if you should learn anything, do it where? At home, from your husband. Christ is saying these things. And it's over and over, it's the same thing. The usurping authority. Both women came up here. I don't mean to do this. You're going to do it anyway. Because you want to usurp authority over men. Now, as the pointed out, yes, women minister to other women. That's always been there. But women have also a need. And this is throughout the Bible where they want to always overstep the man. You go back to Eve. Eve didn't want to be equal to Adam. She wanted to be equal to God. That's what she was trying to do. And you see that manifest itself. Nothing is new under the sun. That spirit has always been here. So even when Christ talking about the certain group of women who lifted up their voices, he was talking about the women who they worshiping Diana, the goddess of fertility at that time during Rome. Right? Diana had a crown on her head that was shaped like Tower of Babel. Why? Because what were the people at the Tower of Babel trying to do? Climb up to heaven to be equal to God. So even Christ instructed them again, listen and learn in silence. Because we get all of these worldly things and we say, oh, ain't nobody perfect. Well, what does the Bible say is perfect? Well, there is perfect. There are perfect people. If you understand what the Bible means by perfect, it doesn't mean ain't nobody without flaw. It means you're in tune or in line with the scriptures. The laws of God are perfect. That's what it's talking about. Over and over and over. Same thing. But we taught ourselves in today's modern world that perfect is ain't nobody perfect. We all make mistakes. That's not what the Bible was talking about. Are you keeping these laws that I wrote for you? Are you following my rules? Are you keeping this covenant that I made with your forefathers? That's the perfection, and have been perfect people. The Bible proves that. Job was perfect. Job was perfect. Right? So there have been perfect people, but not saying Job was without flaw. Job was perfect because he was always in tune, in line with the laws of God.
Well, people be
But
missing
we got to stop. I mean, honestly, I came up here I can't remember why I came up here. We had got past the Bible discussion, and I didn't come up here for that. We've been taught religion. Religion is not the Bible, but there is religion in the Bible. None. Those are things that the philosophies of men, as the Bible would call it. And those are what we're not supposed to follow. We got that from our oppressors. And we've been doing that from captivity to captivity to captivity. It's nothing new. The brother asked, something's got to give. This cycle that we're on is going to get worse, actually, because we've been here before as a people. Just pick a captivity that you want to claim we were in. Egyptian, Babylon, Persian, Mede, Roman, here in America, whatever captivity we're talking about, it's the same thing over and over. It's going to get worse before it gets better, but we haven't learned yet.
Come on, man.
We're still hard-headed.
Israel, do you believe? What do you believe in? What do you believe in? Are you a Christian?
I just told you what I believe in the Bible, the Word of God. I believe in the Word of God.
So you believe in
Christians, so-called Christians, as they're called today, was given to us by oppressors.
Oh my God!
They now call themselves Catholics, but they once called themselves Christians too. Prior to the Council of Nicaea.
This discussion is about to get a little.
When you
I'm going to get Trey Ferguson here because he's been patiently waiting. Trey,
can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
About weaves, wigs, lashes, and fake asses.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. I've been trying to sell these wigs.
Yeah,
man.
that's where I thought we was going.
But it's just that I'm gonna have a quick comment about the last topic about this. Then I'll go into about the wigs and the women. My connection is me, God. Jesus is my cousin. I say this. He walked amongst men, people that look like me with big nose and that nappy, kinky hair that go up to the sky and all that dark skin, light skin. He walked with freeze. He had 12 disciples. They were all men. He didn't have 10 disciples and 2 females or 2 LGBT. He didn't have none of that. He didn't have 2 kids. He had 12 men. All of those men had a story that you can apply to your life. Some of them lied. Some of them were deceitful. If you apply that to your life, you will suffer your walking life, your living life. That's just, I grew up with my grandfather was a pastor, spoke in tongue. Did I ever see my grandfather? No. Pastor 2 churches? No. My father was there every day. He was an alcoholic. Did I cry? No. He beat my ass when he needed to. When I started to understand the church, because I used to go, I started looking at me and talking to God. I don't need a preacher to tell me. Plus, I was stingy with my money. I like to give it to people like need it. I like to give it to people that need it. Like I will always donate canned goods, drop off clothes. I've been doing that since I was 15 years old. I've been getting blessed all through that. Having respect for people, places, and things. Going back, listening to different perspective on whatever the word that they're speaking about. Taking the good, throwing away the bad. If I saw how you moved a certain way, I stayed away from you. I dismissed that behavior. Now, I'm done with that. Females, listen, sisters. Go look at it. If you start just washing your hair, cleaning it out, or you ain't got to put all that crazy moisturizer in it. All that. Brush that shit out. It'll tighten up y'all little arms, that little arm fat y'all be getting. Y'all talking about y'all can't get rid of because y'all like to eat hamburgers and hot dogs and all that fast food. Start washing your kids' hair 6 inches a year. Think about it. In 3 years, you'll have 18 inches down your back. All the dudes will be trying to marry you. You got to just stop having babies out of wedlock. Go natural. Save your money. We're talking all these trillions of dollars that we're spending on national bull stuff. It's bull jive. Invest in your smart little kid. Get a son to the father, and keep wearing your wigs. It's gonna burn your hair out. That's what it's doing. We're wasting time, black people. Now, OG, you're an older guy. Y'all boomers like to be like doom and gloom. No, brother, we need to fight. Women, y'all keep going to that church. Read the Bible out loud. Walk in the story. When you read it, go practice it. If it come across your life where you don't understand it, go back and read it.
Ooh, say it again, brother.
Practice it. It'll change your life. Whenever I was out there going against whoever disciple at the time, I was on foolishness. God used to punish me. Jesus didn't punish me. They hung him. They shoot us in the street. They hang us up on trees. What are we talking about? My connection is through God. Sisters, your connection is through the higher power. That's why your hair grow up and not down. Y'all gotta understand, understand basic. Okay, I got a challenge for all the ladies. This is my last day. All the ladies, all summer. Teach y'all kids how to cook, clean, take a bath, not a shower. Take a bath, sit in that water till they crust, come off their fingers. Cook them a hot meal 3 days a week. Make sure they eat leftovers. So if you know how to, it'll change your life. Teach them how to wash their clothes, separate. Y'all got teenage girls and boys walk around the house. The whole house smell like feet. Come on, ladies, get that together. Give your sons to the father. We shouldn't have to go fight y'all for a little girl or a little boy that need that. When they start acting out, they need that change of pace. Black women talk a lot about what they gonna do. I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. But the kids are sitting there looking. They ain't even learned how to tie their shoe yet. He going to school, can't even read. But he live with you. And I said, I'm not getting on the sisters. That's what it is. Fellas, this is the greatest time to take over. Like Freezy said, it's time to stand up. Stand up for yourself. If you read it, go practice it.
Stand upright, as the Bible says.
Stop acquiescing.
Men stand upright.
If you 35 and under, you can help me clean up my backyard.
Damn.
You can't tell me about what a relationship's supposed to be like. You can't, yes, your relationship. Because if you a man 34, 35, you got your shit together, you shouldn't have no problem with no women.
All right.
From light skin to dark skin, from tall to short. No women. Whatever race, color, complexion, you got your house clean, you got your smell good, you ain't crying about nothing. And if you want to be that way, don't fall to the tricks. Stop going out thinking you balling with $600 a week. Save that shit. Put that shit up in your bank account. And if you have a child, make sure you can just take them to the park or something. Let them teach them how to cheerlead, football. Start somewhere. That shit'll pay off, man. That shit'll change your life in the next 20 years. Stop letting the girls take the weave out your hair, ladies. Stop wearing these fake nails. That stuff is killing y'all. It's going right through y'all skin. And then y'all make excuses. Men don't want weave. We good. We can grab it because that's a little, it's a fantasy. Woo, because the white girls have all that. A white girl with long hair, oh yeah, she'll do whatever. But brothers, we that's not something we really want to marry. Y'all do it for yourself, which is sad because that's $1.7 trillion
a year
going to y'all body a year. Fuck them kids. Kids snotty nose. Y'all give them to the system so they can drug them up. Just give them to the daddy. That's just overwhelming. Y'all was some wild ass kids yourself. We all had that, but y'all don't take y'all kids outside like grandmama and them did. See, y'all don't do it. Y'all sit in the house. That house get the smell in. Ain't no, it's a lot going on.
You better drink out that hole. Don't come back in this house.
Fellas too. Let's go get our kids, man. Because our future depends on our young set of men. And just go apologize to everybody's heart. You, as far as a man, we grew up in the system. We know people have been affected by drugs, fucking gang violence and all that. Some of us just getting out of jail and all that, man. We can change it. Go back and say you're sorry. We see these people in these streets, whatever neighborhood you in, from coast to coast. If you're over 45, stop playing the games, man. Teach these young men and women to do their best.
All right.
And they're gonna put all of us out by age 40, black men. So when you come to age 40, you start changing. You start seeing life for what it is. Go live in dynasty. Don't go from 40 to 60 crying and complaining. Get on your grind, man. And if you don't want to listen, if you believe it's doom and gloom, find you a little island over so y'all can go over and cry to each other. But if you want to be a man and a king and a God, straight to God, then let's fight. That's all I got, man.
All right, let's talk with JVJ in the building. I think he disagrees with some things he heard on this panel tonight. He was shaking his head and doing the mamba dance over there. JVJ, welcome to the show tonight, my brother. How you doing?
How y'all doing tonight, man? Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you letting me up, man. Everybody doing all right tonight?
Oh yeah,
doing pretty good. Now,
What up, JV?
Before you go, I want to get something out of here real quick. Give me just a second, brother. Hold on, just a second. We got a $2 super chat here. Almanai said, "Amen. Tony Evans is fantastic. Thank you so much." We got Almanai again with $2. She said, "You can't teach what you don't know." All right, thank you for that. And then we have the $5 super chat. If you don't stand for anything, you'll fall for everything. Appreciate that, Antoine. All right. Now, speaking of the church, we have a pastor here that's over the Black Men Unfiltered Network, Pastor Goodjoint. I don't know if you ever met him, but Pastor Goodjoint was nice enough to give us make a video for us to play when we get donations to the channel. So I want to play him real quick as we take a break. When we come back, JVJ, you hot right on in there, brother. Here we go. All right, appreciate that, Bishop. Good joint. JVJ, what you got for us, man?
Man, I'm trying to find out where that church at. Where they getting down like that at? They over there turning up right now, man. They over here getting it right. But I was sitting back listening for a second, and I'm baffled.
Mm-hmm. Right after this,
I'm really baffled right now. I'm baffled.
Oh, come on, man.
We're not talking about solutions. From the last like 5, 10, 15 minutes that I've been listening to, we're not talking about solutions. We're talking about you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. But I'm like, how do we avoid the problem from the get-go? How do we avoid that? Like, these kids need to be doing this, these kids need to be doing that. Make sure you wash their clothes, make sure they take a bath. Where do we start from? Because I believe every problem can be fixed if you find out where the root of the problem starts from. If you find out where the nexus of where that situation comes from, you point it out. Because I was in the military. Why are we losing water right now? Why are we losing water? Why do we don't have water in this camp? Let's go find out that first. I ain't gonna talk about Tom spilling water because that ain't the reason why we losing water. Where are we losing water from? Let me find out the nexus of that. Once we figure that out, then we can solve this entire problem. We're talking about little stuff that happens after that. Every little situation that happens after that. Yeah, she going to school and she getting in trouble for her outfit. But we're not talking about why her outfit is wrong when she left the house. Like, it's nonsense. We keep passing blame down the road without getting to the nexus. It's coming from the household. The household is the number one problem for a lot of this stuff. The weave, the weaves, the eyelashes, all that nonsense. It comes from the household. But why is the household messed up? Because there was no family building in the beginning. But a lot of people don't want to take accountability, and that goes on both sides, whether it's the man or whether it's the woman. You just want to sit up and shoot your stuff up in somebody's body? That's on the man. But guess what? The lady sat there and let you shoot it up in her too. So that's on the woman. But we're not arguing that point. We're just talking about all the symptoms that come after the problem. And it was very interesting to me to see it, especially coming from my old brothers. Because I know my old brothers, they supposed to be smarter than that.
What are you talking about? Be specific. Because I don't know how old you are, and I don't know what your solution. Because I ain't never heard you say a solution.
We
Get
ain't
the
gonna
dog
make
Go
it
bark
ahead,
personal.
first.
Let's keep it in the road. Let's
Hey,
keep it in the
get the
road,
dog
gentlemen.
bark.
Keep it in the road.
Get the dog bark first. You heard it right.
Man, be a man. Stop that
What you
over.
mean, brother? What you talking about, brother?
What?
You
Be
know exactly
specific.
what you talking about. You were the one that just sat here and said, "Women, teach these kids how to wash their feet. Don't take a shower. Take a bath."
Exactly. Yes.
Who's that fall on?
The parent.
Which one?
The parent that has the child in the home at night, they go to bed. If it's a father does that. Is my point. Whoever has the rearing of the child primarily. If it's a father, that's why I say give the sons to the father. Because a man can teach that boy, his child, his seed, to be a better father than him. And it alleviates some of the pressures off the mother who now has a son that's growing 2 times taller than her.
I don't think we distinguish between whether it was a son or a daughter, but I do like the fact that you said
Even your daughter,
if
give your daughter, even if your daughter and you know it's overwhelming, you got to go to work. The man gonna love his daughter, ain't nothing. She gonna be better than everybody. That's all I'm saying. You got a child needs that. We can't, the system is already saying here, the man ain't even gonna get a chance. But for women who are in these bad situations, man, the man's son, a child's father would change the child's world. I'm telling you,
I
it'll give
believe
them
the
a balance
father.
because we're seeing men become more, they feel more dominant than the female. They feel like Frieza just said. They speaking from an inferior mindset to the woman, and that goes beyond the black woman. That shit goes into the world where young brothers are still getting pushed upside their head, and then brothers are saying, "No, man, you gotta fight through it." And this is my solution. It'll even the leveling ball field. Young boys will learn how to be men because the fathers ain't like it. Most of the fathers they doing well because they've been told from early age they had to. They join the military, they go to college, they doing they doing everything. But if you at some point the child needs the father, that's why we see a lot of these grown dudes in their 40s, they still struggling with women. In the strongest time of their life, they can't even get something that was made for them. And the women I took on a more dominant role because they've been fucking fighting with kids on their back. And it's not made for that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, shit, it works. So you just got to apply it.
Women haven't taken on a masculine role because they
Okay,
be
then.
fighting with kids on their back. That's
Well, they
not
carry their
my
kids,
issue.
man. They got the kids. They got to get them the kids to school. She got to go to work. You go to the house, a lot of these houses are a mess. It costs money. Don't you know it costs $500-600 a month to wear wigs and weave and makeup? Just think if you put that $500-600 into your house for 6 months and you got children, man, they can go to the best schools. They can learn a whole different way of life. You can put money back and get you a house instead of an apartment. That shit taking resources away. These
I
women are
think my
spending
issue.
trillions of dollars on this stuff. And
I
they've been
think
doing it
my
for the last
issue.
25 years.
Definitely
I
don't
think.
cost that much though.
The
I
last
think
50.
my issue. I think my issue, and hopefully Trey Fur can give me an explanation on this. $500. What do you mean by the women have their children on their back?
If you're only parent or only mother, you got two, maybe one child, especially a boy, and he got all that energy you used to have as a kid or the father had because they do take on the father's DNA. Or the father may have did. It's a whole lot of variables. Some health you never know. What I'm saying is the women are carrying the child pretty much throughout the child's entire life. That shit weighs heavy on you when a boy turned 13, 14. I don't know how tall you are, but shit, when I was 12 going to 13, I went from 5'4" to 5'9.5".
Quick
And
question: Were you
and I
raised
had
by
my
a
father
mother?
there to tell me sit my ass down.
That's what I was going to ask you.
I had
Were
my
you raised
father
by a
there to be
mother?
like, boy, you ain't doing that shit. And my mother, guess what she did? She fed us big old plates of chicken and chili and pies and cake. My mama cooked the hell out of that shit. My mama could barbecue. Shit, that's how I learned. My daddy couldn't do that shit, but he worked hard. Both of them together made 45,000. I think my daddy made like 35. This was my mother worked at General Electric. She made about 32. Y'all talk about money wasn't the best thing. Man, don't y'all see that's what I'm saying, y'all young folk, y'all don't even calculate the inflation that it done took. It's the same money difference than it was 40, 50 years ago. Ain't nothing changed. It's just the price of it has changed because of inflation. That's where algebra and mathematics come in. But you're like, oh yeah, it was poor. But they made houses. They was buying houses and cars. It was if we'll take that money and translate it to today, it'll be the same amount. See, that's all I'm saying.
Hold on.
But anyway, it worked.
You
It
just
worked.
contradicted yourself. Because you just literally said
Oh,
$30,000 and $40,000. We young folks look at that like it wasn't nothing, but they bought a house. And then you turned around and said, but we don't understand the inflation as if it was greater. So which one is what?
Okay, so this is what I've heard equated to the dollar. The dollar amount that people were getting paid in the 70s, right? The dollar amount, because when I was coming out of high school, you can get out and go work at a factory and make almost $40,000 at 18.
I'm following you. That was
So,
good money.
if you backtrack even back then, people were making $30,000, $40,000. My father was making $30,000.
That was good money.
Exactly, and my mother made another 30. And they raised 7 children, and they raised 7 healthy children. Everybody graduated high school. I was probably the wildest child.
Y'all balling.
No, we wasn't balling.
Y'all was a middle class.
Troy Fur, you do realize that the average income right now is like 45.
Okay,
that's the average. That ain't the beginning. That's the average.
But you see how the dynamics work. Look, lady, and I speak to the ladies, fellas. We doing what we gotta do.
Lady, what you talking about?
We doing what we gotta do. But the ladies gotta understand, if they want their life to change, they gotta change their kids' life. You gotta change the child's life. We losing too many of the young ones. I'm telling you,
right here,
our future is depending on how the ladies move in this next election. If y'all take them trillions of dollars and give it back to the Democrats, it's gonna bankrupt y'all. Y'all can't afford these apartments that they pricing y'all out of. They bringing the immigrants to it. The best thing to move, the houses are overpriced. You can't do it on your work income with your college degree that you still owe. No. So the best bet is to find a good dude that's been on his grind and make a damn deal. Dude, sign a contract. Sign everybody on that damn contract. Other than that, what you gonna do? Just be out here? Because if we start dating outside our race, primarily as black men, once they get a hold of that Black Johnson, it's over for the sisters. They're gonna have to do whatever. I'm just trying to bring us together. That's all I'm trying to do.
Black man,
so
and I hear what the brother's saying about the disparity in income.
The conversation is getting convoluted, y'all.
You heard me, JVJ? You need to turn your mic up. You sound
turn your
real
mic
low.
up, JVJ. Yeah, it's real low.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. It's the volume.
I've been heard you.
Yeah, hey, look, man. Look, I just wanted to jump in real quick, like, because that was a whole bunch of like, that was a word salad, and that was nothing. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't trying to be mean, but that was a word salad because there was no solutions. That was just saying this and saying that.
Because you gotta do it. So what you gonna do?
Well, the whole point is
not you.
The whole argument should be nuclear family from the get go. We wouldn't have to deal with weaves, none of that. Eyelashes, nails. We wouldn't have to deal with none of that if we actually preach nuclear family. Ladies, keep your legs closed. Men, be responsible with your seed because we the ones who carry the seed. But we want to sit around here and tiptoe around all the other nonsense in the world. Everything that happens after the fact. Look, if I had a daughter, my daughter wouldn't be out here messing with none of these little knucklehead boys.
That's what every daddy said.
Every daddy.
But see,
yeah, speaking of a person who has 2 daughters, you have no control of what your daughters do when they get to a certain age.
You have control.
So this is your youth speaking right now. And I've tried to tell you this for a couple of years now. You're a perfect example of a young man who should be listening instead of speaking. We all know you came here to troll and start contention. This is what you do. You've been doing this ever since you've been on YouTube, brother.
And
You know
see
what?
me
Hold on a
Brothers
second.
gave a solution,
Hold on a
and
second,
that's
y'all.
why
Before
you
we even
missed.
started, hold on a
That's why
second,
you
y'all.
missed the
Listen,
bath analogy that he gave you.
hold on, V-Ben.
That's
Hold on
where
a
it
second.
starts. The
Hold on a
brother,
second.
the sisters can't put no clothes on the kids if the kids is dirty. You
Hold on
got
a
to
second,
start with the
V-Ben.
bath.
Hold on a
You
Hold
second.
on,
got to
V.
start with a
Hold on a second,
foundation.
V-Ben. Hold on a second, V-Ben. Black man, what did I tell you a few minutes ago?
What part?
What
In
I
the
say
back?
what I say in the back chat?
You said, let me put a bow on this thing before I forget. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you what the reason why I
Go
told him
with it.
that, because I felt the conversation was not going where it needed to go.
Mhm.
And as the co-host of the show, I'm going to make sure we get back on track. You understand what I'm saying? The first of all, you need to know exactly what you're dealing with, people. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to give y'all guys 2 scriptures, and you can take it how you want to. I'm going to put a bow on it and how all the weave and all this other stuff ties into it. Okay? First of all, you have to know what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we like to take a look at things for what its face value is. The Bible will tell you, Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness
Spiritual
in high
witness,
places.
brother. Come with it.
Now, with that being said,
Come with it.
my second verse I'm going to come with, Genesis 3:11. When God told Adam, he said, who told you you were naked? Let me ask y'all a question. Who told the black woman she was not good enough? It was somebody who had something to sell to her.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem, y'all.
Come on, boy.
We got a whole world telling black women that they are not good enough.
Come on.
So what do? They spend their time trying to figure out how to be good enough in the eyes of the world.
Come on.
Instead of them edifying their men, listening to the men, those who are charged to protect them and to provide them, and listening to only to them, they seek validation from the world. Well, guess what happens? The world comes back and tell you that you're not enough. Oh, if you only had a bigger butt, you know, he would love you. If only you had longer hair, you'll be more beautiful. You know, if you only had a tummy tuck, you'll fit right in. You see what I'm saying? Only if you had lighter skin, people will gravitate towards you. Who told you you were not enough?
The advertisement company did.
That's the issue.
That's it right
the issue, y'all. That's the issue. In the 70s and any other time before that, black women wore their own natural hair.
Come
and
on.
They were beautiful.
Yes, sir, they was.
They were beautiful.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem. We don't tell our women enough that they're beautiful. But you know what the problem is? They don't believe us because they listen to the world, and the world told them that their man don't know what he's talking about. So when we tell them they're beautiful, they don't believe it. Because the world has a vested interest in making sure that they don't feel like they are enough. Why? Because they need to sell them something to keep it going on. There have been whole entire articles that have been written by people saying, you know what, we did write those articles and we did tell those women they weren't enough because we had to sell. We had to sell. And they came back to apologize. But you know what? They didn't come out here and they didn't put out a full ad in the newspaper. They didn't run no commercials, no ads, and tell nobody else. No, they doubled down. They showed up with Oprah Winfrey and a whole bunch of other people who ain't these women husband and told them they were not enough. Well, let me tell you something. What happens when you start telling people that they're not enough? Who are they going to listen to? They're going to listen to people who have something to sell, or other people who are in the same condition as them.
Hey,
they listen to each other because misery loves company. Now, here's how we fix it, JVJ. We need to tell the women they need to listen. Here's the answer. Here's the answer. We need to tell the women they need to edify their men. All of this black man ain't this and ain't that. When you see it in the chat, when you see it around the world, shut that shit up. Shut it up. Because that doesn't give the black man the power that he needs to lead his family. Who's going to listen to somebody who doesn't have a family? Who's going to listen to somebody who ain't doing what they're supposed to be doing? Who's going to listen to somebody who's not the captain of their industry or the leaders of their neighborhood? Nobody.
Woo.
Nobody. See, that's the problem. If we get back to edifying men the way they should be, then our women will actually be able to hear the message. They are good enough. I yield my mic.
You know what? Speaking of that, you do see a lot of older couples who've been married for decades, and you do see them look at their husbands with the like an eye to say, you know, their husband's like, baby, you look good. Oh, thank you so much. I remember my grandma used to say to my grandfather, thank you, Robert. He said, yeah, come in, boo-boo, come in. Right? You tell a woman that now, though. Hey, baby, you look beautiful. Boy, get out of here. There's a girl I work with, and that does that same thing. She don't have enough money because she blow her money on whatever. I don't know. That's her personal business. But she come and she get at the beginning of the month, she got a little check. She put her eyelashes on. She put her weave on. The weave start wearing down. The eyelashes start plucking out. And then she'll come to work with her real hair and no eyelashes. She's and they be like, girl, what's wrong? You been in a bad mood. I do not like walking around looking like a piece of shit. I do not like walking around with my fucking eyelashes not done and my motherfucking braids not in my head. She said, I look like a fucking grandmama or something. I don't fucking like it. And she said, until I get that shit back in, I'm gonna be in a bad mood. And I'm like, damn, girl, you so dependent on that shit that it changed your mood? You don't like
What is she 6?
Dude, I asked her, you don't like what you see in the mirror? She said, fuck no. She said, I need to get my fucking braids. She said, I need my braids and I need my lashes. And until I do not feel right until my shit done. That's
Why?
crazy.
Why?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's a.
Can I respond real quick?
Go ahead, Jay.
Not like look. I agree with a lot that Lost in Translation said. But we have to get to the point where everybody has personal accountability for their own things. Because if I have to come home every day and tell you that you're beautiful, if I have to come home every day and tell you that you're valuable, you're worthy, I love you, it seems like the onus is on my side and not on yours. You don't understand something about yourself. People need to have that internalized value within themselves. I don't need somebody to come and tell me every day that I'm a man and I'm doing a good job because my work shows it. I don't need, and I understand women are different. Men and women are completely different. And women actually have that value of feelings and emotions and all that stuff that they operate on. I get that. But I don't think any man would ever want a woman or need a woman. I wouldn't ever advocate for a man to have a woman around him that depends on him, always validating her lifestyle. This stuff that went all the way back from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, black women have never been the status of a sex symbol. They've never been.
Bruh, let me stop you right there.
Whoa, hold on.
Let me stop you right there.
What?
Listen, let me.
How old are you? Hold up. How old are you, man?
Hold on,
How old are you?
It don't matter how old. Listen, y'all.
Yeah,
It
he
don't
got it.
matter how.
Come on, man.
Listen, y'all. It don't matter how old he is. Let him finish.
What I'm saying.
Let him
Let
finish.
me say one more sentence. Every model that we watched on Vogue and all these other different stuffs were skinny white women.
Oh.
Back in the 70s, in the 60s, now we've graduated in today's time of the thicker woman. The woman
Jet Magazine, Ebony Magazine, you're too young to remember, bro.
Black girls were never the standard in beauty. It was the white people to push to the black to the women, but the black men, the black woman has always been the standard of beauty. Now some of those little lame dudes back in the day. Now,
JBJ, let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. Before you go on, let me ask you a question. What does it cost you to tell your wife she's beautiful?
Nothing.
Black man just answered it.
Exactly. So what does it cost you? Why is it a problem?
I'm not saying this. No, hold on. I'm not arguing against telling my wife because when I was married, I told my wife every morning, like, "Hey, beautiful, love you." I told her you look good, girl. Don't be walking around here like that. You know what's gonna happen. And we had our little back and forth all the time. Like there's nothing wrong with saying that.
Let me ask you a question. Did she ever tell you was handsome?
Yeah, from time to time.
See, that's the problem. She ain't tell you enough.
No. I want y'all to understand something because I get everybody jumped up and say, "Oh, you don't know about Ebony Magazine and all this." Ebony magazine was not pushed across the world.
It was pushed in our neighborhood where it counted.
In our neighborhood, once again,
Right.
say that one more time. Where was it pushed at?
In our neighborhood where it
In
counted.
our neighborhoods, but nationally, the national beauty standard that the same women come out here and say that beauty standard, that was a skinny white woman with no ass.
But that's the propaganda.
That was no, it wasn't no propaganda. That was what pushed across the world.
Propaganda.
I bet you one
feel like
thing though,
you're
JB.
inferior.
Ebony magazine, the Jet magazine had international magazines for decades.
But Jet, hold on, Jet
They
magazine.
read them in France.
V, hold on, V.
They read them in Germany.
Hold on, V. Let me say this though.
Are they still operating?
No, they're not. Let me tell you something, JBJ.
Exactly.
My thing is this. These are the facts.
Magazines don't operate anymore. We talk about exactly like you dropped the mic. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been telling you this for 4 years, bro. And you coming on here with the same crap.
Come on, y'all.
Okay, listen. Listen, back in the listen, I'm gonna tell you this real quick, and then you can cook. Back in the 70s, they wouldn't dare put Felicia Rashad on the front of those magazines or Pam Grier. Oh my God. Yeah, because they knew these women, man. If you go back and look at these women back in the 70s, in the 80s, these women were what? And so my thing is, you know, they didn't want that. Imagine Pam Grier being on the front of Vogue magazine in a swimsuit.
Black man, I don't think everybody was actually hearing what actually I was saying.
Oh, we heard you.
No, I don't think you did, because
We
I said
did.
in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, those are the 3 10-year periods that I was talking about.
Yeah.
I said the white woman, the slick back, easy to nail type chick, was a beauty standard. And everybody just said, oh, Jesus, oh my God. Everybody
he
jumped
right
up.
about that shit.
And then I said,
Who was master sleeping? Hey, who was master sneaking into to go see late at night?
I'm not knocking that. I'm saying what they
Just saying.
promoted. I'm
But
not saying
here's the
that
thing: we looking at it from a cultural point of view, though. In our culture, we understood. I don't know you, but that's why everybody was like, "What?" We weren't talking about the white women. The white women, they nothing.
Y'all keep jumping off. Look, you heard something, you got triggered, and you jumped on and you ran with it.
No, we just understood that it wasn't correct. Think about it, man. Who gets more? Listen, who gets more plastic surgery? Sisters or white women?
Once again, that's not the argument. That's not what I'm making. That's not the point that I'm making. You still
The point that you're making was the beauty standard, and I'm telling you, white women have never been the beauty standard.
No, you forgot. No, the beauty standard has always been the European white woman.
No, it hasn't. Why do you think these women get BBLs to look like sisters?
Because the standard has changed.
The standard has never changed, brother.
So why was Vogue and all these people, all these runway models, still marching down the runway with a flat ass and maybe a little chest? Why are they still doing that right now? Because that's the standard that the white dudes want. We all know what most people gravitate to. They want a voluptuous woman, mainly a black woman, at least somebody with a little melanin in them. We know what it is in our community. But the standard globally is that flat ass bitch. And we know that. And y'all sitting here trying to act like it's not. You can see who they put on the front of these magazines. But y'all want to sit here and say, oh, you don't know about Vogue. You don't know what we used to do about it in living color. I don't care about that bullshit. I know what they put out here for all of us. I know what we like as black men.
1920 Harlem, you had black models who went to France and toured around the world. You just don't know what you're talking about. That's why we reacted the way we reacted.
Burlesque shows with all kind of sisters, everything.
It don't matter how many.
It does. Because we're going to talk about exceptions and we're going to talk about the rule. So
I think
stop the cap.
The fact that they had a modeling company that was hiring and training enough of them to tour around the world in the 1920s showed that there was a demand for it. There was a demand for it.
Now, you know, I'm a historian now. The women in 1920, we could have that. We had that show another day. The way they did them black women on their road, bro, was horrible. Freezy, go ahead though.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, from what I noticed growing up in the 80s, and I'll say even well into the 90s, JVJ is right. That was like a standard as far as modeling agencies. They wanted you thin, right? But now, in this new era, white women have changed the nature of their cosmetic surgery. They're getting bigger butts, bigger, and they are white women are actually trying to mimic more so what they would consider more of an ethnic body. Like Kim Kardashian is a poster child. She's a white woman. Kim Kardashian, she has a big butt. And so I think the nature of the image of women have changed. The image of beauty has changed. We talking about Instagram models, right? Nobody wants a skinny woman now. There's no money in that no more. There's no money in being skinny no more. Now everybody wants a big butt, everybody wants big breasts, and everybody wants ethnic features, right? And so, but
That's always been the case, brother. They want the women voluptuous, but they didn't want them overweight.
No, JVJ
They don't want
is
them
right.
overweight.
Listen what I'm
He's
saying.
not right.
Listen, back in the day, the beauty standard, as far as mainstream, it was thin. The models were thin. White women, they were very
And
thin.
so were we. And so were black women. They were thin.
Brother.
Come on now.
What I'm telling you is that when I used to look at Jet magazine, in the back of the book, in that last page, the next to the last page that was the Jet Beauty, a lot of those Jet Beauties, the reason why Jet magazine created their own category of models is because they understood that black women's their figure was different than white women. That's the whole reason why Jet magazine cultivated that category of women. Those women were a little thicker. They were not super thin. No, those Jet Beauties were not super thin back then. Now they're thin.
In that magazine, it always gave the measurements for the women, and those women were typically around 120 pounds.
Listen.
If you really remember Jet magazine,
listen to what I'm saying. Weight and dynamics is totally different.
Exactly.
Okay, what I'm telling you is proportion-wise, those Jet magazine models look different than a white Vogue model. They look different.
Of course, because black women are shaped. Was the whole point we were making. They have a shape.
Okay, brother, you're agreeing with me then.
But they were 120 pounds with that shape. The brother brought a Pam Grier earlier. The brother brought a Pam Grier earlier.
Bro, listen, V.
What was the girl's name from Good Times? Those women were. You need to listen. The problem is y'all are too young and you speaking like y'all got knowledge. You don't.
V, how old you think I am?
How old were you in 1986?
In 1986, I was 11 years old.
I was 4.
Okay, so that means you're what, 47, 46?
I'm 48, bro.
So you should remember Jet magazine. They gave the descriptive dimensions of women. There weren't no 187-pound women in Jet magazine,
bro,
like the average black woman is today. They were 120 pounds.
Listen to what I'm telling
125 pounds.
I'm not. Let me say this. I'm not arguing weight. You're arguing weight, bro. I'm arguing proportion.
No, I'm not.
Listen.
It's the same proportion.
Look,
no,
it was not, bro.
Point blank.
What Jet magazine was you looking at?
There was literally a problem with anorexia in the modeling situation because these bitches was trying to get so skinny.
Thank you.
This ain't even an argument. I don't even know what you're talking about. These broads was literally eating.
I'm trying to figure out what we're talking about.
They were literally eating and throwing up.
Yep, you're right.
That's what I'm trying to tell V.
Can I please?
No, I know. I was helping you out,
I think y'all missing the point.
Yeah.
I think y'all missing
I suggest after this show you Google me. Van Johnson Photography, Charlotte, North Carolina. I've been a photographer for quite some time. I know models.
Israel.
My
The whole
I
mom
know
was a
point that
model.
I was
models.
getting at,
You could
Israel.
see models in Google today.
Tommy, let's
I know
not
what I'm
bring up
talking about.
goddesses on the show, okay? Such goddesses on the show. Don't bring
The
such
point,
goddesses up on the show, okay?
the point that I was
But
trying
we
to
get
get
off.
to,
This is
y'all.
what Jay likes to do. Create. We got way the hell on this tangent, and we ain't talking about nothing.
Come on, y'all.
We was
Come
about to
on.
have a good discussion about the wigs, the eyelashes, and we get off on this goofy ass content that's not talking about solutions. What is your solution, brother? What are you
Okay,
going to
sir,
contribute?
sir,
Like
sir,
I've been
sir,
asking
sir,
you for 4
sir,
years now.
sir, sir.
Besides
Come on,
chasing
Jay.
Cynthia
Like
G
you said,
around
like
and trolling
Come on.
everybody.
Listen,
Let him
hold on,
talk.
hold on,
Black
hold on.
Let him talk, y'all.
black man. I'm just gonna say it real quick.
What are we talking about?
This is
V, you gotta
crazy,
let
bro.
other
Let him
people
make
go.
his
V.
point, man.
You
You
gotta
gotta let him
him
make his
because
point.
he
bro.
can't respond to a point if he ain't made it.
This
Go ahead.
this is all black man. This before JVJ. This is what I be talking about. The women look at us as men and how we scream at each other up here a lot of times. You're getting emotional, brother. You getting emotional. And this is why I say women have an advantage nowadays over the men. I'm telling you, I do not see women panels screaming over each other. I don't see it. I don't see it. I be seeing niggas do that shit. And you having a nigga moment right now. You really are. And I don't at this point, I don't give a damn how the Jet magazine lady look. Shit. I really don't.
I brought it up to prove him wrong. He said I brought it up because it proved what he was saying wrong. And that's what I brought it up for. And then y'all talk down a different tangent, talk about women are scared.
Hold on a second, y'all.
Everybody
Hold on a
disagree
second,
with
y'all.
you.
We
It don't
still have to
matter.
let him finish. We
Can I
still have
just
to
say
let
my
him
point?
finish.
Go ahead and
Come on,
finish.
man.
Look, the whole point of me even saying that, which devolved into all of this, because somebody's trying to prove somebody else is wrong. The point was made earlier. The statement was made that these women today are trying to live up to a beauty standard. And the problem is the beauty standard, even though some people disagree, that the beauty standard wasn't flat as a board, easy to nail, white women. Because all them girls are in what you call it, they was thin. They wasn't them thick girls that we see out right now. The beauty standard has changed. The beauty standard has dramatically changed to what is acceptable now. That's why you got Lizzo on the front of magazines right
That's
now.
a fact.
So I don't know why you sitting around here trying to sit like the old heads. You the old head that can't see shit, trying to tell somebody right now that we don't know what we talking about. Sir, you ain't that older than anybody else on this panel. And we all grew up on the same shit. You ain't 20 years older than nobody.
Yeah, you don't even know what the hell the Louisiana Purchase is, okay?
Well,
So
don't matter.
let's get real. Lizzo was on the cover of the magazine because some people screw her. That's why she's on the magazine,
That's
not
bullshit.
because she's the
That's bullshit.
standard of beauty.
They put her on there because they baby caking women who are overweight. Watch this. They even, let me tell you what they did at Victoria's Secret. So we got to talk about the facts. What happened now? Victoria's Secret, I talked about this on the show. Remember Lost in Translation?
Yep.
Victoria's Secret had 300-pound mannequins in the window.
Sure did.
300-pound mannequins, big ass fucking mannequins, look like fucking snowmen with bikinis on. I say, what the fuck is what the fuck is Victoria's Secret doing? So then
Thought you was in the Michelin Man store.
Right after a year, guess what happened?
They pulled them down.
Victoria's Secret put an announcement out. We're not doing these fat bitches no more. We're done with them because we losing fucking money. If they ain't skinny, we fuck them. And we bringing back the damn the girls, the damn angels, the fucking what is it? Victoria's Secret angels.
Yeah.
Because they got rid of the angels because they said it's fat shaming not to have a big woman up there. And they said, we're not selling no more big panties. We're not selling no more big. We're not putting no more big mannequins out there. This shit is over. That shit, we losing money. Hell no.
Black man. So you are agreeing that they put the skinny minis up there, right?
Yes.
Why did y'all all argue with me from the
I
get-go?
didn't argue with you.
Swear, when I said that the beauty standard,
But they put up there not because that's what white women look like. That's what women are supposed to look like.
JBJ, let me explain something.
That's what I'm saying to y'all.
Hold on a second. JBJ, let me explain something to you. white women have always wanted to be tan, regardless of whether they want to be skinny or big. They always want to be tan, bro.
Yeah, boy,
That's not European.
No.
That's they'll get dark and they call it olive. They'll call it
I
olive
want you to
skin.
get this. Lost in translation. I want you to understand this. I already know that the best thing in the world is to be black, and we the most copy motherfuckers on the planet.
Correct.
But the argument that we get from our sisters is that us black men want this white European standard. And when we talked about a second ago what the standard was, and these black women were not whatever the hell. The standard has always been the European women. Yes, we can want whatever we want because brothers on this panel talked about Jet magazine. All this, we know what we like. We know what we like. And we know what we always been going for. And now it's gradually getting to the rest of the world catching up to that. Thick, voluptuous women. But when I said the standard was during that time, a skinny mini, everybody wanted to run and argue that shit down.
But that's why I said it's the propaganda, because white America, white advertisement shows that to the world to say, look, the white woman is the beauty standard, but then they'll go to the black woman and say, you're inferior to her. And the sisters back then, their bodies was already fitting the mold. They had muscles just like a man, so they buns will stick out. They have underarm sagging after 2 kids. Grandmama still had her body like a brick house till she went to the earth. And health and the propaganda gives the woman the freedom to do that because that's the part of the movement. I'm telling you.
Trey, not only that. Go ahead, Black man. I'm sorry.
No.
Your mic muted.
Oh, right. Freezy, you next. Right after I say this, y'all missing something important. We talking about the beauty standard. But do you motherfuckers remember a year ago, a motherfucking man got Woman of the Year?
Yeah, Bruce Jenner, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So see, we talk about that shit.
Right now.
But goddamn, these niggas, listen, these niggas out here getting their Adam's apple shaved down, getting their dicks cut off, getting pussies and getting their nerve endings put in and creating their clits and everything. Them motherfuckers becoming full-fledged fucking women, and now they to the point. I remember Mandrea. I ain't gonna laugh. I'm trying not to laugh. Mandrea was on the show. Man, I put pictures up on the screen. I say, woman. I said, look at that. I ain't tell them. I said, who is that? I said, all the men on the panel. Damn, she bad. What, some bad motherfuckers? Who is that? I said, they all men. Mandrea said, God damn, they need to tip the surgeon. You could not tell. So listen, we running into that too now. You listen. It's gonna be men out here walking that same runway. There's gonna be men out here talking. We're trying to get the same beauty standards. Shit. Go ahead, Freeze.
I'm gonna say this. V said that the way women looked in those magazines back in the 80s and in the 70s and the 90s, that is that's how a woman is supposed to look. No, it's not, bro. Black women and white women are different.
Different, completely.
Okay, and for you to just blanket women's bodies like that. See, this goes
back. You're gonna say I said something. Say what I said, but that's not what I said.
Brother, please, let's just be.
That's not what I said.
Bro,
so I don't have to listen to him and go on long ass diatribe about something I never said.
Okay. Whether you say
you don't have to do that.
V, let's do this. Let's do this, V. When I get done, you can just defend yourself. Okay. What I'm telling you is that it's a well-known fact that black women's bodies were different than white women's bodies, generally speaking. And you know who?
I already acknowledged that. Why are you repeating it?
And you know, and you know who knew that? You know who knew that? You know who knew that? White people.
Yes, sir.
There was a woman by the name of Sarah Bartman.
You act like you saying something like slick right now. You saying regular shit right now. You know that?
Let him finish.
It ain't deep.
Let him finish.
Brother,
what? He ain't saying nothing, man.
Not everybody know, brother. He's speaking past
you. We respect you when you go, but you gotta let him finish, bro.
This is the problem. These niggas be too.
No, the problem is we let low quality men speak when they should not be speaking,
bro.
That's the problem.
No, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. Your last name is Israel, and you don't even know the scripture. Do not interrupt a man in his speech.
Oh shit!
Hey,
You don't even know that part.
One of y'all show this image right here when that
Well, bro,
man
actually, I don't know that script.
Jet
Well,
Magazine,
you
right?
wouldn't be considered a man because you're wearing a hat while scriptures come out. You don't know that scripture either.
V, can you see
Bro,
that image?
just
Since you
chill
saw
out,
the
bro.
chat,
Come on now.
V, look at that image.
Just chill out, bro.
1986 right there. 1982, my bad.
That's
Jet
Eartha Kid,
Magazine.
ain't it? Yeah, that's Eartha.
You see it?
And that's way
Yeah.
bigger.
Where's
That's way bigger
thickness?
than the standard that's way bigger than the standard that they actually posted with white women in general. That lady would be considered thick. That back in the 80s. Hold on, JVJ. I'm glad you just brought it. That lady right there would have been considered thick, too thick.
That's it.
Well, but Freezy, even a lot of them white women, their regular bodies was considered thick. That's why they was throwing up. They wanted to see ribs and shit.
Thank you. And so that goes back to what I was saying. We're going into dangerous territory.
I don't disagree with what you just said. So what's the point?
He don't remember his own time.
Everybody don't know this, brother. He's trying to give a message past.
Go ahead, Freezy.
What I'm saying is that he made a statement saying that the way women were depicted back then, that's the way women are supposed to look. You said that. Now you can rewind the tape.
Again, putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said,
bro.
Let him finish.
No, I'm not, bro. I'm telling you, this is what you said. Now you can rewind the tape and do your due diligence. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Now, if you misspoke, just say that, and we can move on as men.
So I used the word depicted, right? I used the word depicted, as you just said. I said.
You said a whole lot.
This is
right, but I used the word depicted. I everybody will remember that, right? But go ahead.
Okay, go ahead and finish. Freeze.
The problem. Let's get off the women. Let's talk about men. Can we do that? Let's talk about men, right?
No. We need to call that out because we gotta stop having these situations where we have conversations between men of different generations and we keep trying to throw in generation to disregard somebody else's information. Because we can clearly go back. We live in a generation now where we can go back and Google something and clearly disprove what somebody just said ago to try to disregard their entire argument. You need to stop doing that because you do it all the time. And you said you've been telling me for the last.
Am I allowed to now? Because I was supposed to go next, right?
I ain't done yet, sir. But you can go next. You can respond to what I'm saying.
No, before you started speaking, the other brother was speaking, right?
Yeah, let's Freezy finish first.
He wasn't done. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Freezy.
I was going to talk about. What I was going to say was that the main people that knew that black women's bodies were different are white people. Okay, there's a well-known figure by the name of Sarah Bartman. They paraded her. They paraded her because of how
they paraded her around Europe. That's my point.
Let him finish.
Bro, V, you got to let the man finish talking, V.
He can't. He emotional.
This is the.
I mean, they slow, man. This I said that 20 minutes ago.
V,
and they just
keep talking, man, and you shut the fuck up.
So
we don't know, listen, we don't know what he's gonna say until Freezy finish, man. So let's
he'll listen to Dick Gregory. He'll listen to Dick Gregory. Come on.
So here's the problem. damn. I don't want to talk about the women. Damn, what I was gonna say was that the reason why we're having so many problems in our households today is because the men can't even talk amongst each other.
I know.
And I'm gonna tell you something. This is why I don't go a lot of places no more, because of this bullshit right here. This dude is claiming that he's an elder. And I can't even get 3 words out without him interrupting me, whether you agree or whether you disagree, brother. And so all I'm saying is that I was talking about we was talking about the black church earlier, and then JVJ came on and said, what's the initial problem? He said the household, right? The neutral family. And all I was going to say was, it's kind of like a situation of what's come first, the chicken or the egg, right? I was going to add to what JVJ was saying because it's debatable. By the time we grow up, we've already had 18 years of hooping and hollering and fake Holy Ghosting. And then in the church, women are not held accountable. They can have babies out of wedlock in astronomical numbers. They can even dress as whores going to church. The pastors are not holding women accountable. And I'm going to tell you something. Men are being ostracized. And that's why I feel like it's detrimental that men get together and talk together. How can I build this brother up when you cutting me off? You're emotional. Whether you agree or not. And what we just went back and forth for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes, bro, it wasn't even that important. Women got bigger asses. And you just want to argue about that. That's just a fact. Thick, white people have not been saying, oh, that bitch thick. Black white people don't say that shit. We've been saying that shit since the goddamn inception. We like thick. And I don't understand that. I don't understand. You just want to argue, oh, women's supposed to be thin. When that's the how woman. No, I don't want no thin ass woman. I don't want no woman that look like a crackhead. You just argue about bullshit. But all I'm saying is that I do think that the black church has been detrimental to us because this is the hub where black women can act a fool all week, and then as long as they go to church on Sunday, you know, all they sins washed away and they start all over again. You understand what I'm saying? It's just it's a farce. And so the only thing I think Trey Ferg said it. No, actually you said it, V. You said the scripture says the woman shall first learn from her husband at home, right? But I just think
if she should learn anything, she needs to learn from her husband at home.
Right. But what I'm saying is, going back to what you said, I think that is where we've come to a fork in the road, because they're not trying to learn nothing. They don't even want husbands, most of them. Or if they do want a husband, they want a husband to their liking, not a husband that the Bible speaks of. And that's all I was speaking to. You know what I'm saying? How do we tie in that with what JVJ said? How do we repair the nuclear family? Yes, I believe that the nuclear family, we need the nuclear family, but are we too far gone to where motherfuckers don't even want a nuclear family? I've even heard women say the nuclear family looks different now. Men are going to have to adapt to what women want. I've heard a lot of new talking points. How do we fix this? That's what I'm saying. I want solutions. I'm done.
All right, real quick for anybody else go. Oh man, he left. Y'all ran him off.
Freezy,
right.
Before you go, I wanted to ask Freezy a question, man.
Okay.
Freezy,
Well, hold on.
let me
We're
ask you
going to
a
get the super chat away first.
Go ahead.
Real Bravado Network in the building with the $50 super chat, man. Thank you so much, my brother.
RBN.
This is the Black Men Unfiltered crew and my guy Freezy. Yeah. Israel came. He had gas. All right. So go ahead.
I was finna say he left when I'm done. God, that's the wrong time.
I can respond to him.
Well, I think I lost in translation was about to say.
I got a simple question I want to get out. I'm going to ask Freezy. Freezy, if you were the dominant culture, right,
mm-hmm.
and your women feel insecure about how they look because the minority culture looks better than your women, would it be to your advantage to say that, ting, you are now the beauty standard, so they don't feel insecure? Would you do that?
I wouldn't focus on beauty. I wouldn't focus on
No. Think about it. Your woman just saying, I don't like those black women. They look better than us. If you had the power, say, you know what? Don't worry about them. We're going to create you. We're going to make you, the beauty standard.
Mhm.
So now all of a sudden you're the beauty standard, not these thick black women sisters over here looking good.
Right.
So,
yeah. If I had the power to do that, I would do that. Yeah.
So just because somebody says it's a beauty standard doesn't make it so. Just because you're in the power to say so. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you got the power to control the newspapers, radio, TV, and all this other stuff, and just say, hey, look, to make our women feel better, we're gonna just say that white women are the beauty standard and leave it at that.
But see, not only did black women cuckold to white women's beauty standard back in the day, they also cuckolded to white women's movements. Like the feminist movement and all that. It's big. See, it's a big dynamic. Yeah, but I don't want to talk too much longer, but I just wanted to add that. I just wanted to add that too.
Hey,
I just wanted to throw that in there, man, because sometimes we argue.
You started something. You started some lost in translation because he just said it. What name did you bring up, Freezy? What movement?
The feminist movement.
Okay, and you remember the other little place they opened up in Harlem when they had when the white woman told Sanger told him to go down there and tell them nigger women they ain't got to carry them babies for them niggas no more. Come to me and I'll kill every one of them. Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. That was also a movement as well. 23 million babies have been aborted since 1968.
That's why I said, who told you?
That ain't counting the white votes.
Who told you were naked? That was the whole point I made earlier.
That's the whole point. Come on, Trent. That'll preach right there, boy.
Come on.
Go ahead, B. And if you start crying, B, we're going to take you out of here. Okay.
What I said earlier was that I was talking about women's weight. They're overweight, not as far as their shape. Women have always been voluptuous, black women, and white women have always tried to imitate them. That's why in Europe in the Renaissance era, they wore corsets around their waists to give them black women's figure. But I'm going to ask the question that you asked, what do we do? So in business, you're taught when you come to somebody with a problem, you should also come with a solution. So what are you saying we should be doing? I'm curious. I'm not trying to be sick. I'm asking you, what solution should we do to put the nuclear black family back together, as Jason suggested?
Well, me, this is why I gravitated towards the Bible, the truth of the Bible. And when I learned that I was an Israelite according to the Bible, it made sense. I don't understand why the Christian church. Yes, I don't understand why the Christian church veers away from the laws and statutes of the Bible, because it actually implements order into the household. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and so go ahead.
What does the Bible tell you is going to happen? And Jay uses this all the time. He's famous for it, actually. Everybody ain't gonna make the boat. That's one of Jay's. He's right. Everybody ain't gonna make the boat. That's what the Bible is telling us. So only 1/3 of us are gonna wake up. You trying to save people who can't be saved.
But
so if we look at us right now in our demographic,
I gotta stop you. This is accountability. Who decides who can and who can't?
Decides who can and who can't what?
Be saved. Because you may look at me and say
Christ
you can't
does.
be saved, and I may right. So how is it?
No, I don't decide. Christ does.
Yeah, everybody not gonna make the boat. So how do we decide before God decides who makes the boat or not?
Right.
As the scriptures say, you keep the commandments and you hope that you might be saved by enduring to the end.
No, it ain't say that now.
So we won't know until we see Christ. We won't know until you see Christ. That's why it might be saved.
Say that. But go ahead.
Say what?
I said it didn't say it. Didn't. You got.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, I said words matter. So you have to say it.
Yeah, words matter. That's why I paraphrase the scriptures. Might be saved.
Okay.
It might be saved. It's not a guarantee you're going to be saved because we don't decide. Christ ultimately decides. That's the answer to your question. We don't decide,
Absolutely.
Christ does. That's what
Right.
Christ says. The only way to God is through him. You got to come see him first to get to God.
Right. So, but you see what you just said? You said we got to see who? We got to see him. We not V, not Black Man Unfiltered, not Freezy.
I didn't say nothing about CMV. I never said nothing about CMV.
No, I'm saying we got to, in order, we can't sit here and say who gonna make it and who gonna not. And that's why it's so important that we understand Freezy, Trey Ferd, Let's Talk, my brother Lost in Translation, so on and so forth. V, we got to understand that it is men, these women, like these women always say, we waiting on the men to be accountable. Where this is how you can, you know what, this is how you can start it right here, the divide right here. Men need to start taking authority and dominion over what God gave them the authority and dominion over. So when you start telling women, hey, listen, this is how things should be. This is how our family is going to be. You're not leaving on no technicality. You're not going to leave this family and break this family apart on a temporary circumstance, because we understand that 90% of them divorces are filed by women. Men need to say, you know what? You're going to leave me for a temporary, you're going to make something temporary permanent. You want to leave about the house and break this family up? Let's go to scripture and see what God says about this. A wise woman builds up her house, but a quarrelsome woman, a destructive woman tears it
The
down.
wicked woman tears it down with her own hands.
With our own hands. And so my thing is, you got to take
with
them
your
to
hands.
scripture. Right, you got to take them to scripture. And when a woman start wearing you down and she got a mouth on and she got an attitude problem and she talking crazy to you, you got to take her to scripture and say, the Bible teaches me that it's better for me to sleep on the roof of this house than to sleep in the house with you because of your mouth. It is, ma'am, you come here. You talking too much. Come here. Let me tell you something. It is better. Listen, a good woman is a crown to her husband's head, but a horrible woman is cancer to his bones. You got to sit. We got to start taking over and telling these women, this is what we require, and men got to set a standard, and we got to say, fuck everybody else, fuck what the news say, fuck what the media say. We got to be able to say, this is what the fuck it is. Either you're gonna get on board or you're gonna get the fuck on. It is what it is. We're not finna break up no families. You're not finna go to no divorce court. You're not finna tear our family apart because you want to go out with your homegirls. Men got to stand the fuck up. Men got to stand the fuck up.
But another thing, BMU, a lot of us like to get up here as men and sound good.
Exactly.
You feel what I'm saying? It's time for us to start walking the walk. And see, I'm seeing a lot of women say, well, don't worry about them women. Men need to get their shit together, right? Okay.
Right.
But here's the problem when it comes after the men get their shit together. Do you know what that looks like? Woman, do you know what that looks like? Y'all say y'all want real leaders, but y'all really don't want what that really entails.
Yes, sir.
See, I'm gonna tell you something. Before I got married, I was not going to get married unless my wife did what the hell I told her to do.
Yeah, come on.
But when a man talks like that, now I'm a chauvinist. Now I'm too controlling.
Yeah.
No, let me tell you something. I run my house. It ain't no fucking partnership, whatever that goofy shit they be saying. I don't do that. But the problem is, when I talk like that, I even have men trying to straighten me and say, no, brother, you wrong. And I'd be like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the women no more. It's these dudes that's feminine. And that's all I was trying to tell V earlier, bro. Let's at least talk together, man. Listen, when you talk, I'm gonna make sure you talk. Let's at least exemplify that level of discipline.
Right.
And, you know, that's all I was saying.
And Freeze, I'm gonna say this tomorrow.
Freeze. I got interrupted just a minute ago by both of y'all, and y'all both cut me off, and I just sat here and listened.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this real quick because I don't want.
Ain't that what I just did?
Freezy, he segued into what the barbershop conversation is tomorrow. If you pay attention to my page, it's already there. I didn't just do this. This was yesterday. This is predestined. Tomorrow night on the barbershop show, the title of tomorrow night's show is "You Pandering Bastards." That's the title of tomorrow night's show. We're gonna talk about these men who try to put a cape on and save every woman from accountability. We're going to talk about it. We're going to call them out. We're going to say these are the men that do it. And I know a whole bunch of them. I'm going to call them by name. And if they want to say something, I'll buy them a plane ticket to Dallas. It's a real good place to get fucked up. But I'm just saying that men are pandering to these women. Oh, man, you can't talk to these. You can't tell a woman what to do no more. This 2024, where they do that at? What? You can't. Louis Farrakhan said something a long time ago, and I know everybody respected the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. He said, "You cannot protect what you can't control." What if you got a bad mouth woman? Hey, you baby, duck, they shooting. You don't tell me. She dead like a motherfucker. She don't listen. Shut the fuck up. That's what I'm saying. So I agree with you, Freezy. I do it a little different, Freezy. I'm just raw with it now. I don't give a fuck. But I agree with Freezy that you got to be able to tell these women, hey, baby, under my authority, if I don't want you to, like today, what's wrong with a married woman going on a girl's trip? It's because I said so. How can I protect you? How can I have an umbrella protection on my wife when the umbrella is here and you're in another country? If something go down, then I gotta find.
I think that's a good point. That's
right. That's what I'm saying is no man is trying to be controlling.
I think that's a real good point. Hold on 1 second, right? Stop right there, right? Let's talk about a solution to what y'all saying right now, right?
Men are not controlling, they're taking control. And if you don't like what God has put on us to be a rule over, then get on and be single. Buy you a German Shepherd with 3 legs, because he ain't gonna want to be there. Go ahead, V.
Well, I mean, they kind of hit this on the head earlier that we don't deal with root cause analysis. That's what Jay was kind of alluding to earlier, right? So this problem that y'all is talking about, when did it start and what is the solution?
What when
what year, what decade did it start?
When you boomers start saying happy wife, happy life?
What do you mean, you boomers? Who's a boomer here?
I mean, no, not you. I'm not you. I know not you. But I'm saying when we start hearing happy wife, happy life, and we start pedestalizing women and putting them in areas of control when they shouldn't have been under my control.
What year? What year?
I'll give it to you.
Easy.
What year?
1968. 1968.
There you go. Yeah, he talking.
Jay, I know you know.
68.
I said 1968.
1969 and 1970 to be more precise, right? So what happened in 69 and 70? No fault divorce. The environment changed, right? So if we're going to go outside the Bible and try to find a solution, men have to start participating in changing the environment. We don't participate in the system. That's how these women in 1970 and onward are able to change the environment to their benefit. So we can say all we want in our households to our wives, but they still got Big Daddy Mr. Cartwright backing them up, right? And they can exercise influence for us, right? We all agree that can happen, right? So what are we gonna do as men collectively to fight that?
I have the solution. If y'all willing to listen to it.
I can't. You volume low.
I have the solution if you're willing to listen to it.
You're gonna get drunk. All right, go ahead and get
that again.
Go ahead and get. Yeah, he finna say the solution, V. And after that, we're gonna give the benediction. Go ahead.
Hey, black man, play that video real quick, and I'm gonna tell you the solution.
It ain't no ass or nothing, is it?
No, it ain't gonna be nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
It's a short. You can use it for tomorrow.
211? 211? Yeah. Excuse me. Oh. Oh shit. Hey, bro, relax. It's cool. What's going on, bud?
What I missed?
211? 211? Yeah. Excuse me. Oh. Oh shit. Hey, bro, relax. It's cool. What's going on, bud?
What I missed, brother?
Play it again. You don't see it.
Walk me through it.
He gonna play it 1,000 times, but he don't get it. Man, tell us what you're saying.
Look like they
said,
stole some alcohol. Just look like they stole some alcohol.
Yeah, it seemed like that was his girl, though. He was protecting her.
Nah, he don't know her.
Oh, yes. Caping ass. That's what I'm talking about.
Play it one more time.
Go to jail for. I hell no.
One more time. Play it one more time for him.
11.
No, he not doing.
Yeah. Excuse me. Oh. Oh shit. Hey, bro. Relax. It's cool. I don't do a number.
Wait, did he just say he wanted her number?
No, he said I don't know what's going on. What's up, man?
Y'all gentlemen just witnessed was a woman just walked.
So how is this the solution to the question I asked?
Because I'm about to break it down. Sometimes things come in 2 points. The solution is gonna be because we just watched the woman walk down that aisle and walk straight out of that gas station, and some random dude that was drunk at the counter ringing out for his own shit said, "No, hold up, chill out, bruh. I don't know what's going on." He wanted to block. He wanted to do security. He wanted to be a white knight for a chick that just stole something out of a gas station for some random reason. What is that? The male instinct to protect women, even though she was in the wrong.
Yep.
The solution is, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's gonna piss a lot of ladies off. It's gonna piss them off. Men need to start growing some balls and say we're not going for that no more.
Bullshit. You goddamn right.
Because we don't we control this shit.
But what is the solution? You still not answering the question.
The solution is men cutting that shit off. Drizzle.
I agree.
So we were identifying, you actually pointed it out to 1969, 1970, which is when no-fault divorce got implemented. And I thought we had a consensus and that's when the environment changed. So
you're going with
that's not men just not pandering to women.
No. We're talking about
something
this.
For women.
Hold on a second, baby.
That's actually a legal problem.
Hold on a second. We're talking about this particular instance. We're not talking about no fault. We'd have moved on past that.
Right.
We're talking about this particular instance. Come on, JVJ. Make
Is
your
the
point.
solution, like in overall for Israel, the overall solution for us, like to fix this situation that we have, where we have, and just be real, the Jezebel spirit is running out of order. We got a lot of ladies running out of order. Let's be straight up with it and stop clowning. Let's stop capping. We got a big Jezebel spirit going on. We got a lot of simp ass, I can't say the F word. We got a lot of F boys running around here defending that nonsense. It's gonna take real men to stand up. We have to be that shield in between the nonsense. V, I get you. I understand. You keep saying we talked about that in the past. We said that you didn't do enough. You didn't do a good enough job. So now it's on us, and you can be a part of this movement because there are a lot of men now that are willing to stand up because a lot of these guys getting their passports. They're dating outside of their race now. If we want to really stop this, it's really going to come down to me. Damn, he's still. Hold on. Let him talk.
Go mute. Go ahead. Finish your point, man.
Y'all keep cutting me off. I was the one talking. And y'all keep cutting me off.
Yeah, but listen, hold on. You got to talk
the question wasn't even directed to him. It was directed to
1969.
I was talking about what we were talking about. He changed it with the video. It has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
In 1969, my daddy fell off the swing, hit his nuts, and I said, ouch. I was in there. So we talking about
it was no-fault divorce which changed the court system to what we have today. That is why we don't have no controls in our families. Not because men ain't standing up. Yeah, there are a bunch of men who don't. There are men who stand up and they can't do nothing.
V, it's selective.
Right? They can't do nothing.
Are you sure you're not a boomer, dog? Are you sure you're not a baby boomer?
And see what other men do is when they want to try to make themselves look better, they try to insult you. I try to make it an intelligent conversation. But we want to argue with women and talk about simping. Well, you legally can't do nothing to the woman. Nothing.
Right.
If she decides she want to leave, she can leave.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point what JVJ is saying. You have an urge, right? Men have right. Listen to this now. This is gonna be good. I just got this one. This one just in. They're telling men to suppress your natural being to have a nuclear family, have sex with the same woman for the next 75 years. We also need to suppress something else. We need to suppress our way of willing to just jump in front of a bullet for women. And I know this ain't gonna be sexy. Damn, I know I'm gonna get some pushback on this. That deserve what they got.
Did you hear what I said?
If I'm walking down the street and a woman hit her man in the face or punch him in the face and he throw her through a 7-Eleven window, I'm gonna turn my volume up on my Bluetooth headphones and keep walking. It's not my business. Keep your fucking hands to yourself. It's a lot of men out here dying for no goddamn reason. What are we dying for? I'm not dying. These women today, they want to fight and then they want to turn their femininity on. They want to say, bitch ass nigga, boom, boom. Then when he pick up and throw it through the window, she turn her femininity on. Oh my God.
No. But I thought we were talking about the men who actually want to have nuclear families.
No. Yeah,
right?
Nuclear families where the man.
So how can a man who wants to have a nuclear family? How can a man who wants to have a nuclear family protect himself from the legal system?
But this the thing, when you say that, this is why I hate this type of talk, because it's already defeatist mindset. You sound like you're less than a man. You talk like that, bro. And we need listen. We need to stop.
No, it's the reality of the situation.
No,
it's
root cause analysis. It's not you, bro. No, hold on, wait. V,
standing up to a woman and she can walk out the door.
V.
So I'm trying to analyze.
V, are you married?
Yeah, I was married for 20 years. I'm divorced. I was married. I'm divorced. I was married for 20 years.
So here you go, right? I don't wake up every day in fear of the fucking government. If the government is going to be
the catalyst. You could not be scared and they still take your kids from you.
Bro, do you see?
This is about the legal system.
Listen what I'm telling you, bro. We need to stop what
I heard you. God. And you went to a potion and you claimed I did earlier.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. What black men need to start doing is stop worrying less about how the United States is going to govern us and much more how we're going to govern our fucking selves. That's what we need to start doing as men. You worried about Uncle Sam taking your damn wife away from you. You don't need to get married. Listen, I don't wake up every day worried about if my wife don't listen to Uncle Sam. My wife listen to me. My wife listened to me. And so it's a defeatist mindset. And it's dangerous territory when too many black men are doing it, because the women are already doing it. The women are already doing it. Listen, we talked about 1968, 1969, 1970. The women were complaining. They joined the feminist movement. They was looking for Whitey to take care of their problems. And Whitey stepped in as if they did. Now you're looking for Whitey to take care of your problems.
No, sir, I didn't say for Whitey to do it. I said black men start contributing to the system, and if they wanted to work for them.
Contribute.
Let them die.
Contribute to the system. We gave our life to the system. What are you talking about, bro? Black men have gave the most.
No, we don't make it work for us. What's the last legislation that was passed specifically for a black man? I'll wait by either party. There is none. Because we don't ask for nothing. We don't play politics. We don't practice group economics.
V, you know why? V, you know why? Let me tell you why. Just give me a second. The government and the world will give fellatio to the person who has the biggest checkbook. The women don't give a fuck. They don't care. The government don't give a fuck. Anytime they can get, why would I pass a law for the man and they the fucking minority? We need the women votes. We need the women's participation. We need to get it. So what we're going to do is we're going to get them Section 8. We're going to get them cars. We're going to get them housing. We're going to get them motherfuckers. We're going to give them everything that they desire. We're going to give them everything. We need these motherfuckers. We're not pass a law. So what Freezy is talking about back in the day, the men ran their own communities. If some shit happened at Bud House, Everybody brought the nigga over to Robert house and they handled the situation. It wasn't no laws called or none of that shit. If somebody finna get their ass beat or a man finna get a good talking to, or if the kids got out of line, the kids got their ass beat. It was no
Right,
call.
I understand that. That's why I asked the question. Why? When did it change? I get it. You get what you're saying. You don't have to do this 2-hour monologue. Let's get to the solution.
I'm confused.
V, let me help you out. Hold on a second. Let me help you out. The solution.
Yeah, please. I'm confused.
You don't need to just listen. Y'all asked me to listen, and I listen to y'all.
Let me explain something to you, man. Here's the solution.
Yeah,
Govern yourself accordingly. Black man, here's the thing. You know I'm single, right?
Yep.
I don't have no kids, right?
Nope. Not that we know of.
No, I ain't got no kids. I know that for sure. I know that for sure. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. I don't have to worry about a wife disrespecting me because I don't choose a disrespectful woman.
Come on.
You see what I'm saying? So therefore, I don't have disrespectful kids.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes as men, you got to be able to stand on what you believe in to the end. You see what I'm saying? Even if I don't find a woman, I'll be damned if I'm disrespected in my own house.
I know that's
I'll
right.
I'll assure you that. Let me tell you something. You can get on here and you can bump guns.
All right, can we explore that? Can we actually explore that? What you just said?
Listen, let me finish.
V, your wife used to beat you up, didn't?
Here's my thing. Y'all can get on the internet and y'all can bump guns with these folks down in the chat. I assure you, I'm not selecting them because they don't qualify. And as men, as black men in particular, you have to make sure you stand on what you stand on and be willing to take it to the grave.
Yep.
That's the only way you can do it. Now, if you mess around, listen, if you mess around and you get somebody, you haven't done the work, that's on you.
Yep.
If you mess around and you have kids by a woman who don't want to listen to you, that's on you, bro. If you don't raise your kids to do what you say do, that's on you, bro.
That's
fact. On you. But my thing is this: in order for you to make sure that you have everything in place, you have to arm yourself with knowledge. And I think that's the problem.
Hey,
we don't
black
want
man.
to we don't want to make sure we get enough knowledge for us to lead our own homes. That's the main reason why.
The problem is
I think Jalissa wanted to come up here. She said she wanted to.
Oh, she did? Well, come on, Jalissa.
Yeah,
it's
in
the
the
same
chat.
link you had last time, baby.
She said she wanted to come in.
My brother was talking earlier about the black church, right?
Yeah,
that's what the brother was talking about earlier. And that's kind of what I'm talking about now, too. And it sounds very true when men talk about, oh, I'm going to stand on this, stand on that, when they ain't never did it. You ain't never did it. You don't know what you're going to be like when you get into that position to actually do it. Now, I respect him. He married. So he got a little bit more understanding about what I'm saying. Right? Listen to me for me. Allow me to speak without y'all muting me and cut me off. Right? All your Jay, I don't want to talk about. I don't even want to make this about Jay. But but the point is, it ain't about being scared of your woman. It's about what she can do or not do and take your kids. You don't have to be scared for that to happen because we allowed the environment to get out of control.
Now,
Hey,
V,
hold on.
It's
what I'm asking, really.
Who was the heavyweight champ in 1989?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is 57 years old today. If you pass by Mike Tyson and bumped into Mike Tyson, would you say I'm sorry, or would you turn around and say, "Bitch, get out of my face before I slap the shit out of you"?
And I'm saying, I'm sorry, please, Mr. Mike, don't you hit me upside my doggone head.
You know why? You know why you did that?
I know who the heck Mike Tyson is.
Because Mike set a standard 25 years ago that I'm not to be played with. The same thing that black men need to do today. Set a standard that I'm not to be played with.
So you go down to the courthouse and tell that to the judge, I ain't the one to be played with. It's what he say to you.
Well, I don't have that problem. I'm like lost in translation. I don't have that problem, sir. I won't have that problem.
This guy got a lot of excuses,
Can I
man.
say something before I get up out of here? Black man, can I say something?
No, there ain't no excuse. 80%.
I got 80%. I just want to say one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead, JBJ.
And look. People, look, when your life runs past you and you notice all the mistakes you made, it's easy for you to sit around. Look, black man, like, I'm going in. you know that you want to change some shit, but you can't.
Oh my God.
You can't go back in time. We need to invent a time machine. But look, like no bullshit. We all have to learn from what we did. Sitting here trying to argue back and forth about what the conversation is right now and say we've done that before, obviously you failed. You failed. You failed. You have ultimately failed.
I don't know who
We
said
need to
we've done that
change.
before. I said we haven't been doing it, is what I've been saying. Again, y'all like
Sir,
put
I'm
words
talking
in my
about our
mouth,
own conversation.
right?
I'm
I'm
talking
gonna
about
give
our
you
own
one more
conversation.
time, and
Came
you
from a
do.
guy who like to talk about he was married, who was really never married. And them imaginary women you got in your bedroom, right? Come on, Jay,
And
stop. When the
for
brother
the
come up here and talk
imaginary
truthfully,
and for the
y'all want to
imaginary
mute me and
people
listen
that
to the liar
No,
because
V,
we
hold
love
on,
lies and we
hold
hate
on
the
just a second.
truth.
So V,
We
it's just
hate
me
the
and you
truth.
right now. Hold on, V, it's just me and you right now. Nobody's being disrespectful to you. What we're saying is that you're like a record player in an
I didn't
antique
say by
store.
disrespecting me.
You got a lot of parts missing to make yourself work. What I'm
Why?
what
Because
this
I say men need to do something
now listen,
differently now
now listen.
because we haven't done it in the past. When
V,
did we say that as a group
V,
before?
that's passed down
We
trauma,
need
V.
to change
It's
our
passed down
direction.
trauma, V. V is passed down
he
trauma to
crashing
you,
What are you
out.
sir.
talking
And
about?
I realize that your mindset
What
is
are
He
you
that
crashing
talking
out.
about? See,
I'm
this
saying
is what women do with that
your mind
psychobabble talk. I'm saying we need to come
your
to
mindset
solutions,
is not
and
that
you
you're
talking
not
about
no,
trauma.
that's not my solution is not to fear a woman at all.
Who says anything
Man,
about fearing a woman?
Do you? This
Who
I'm
said
gonna repeat
anything about that?
what you said in your voice. I'm gonna repeat what you said, then we're gonna move on.
I just
It's
wanted to
not
say my
about
last thoughts and
being
leave.
in
I just
control
want
of a woman. It's about what she can do to you. She can take your children. She can take your life.
But
She can
so
take
I
everything.
didn't say fear, right? But
Is
what
that
she
what you
can do
said?
to you by taking you to the courthouse, right? That's not fear.
But we're not going to the
That's a
courthouse
real
because
thing that happens today,
we're
right?
not going to the courthouse, sir.
God, Jesus.
How you gonna stop from going to the courthouse if he chooses to?
Because I'm
By not marrying a disrespectful woman
Can I
exactly.
say
and
Come on.
my
not having
last
kids
thoughts
by a
and
disrespectful
leave?
woman.
And you know what, V? You know what?
Okay,
God
so now
started.
we seen into the future,
You
and
believe in God. V, you believe in
okay,
God, right?
I'll go
V,
down this road with y'all, right?
you believe in God,
What?
right?
Yeah, I
God.
believe in God. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely, 100%.
God just put an example of a woman on this panel right now that men should be looking for.
All right, can I say my last
No,
thoughts and get
actually,
the
he
fuck
put
out
a
of here?
blasphemous, ungodly
I'm
woman
done
up here, but y'all couldn't
I'm done.
see that.
Can I just say my last thoughts and leave? Fuck. Goddamn.
Go ahead, JBJ. Dang.
All right, good Lord Almighty, man. Look, somebody
JBJ.
crashing
And
out
that's
tonight.
the same
I'm gonna
reason
give you.
y'all behind ass grace the grace up here. Same way.
Oh Lord, have mercy. Do they sell pampers for the mouth?
They
What's up,
sell a
man,
lot
Dre?
of things. They sell a
I'm gonna
lot of
get this
things.
nigga one more time, and he through.
Hey, look, man, Drea.
I got my
I'm
brother,
sick
man,
and tired
Dre.
of
What's
these
going
niggas.
on, boy?
What's up, man?
What's up,
Look,
man,
man.
Drill?
Go ahead, JBJ.
I don't know what's going on, V.
Look,
Jay, shout out to
these are my
JBJ.
last thoughts, man. Like real shit. Hey, man, Drea, ain't seen you in a while, man. Appreciate you coming through.
No
Man,
problem.
look, I don't know what none of that is, man. Look. That's something that you need to put back down in your soul. But either way, besides that, look, man, we know what the situation is. We have a separation of nuclear family to doing whatever the hell everybody want to do. This independence amongst all women. I don't amongst all men too. I don't think a lot of people understand the game because the people at the top they want to accumulate money. And the best way to accumulate money is not you and me, Miss Hill. What's her name? Miss Jaleesa?
Uh-huh.
Miss Jaleesa. Me and you gonna get a house together. They don't want that. They want you to get a house and they want me to get a house so they can take that money from both of us. A lot of people don't understand the swoop game when it comes down to all of it. They just want to get as much money as they possibly can. So the best possible way to do that is to separate everybody. Separate the household. We're gonna fund the goddamn court system, child support, and all that woot stuff. The solution to the end of it is men need to put their foot down and say, look, protect my own seed.
That's
I'm
it.
gonna protect my seed. I'm not putting in no woman that don't understand. If you can't respect me, you can't follow me, you can't get in line with me, you can't get my seed. Take your ass on out there into the woods and figure it out. Men got to be better with, because it all start with us. It does start with us. That y'all ladies can be stupid and fall for the swoop game because you know we got some slick talkers out here. You know, you might pull up in a rented car or whatever. His homeboy car. You know, y'all know about that. Riding in like I forget whole girl made that song about that. Riding my best friend's ride in the passenger side.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
TLC.
TLC, yeah.
TLC, there you go. There we go. A lot of ladies might fall for that, but when it comes down to it, it's on us men. We gotta be the ones to set the
I'm
standard.
sorry, everybody. I got to cut out. I thank y'all for your time tonight. Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, brother.
All right,
I
praise
was
God.
literally
Praise
about to
God.
leave right when he said that shit.
Thank you for leaving.
God
Shit.
damn, look, he trashed out before he trashed out. Look, I'm sorry, y'all. But no, black man, like, man, I appreciate you getting my girl Embrace Grace up on here, getting her doing her show, man. Look, like, no bullshit. You've been rocking out. Trey Ferg, get better. You need to be a better man. Mandrill, I ain't seen you in forever. You know, I hate you, but I love you. And, look,
Right.
I'm already there.
y'all keep rocking out, man. Y'all doing y'all
I'm
thing.
already
And,
there, JBJ.
I'll catch y'all in the
I'm
next one
already
as
there,
always,
baby.
man.
All right,
All
Jay.
right, my brother. Have a good night, man.
Y'all
That's
too,
it for
man.
me.
All
Peace
right.
out.
So, Jalissa, you had something you want to say, sweetheart. And I
I
want to give
had
you
something
the.
to say first.
You wanna, yeah, after Jalissa, Mandra, you can hop in. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. This has been a very interesting conversation.
Is that what you call it?
It's been interesting. Um,
And you
I
do.
do.
Not really. I'm glad
It's been a lot said, and we've gone on some serious tangents. But I do. I think that is it lost in translation. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Yeah.
the name? I think you raised some very valid points. You made some very profound statements in effort to bring us back on track a couple times. I noticed that. But I think we're missing the underlining problem. Like, we keep asking, okay, what the solution is. I think the problem that we're facing, because as you said, in the garden, the question was raised, who told you that you were naked? When God created Adam and Eve, when he created creation, he had a divine order. He said, it was good. Everything that he made was good. And he gave Adam dominion over earth and all that is in it. And I think that what we're seeing is an identity crisis. We're seeing a compromised order, an order that is outside of God's original design, because we've got a lot of toxic masculinity going on. We've got a lot of toxic femininity going on. We've got a lot of role switching. We've got a lot of, households in disarray. And ultimately, I will say this, fellas, you guys, I don't think you guys realize your power, because God has given you an innate divine power. You have, like, when a man leads and leads properly, everything else follows suit. I firmly believe that. I think that a lot of times we don't understand what it means to lead, because a lot of times we take that role and we pervert it with arrogance, with pride, and pride comes before the fall. And Christ is our example. He was a servant leader. When he came to the world, he led in service, he led in love. And he counted it not robbery to be equal with God, but even though being the same as God, he subjected himself to this nasty, rotten flesh, hung on a cross, and died for us, the entire world, because he loved us. Love is sacrificial. It is servant led. Love puts others' needs before its own. It's not puffed up in pride. It does not boast, and it esteems another higher than itself. And I think that when we get back to this divine order, when we get back to this understanding, that's another thing you said. We don't want to arm ourselves with knowledge. When a man takes lead properly, leading in his role as the head of the house, because he is the priest of his home, that's his first ministry before any other pursuit. That is his ministry, that's his charge, you know. And I think that when he understands this role by way of revelation, because it comes from understanding your identity in Christ, because Christ said that a man is to love his wife as Christ loved the church. Christ gave his life for the church. Christ, he's our example. And I think that men have to do more soul searching. And I'm not blaming men, because I see a lot of sex blaming in this conversation. Like, men are blaming women, women are blaming men. But I think, as it was alluded to, men have the greater responsibility because you are the head. And a woman will naturally follow you. You guys don't understand your power. A woman will naturally follow when you lead properly. With love and kindness have I drawn thee. Love is what draws. Like, when a woman is loved properly, she can't help but follow your lead. It is her innate design to do so. When she feels secure, when she feels cared for, when she feels protected, it's just something in our DNA. Like, we trust you enough to follow your lead. A lot of men are demanding to have that authority over a woman without even earning her trust, without even trying to earn her trust. And I'm not saying that it gives a woman an excuse to not honor her man just because he hasn't properly led. But I am saying that it matters. It makes a difference. And I think that when women feel secure, everything else flows from the man, from the head of the man, because she's loved. She's not seeking validation from the world. She's got it already. She's got, and the man is leading her to Christ, because he's the priest of his home. Like, he's not just leading her in love, but he's ultimately leading her to Christ. So she knows who she belongs to. She knows that she is fearfully and wonderfully made in the image of God. She knows that she belongs to Christ, and so she has this internal validation. She's comforted in this identity, and she's not searching for validation or affirmation outside of her man and outside of Christ. I know this personally. I can speak to this because I was that woman that did look for validation from other things, that from men, until I understood my identity in Christ. I'm a natural girl, so my hair is natural. I don't wear perms. My hair actually comes. I have braids in now, but it actually comes all the way down my back. I decided to go natural in 2010.
Lost.
I realized that beauty standards change. We've been dancing around the subject, but I think the problem is not the beauty standard, it's the identity, it's the awareness of who you are, because beauty standards are always going to change, but when you are secure and confident in Christ, you know that Christ loves you, that you're the apple of his eye, that you were fearfully and wonderfully made. It doesn't matter what's trending. You're not going to be trying to chase this trend to no avail, because you already have that solid foundation. I stopped caring what other people thought of me. And so whether I choose to wear weave or braids or to wear my natural hair, I'm doing it because I feel beautiful, when I look in the mirror, because I feel. So I think women do it for different reasons, the weave thing, the makeup, the lashes. But the problem is a lot of women are doing it because they don't have a solid identity. They have an identity crisis. They have not been made secure in Christ or in the home. Their man is not making them feel affirmed, and they don't have this awareness of who they belong to spiritually. And so they're seeking validation. And I think that makes the difference, because, and I could go on and on about this, and I'm not going to because it's already been a long conversation, but I think that the solution, because we've been talking about solutions, is ultimately having a deeper revelation of the Father's love, because from that flows a solid identity, and from that flows order in the home and internal order, you know, like in knowing that you do not have to try to match or chase some expectation that society has placed, you know, as a woman. You walk in the confidence of Christ, you know, and your man by your side leads you in that, and the children are raised in that understanding. So, you know, Bible says with all things get an understanding. That comes with knowing who you are, and we have to start teaching our children who they are. We have to start, you know, embracing like intimacy with God again. A lot of times we fall into religion, but religion doesn't birth identity. Intimacy does. So I don't know. I could go on and on about this.
Well, Jalissa, let me tell you something. You keep playing around here, you're gonna end up married. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I know a fella.
Here's the thing.
So
I got
anyway,
one question.
Go ahead.
Gillis, I got one question.
Talk your talk.
You said earlier that if men lead properly, women would follow naturally. Is that correct?
I did.
Let me ask you a question. How many single guys do you know in church?
I know a lot.
How come they're not married?
I have no idea. I ask myself the same thing. I mean, I do actually. I know a couple of the single men's situations. Like, I know a good friend of mine is not financially prepared to. He doesn't feel like he's financially prepared to take on the responsibility of a wife, which I think is wisdom.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean it.
The reason why I asked you that, the reason why I asked you that is because we have to ask the question: who's qualified to determine who's fit to lead, men or women?
I think God does.
You can't count him. He doesn't count in this context.
No. We can go with that.
Fair
So
enough.
God determines whether or not a man is fit to lead or not, right?
Yes, I think he's already established that a man.
All right, great.
That's his.
Let me ask you this question: why is it that women are telling men that they're not fit to lead when God already said who was fit to lead?
He already ordained them to lead. Come on, boy. I see where you're going. Don't pull over.
I would not be able to answer that because that is not my sentiment at all. I don't know.
I know it's not yours. I know it's not yours. The reason why I said that is because if you look over to your right, to the chat, there are several women in the chat who are telling men that they aren't fit to lead. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And my whole thing is this: if those women are telling other women that men aren't fit to lead, which is they're de-edifying the men, and God has already said that man is fit to lead, then why aren't women choosing leaders instead of those who can't lead?
You know, that's a good question. I think
damn right, it's a good question. That's why I asked it.
I think that what some women may mean by that, and this is just an assumption, when if a woman says that a man isn't fit to lead, I think she's probably meaning that he's not a good leader. Okay, like I don't trust him to lead me. Like, he doesn't have the trustworthiness or credibility or the track record that makes me say I want to follow him, you know, or the godly character. Because, you know, let's just be honest, like, all men are not good men, you know, but all men have the potential to be good men, you know. And so God still, like, that's still your God-given role as a man to lead. Now, whether you choose to walk in that, like, because you have stewardship over the roles that God gives you. There's a such thing as poor stewardship. And if you are not being a good leader, you as a man need to rise to that occasion. However, it's still your role. So I think that what a woman is probably trying to say is that man right there is not a good leader. So I refuse to follow him.
Which
Now,
goes
I'm not
back to
saying
my
that
earlier
I'm not
question.
saying that that's what she should
Which
say.
which goes back to my earlier question. Who determines who's fit to lead?
I think that the word of God determines that a man is the leader, and
Go deeper. Go deeper.
and the
Yeah,
word
there you
of
go,
God
Mandrill.
explains very clearly how that man ought to lead.
You got
Yeah.
Jalissa. Here's the thing: you're still surface level. Go a little bit deeper into that tunnel.
Like, okay, so the Bible says that a man ought to love his wife as Christ loved the church.
Correct.
Right?
See, now you're
So,
going into the bathroom, when you should be going down the hallway. Okay.
And then it talks about how a man ought to honor his wife, because God won't even hear your prayers unless you're honoring her. And it talks about how love is, love is sacrificial.
Yeah.
Just to put it plainly, I think that when a woman looks at a man, at least for me, I'm looking at his character. I'm looking at his heart. Like, how is his heart inclined towards me? Like, is he, like, does he love me the way that it's depicted in the Bible? Because there's two different types of love. There's worldly love, and then there's biblical love.
It's actually 7, but go ahead.
Well, you know what I'm saying. So, like,
Right.
like the love that God describes
Gotcha.
versus
Versus
the type of love that we
Gotcha. But
Right.
Jalissa, here's where we're going with it. And I'll just go ahead and give it to you. What I mean by going a little deeper, like you're still on the ground level when you should be going up to the first and second floor.
No Diddy.
Yeah, no Diddy.
Oh.
The people the ones who decide what men are leaders are men. If you notice, women are absolutely atrocious at picking men or leaders. They don't know what they are. You don't recognize them if you're standing in front of you. They could meet a guy who's an outstanding leader, can lead them to the most fantastic fantasy as far as marriage goes. It could be picture perfect for them. And they'll pick something completely different. In fact, the dynamic opposite they'll pick. Women should not be picking leaders. I mean, you should be looking to a man to vet a man.
What do you
Here's the thing. Men would know the difference between, okay, you got women following this guy named Daryl Long still, and he goes around telling people he raped their daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, absolute shit human being.
I tried to cover that one up.
Yeah, absolute shit human being, in other words, right? But you got women following him, and it's just like, there's no man that I know of that I would consider a leader who follows this guy or listens to his content or pays him any attention. You know what I'm saying? It's because he's bitch made, and he can only move the way a bitch moves. Leaders don't hang around that and keep that in the circle. However, women do.
Just let me put the bow on this thing for you, okay?
I'm not
let me hold on a second. Let me put the bow on it for you.
Hold on, just so I can be clear to her. I'm not saying anything. Everything you said was correct.
Thank you.
But when it was correct, of course, I agree with all that, and it's brilliant, beautiful that you know these and you're aware of these things. But when it comes to like recognizing leaders, I don't think it's as simple as like the way the Bible describes it. It doesn't go that smoothly. Because you got too many things. You got too many things in the world that distract us from the important things, or mask themselves. You got too much ugly shit that masks itself as something tangible or good.
Are
you know what I mean?
Are you talking about in the realm of marriage, or are you talking about leading in the realm of politics, or what are you talking about?
Leading period. Yeah, leading period.
The reason, listen, let me put the bow on it for you, okay? I know for a fact that Mandrill would make a great husband. I'm going to tell you how I know. He's married, okay? Because he's disciplined, he's a businessman, he's industrious, and he does not quit. He has experience leading other people. Only other men who've actually been through that can vouch for that because they've been through it. The problem is that most women have not done what he's done. So they cannot appreciate what he's done. So they can't recognize him as a leader. Other men can recognize him as a leader because they've done what he's done. The reason why I said that is because most women haven't been through a lot. And the stuff that they've been through is stuff that they put themselves through by choosing the wrong type of man. There's a reason why 70% of our children are born outside of wedlock, and 54% of our men are single and childless. Those particular women have no idea what a leader looks like. So
And
when I hear women say, if he leads properly, I'm questioning their judgment.
And
That's
lost
all.
in translation. Oh, if I can levy back off of what he said, that's exactly where I was going to go with it, right?
Come on,
We
Freeze.
have to be careful when we hear women say toxic masculinity, because when they throw around these terminology, and not saying that Jalissa meant any
Yeah, we know that.
any ill
We know that.
will.
Right,
But
right.
when women throw their terminology around, a lot of times they do it because they try to kind of cookie cutter their way into the type of man that they feel like a man should be, right? And even when we go to the Bible stipulates that even Jesus was an austere man, which means he's very serious. It says God was a man of war. So we just got through talking about Mandrill. Mandrill has partaken in war. And if you understand what kind of mindset you have to have in the midst of war, the average woman would deem that as toxic masculinity when it's really not. It's the actual tools that a man needs to survive. You understand what I'm saying? So I just want to say this, just to cap off what I'm saying. A lot of women have adopted this entitled mindset from a young age because they had the special privilege of being able to accept this man, reject that man, accept that man, reject that man. And so they think they have the pick of the litter, and they can commit, break up, commit, break up, commit, break up until they find themselves into bliss, emotional bliss. And it just doesn't work that way. And this is the biggest reason on how most of these broken households are created, because women they have the privilege of rejecting men more so than men rejecting women, right? And so once a woman lays down with a dude and she conceives and she gets pregnant, and now she's saying, oh, he's a toxic masculinity. He doesn't lead right. You know, now you got a baby out of it. But the Bible doesn't promote a woman, oh, because you're not happy with this man and you picked wrong, that now you don't have to be with this man no more. No, the Bible says even when your man is an unbeliever or when he doesn't obey, to win your husband over by the conduct of his wife.
Right.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. Are women ready for that type of submissiveness?
No.
Nope.
And by and large, they're not. You know, and here's the thing: it's to piggyback off what Freezy said. If you look at the way women pick their men, right? Most of them have a big horror story about their experience with men, right? And that's what I mean. And that's what I mean about they're terrible at picking men. They don't recognize leadership. Well, here's the thing: they listen to one of their stories and how this guy did them, and you're like, damn, that's fucked up. And but here's the thing: with women, as them being the weaker vessels, 3 or 4 of them, or 2 or 3 of them guys, and she's done. She's traumatized. And she's so traumatized, she is now unable to recognize the right guy for her.
I totally agree.
You know what I mean? So she that's why a lot of women, I think I personally think
that goes both
that's
ways,
why well some guys too. That's because guys are being they're I can't say what I want to say, but they're weaker these days than you know.
I wouldn't say weak.
Right.
They're unprepared.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. They see, men have to be forged. We have to be tested. We have to be pushed, pressured. You know what I'm saying? We have to go through difficult things and figure our way out of them for some of it. And other things we have to be guided through and taught how to get through these things by another man, like a mentor or a father, you know what I'm saying, an uncle, a grandfather. A man has to teach a boy how to be a man. Women don't know how to raise a boy into a man. There's no way possible she can. Just as men can't raise girls to be women. We don't know what it is to be women.
Right. I want to say this real quick, man, Dre, while you on there. I want to piggyback off that. We piggyback off each other tonight.
Right.
Because Anissa says in the chat, she said believers should marry believers. But Freezy, I want you to say what you said once again about even when he becomes a non-believer, because the Bible is specifically saying to you, there's going to be days where your husband ain't going to be the man you married. And the Bible, that scripture is saying, are you going to be ready for that season in your husband's life when he's not going to be what you married?
We have to bear each other up. We're the strongest to bear the infirmities of the weak.
Exactly.
The sanctified woman sanctifies the unbelieving husband, and vice versa.
We know you know your Bible, baby. We talking about this woman here, Anissa. Oh. She's the president of the No Accountability Association, the NA.
But this is the thing, This is the thing, though, BMU. When it comes to the house, the woman should be zoned in on building it up. Even if her husband, the task that women have inside the house, and where things went left is women have taken on roles of men. Exactly. They think that is their position to leave the house and bring the bread and butter home, and and all of that kind of stuff, right?
And why? Why have they taken on those roles?
But this is the thing, right?
Because they don't recognize leadership.
But even so, we like to talk about God, but will God accept the excuses that women throw out? No, he's not.
Nope,
he's not. That house on how healthy it is primarily on the woman.
He preaching tonight.
It's primarily on the woman. I'm talking about psychologically, emotionally, all of that.
I have to say I agree with you, and I have a little pushback. I agree with you, and I think that ultimately a woman has a.
Sorry, here echo.
Oh, sorry, am I echoing?
I don't think it's okay. Go ahead. I think you're good. Yeah.
I think that ultimately a woman has a very unique role. She's his helpmate, and so that is like a helper. That's like a battle axe. Like that. Like when you're down, I got you. I can pour into you, and that ultimately that sets the atmosphere of the home. Like a woman has the ability to do that. Like I can speak peace to my man, or I can speak torment to him. However, I think that women, and I'm not making excuses, because at the end of the day, I still agree with the fact that regardless of whether or not you've had to assume a role that because the man wasn't walking in it, I still think that you still have the responsibility to bring your children up, nurturing them in that motherly way, regardless if you have had to work multiple jobs because a man wasn't in the home. Those are still your children. They're still your responsibility. I've had to do it as a single woman. It's not easy, but it's got to get done. And I think ultimately I lean on God. I lean on him as my strength, as my pillar, where a man, is not present. God is my pillar. And so still there's no excuse.
Can I say one thing I see a lot in households? Most of the biggest mistake women make most of the time, they love their children more than they love their husbands.
And that's a problem.
And I'm telling you something, it's so many men going through sexless marriages.
75%.
Like it's a huge dynamic on why men check out. Men will not divorce you; they'll check out in the marriage. Like they like men don't like to file for divorce. They just check out in the marriage.
Become robots.
Yes.
Mhm. I think that both roles have done this this whole you're not fulfilling me, or you're not meeting my needs, so I'm not meeting yours, or it's like we all have
Tit for tat.
reasons that we can check out,
Mhm.
like
Yeah, it's a tit for tat thing. And
yeah,
I'll tell you this:
exactly.
I've only been married 2 months now, right? I can tell you, within the first week, what I learned in the first week was that I was like, if either one of us were selfish, this wasn't gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be selfish at all in a marriage, not at all.
Selfless.
You know what I'm saying? You have to be completely selfless. Both of you have to be completely selfless. Like, take Black Men Unfiltered, for example, right? Look at what he does for his family.
Whew.
He ain't doing it for himself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna take a couple months off. Let y'all have
Right,
it.
you said it right. Like, if he didn't have his family, you think he'd do the shit that he does? No. But you know what I'm saying? The guy gets up, he works, he's active in his kids' lives, and he's got a whole village of them. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
God damn, you ain't got to put the village in there. Shit, I mean,
right.
I think going good until you said the village.
Just saying, you got a whole basketball team.
Well, you know what? I pray you have 9.
Jesus, I hope not that many. But no, it's just like, yeah, you have to be selfless. You have to be for him. He has to be for you.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. It's symbiosis, you know.
Yes.
One hand washes the other, and both hands wash the face.
Yes.
Like, it's my house, right? No. It's my wife's house. It's my wife's house. She controls what resources come in and out of the house in terms of like cleaning supplies, going grocery shopping, things like that. You know what I'm saying? Making a schedule for when we clean up or whatever. Like, yeah, you do that. Just give me what you need, and I'll take care of that. That's me, right? But it's my home. It's my wife's house that I provided for her. But it's my home. I provided her with a house. She's made that house that I've given her my home. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a woman's job to make a house a home.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you said about symbiosis. I think that selfishness is, if you take any divorce and you pick it apart at the root of it, you will always find that word selfishness. It's always something that could have been worked on, but one party is not willing to concede for the other on something. And it's like, when we learn that if I continually and intentionally pour into your cup, and you continually and intentionally pour into mine, neither of us will go empty. And I think that we're so focused on getting our own cup poured into, we're missing the focus. You don't get married to a partner with the intention of them making you happy for the rest of your life. You're getting married in a partnership because you love this other person so much that you want to add to them, you want to edify them, you want to grace them, you want to help them in their purpose, and it should be a mutual thing. So when I have that mindset and you have that mindset, none of us are lacking. And this is the design that God has put in place. It goes back to that identity, back to that order, back to that divine design, because we've missed that. We've lost sight on that.
But what we have to be careful with, right? A lot of the women, not you, but a lot of the women that I see complaining about men need to be better leaders. Most of them women, they're single. They're either divorced, they're single, and they're talking about how men should be. This is where the message gets confusing. I'm gonna tell you how men operate. Men are very logical beings. The women that are very high on being submissive, being cooperative, very kind, they have no problem they have a lot of times they don't have no problem in their relationships because men value these type of women. The women that complains a lot and you see they single most of the time, it's because they got a fucking attitude problem. But they ain't gonna tell you that up on these panels. They ain't gonna say, yeah, when I was in my relationship or when I was married, I was hell to my husband. They're not gonna say that. It's always the man's fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
always.
no, I totally agree. I think that a lot of women, like you said, do not take accountability. No one's made them take accountability. I think that I'll speak for myself. Like I got married when I was really young, when I was 21. I joined the military before, like when I left high school, and shortly after I got married.
What branch of the military are you in?
Oh, I'm not in anymore. I did 8 years in the Army.
Okay.
But my ex-husband was 12 years older than me, so there was a huge age gap. Neither of us knew anything about marriage. So I had a daughter from the marriage, but it did not. Needless to say, we sabotaged our marriage, both of us. And I had to, in retrospect, I had to take full accountability for my part because, there was a lot of infidelity on his part, and a lot of just bitterness. But I said to myself, I blamed him and I blamed him. It wasn't until God convicted me and I matured a little bit and I realized that, I wasn't an angel either. Like I wasn't perfect. Like
That's
we all contribute.
I'm telling you.
That's beautiful.
To the downfall, because even, if he was unfaithful to me, I could have administered grace, in that. But my point is, a lot of women don't take accountability, and I do think that is a huge problem. Men too. But I think that we have to we have to learn how to love sacrificially again. I think it boils down to we don't really know what love is anymore. So
I think you're ready. I think you're ready for marriage again.
Oh no, I am. I most certainly.
As a man, and I think all the guys would agree with me. Agree with me. Just your take on, even though your husband, you saying your husband was, he was committing infidelity and all that kind of stuff. You were taking into accountability. Well, what did I do? What could I have possibly done for him to even go out and commit infidelity? And women don't believe that. Yes, yes, a man should not commit infidelity, right? But if you have a man that's not mature spiritually, there are things a wife can do to subjugate him, to at least try to subjugate him from committing those acts. You know what that is? Try to keep his balls drained. Keep his balls drained. See, I'm just what I'm saying.
I promise you. But I think I lacked grace in the relationship. That's what God was trying to show me. But yeah. I understand your point. Like that is the case in a lot of situations.
Right, but see,
that wasn't my case, though.
What I'm saying is just for you to even admit what you could have done better, it shows humility in a woman. And that is so valuable. Mm-hmm. And what I see a lot, some women that's feminist, that represent the feminist side, they would say, you're a pick me now. They would shame you. They would even call it toxic femininity. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so that's what I'm saying. It got to be, we have to be careful when we throw around these extreme terminologies just to shame people when actually you're on the right path. You're on the right path.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, like, a lot of times a man may do something as atrocious as stepping outside of his marriage, but a woman, can be just as disgraceful in other ways. It's like sin is sin. And I think we have to show grace to each other. We have to be willing to show grace to each other, because, marriage is hard, but it's ultimately a covenant. It's a lifetime covenant, or that's what it was supposed to be. And if you're willing, if that person is willing to be restored to you, then ultimately, in good faith, if they're sincere, I think that, it behooves you to show grace, because you're not perfect either,
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, one quick question. We have a perfect example for you. Allow me to present Exhibit A.
He about to highlight Travel One check.
Travel One. This is a woman who's holistically unqualified for marriage. This lady is so selfish.
Bring her last comment up.
Right.
Madriel.
Her thing is, I ain't got the controls like that.
Bring it up.
Lost Translation does though. Her last comment at 12:21. This is a woman, like, no matter where she is, no matter what chat she's in, it's all about what the man can do for her. Men are supposed to do this, men are supposed to do that. She's never about what the woman should do. She's like, sleeping with her husband is not everything to a wife. That's true, but it might be everything to him.
Right.
And it might see what I'm saying? So she's not thinking about what she could be doing or not doing to cause her husband to go out there and seek it from somewhere else. Yes, Trouble One, you can be a contributor to your husband's infidelity, depending on how you treat him. But no, your mind is so laser focused and locked on what he's doing or not doing that causes you to behave a certain way. What about the way you behave and treat him that causes him to now respond in a certain way? You could have been the linchpin and the epicenter of your relationship or marriage's failure by not thinking of him and putting him first. You put him first before yourself. He puts you first before himself. That's how this works. And I think most people are afraid to do that because it takes not a certain amount, a gigantic amount of trust and a ginormous amount of letting go of yourself. Because right now, when people are single, they're like this.
Yeah.
They're guarding themselves, right? And they're holding themselves really, really tight. But in order for them to be in a successful marriage, you have to let yourself go.
Madriel, me and my wife got a dog, and I noticed my wife started giving the dog just out of natural, I don't know. It wasn't intentional, but I noticed she started hugging the dog more than she was hugging me. She was like talking to the dog sweet. You know what I'm saying? Like, come here, baby. And I was like, oh, hell no. This dog ain't finna get, and my wife treat me good. Right. Guess what? I had to sit down with my wife about the dog. And I told my wife, I said, listen, it just don't feel right that this dog gets more affection than me. And she gets, guess what my wife did?
What?
She got rid of the dog. Nah, she didn't get rid of the dog. She gave it to she let her daughter, she let her daughter have the dog. And so the dog actually visits us instead of visiting the daughter. You know what I'm saying? Right. But she was like, I understand what you're saying, but it's just but I don't think women actually pay attention to small things like that. That's why I say a lot of times women will show their kids more affection than men. They'll show the pets more affection than men. A lot of time men are last place in affection.
Show their pastor more affection than they
the pastor. You know what I'm saying? Right. The soap operas on TV, the reality shows.
And the thing is, a lot of women aren't thinking about that. And a big reason is because they're not taught to.
Yeah.
They're not taught to think of their husbands in that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
What does the Bible teach us though? Like the Bible teaches that our bodies don't even belong to us.
Baby, let me explain something to you. They're not picking those Bibles up.
They're not picking them up.
They're not picking them up. You know how they're not picking them up? because they're not moving like they'll pick them up.
Hear what I said?
That's what the problem is. They
When we
pretend
get
like
married,
they
Apostle
and
Paul
it-
specifically
yeah.
tells us that our bodies no longer belong to us when we get married. My body
Right.
belongs to you. Your body belongs to me.
Right.
You know, like,
and you know what?
I'm not supposed to deny you when you're in need. You
Right.
understand? Like, that's not how marriage works.
And here's the thing: your body doesn't belong to you, but my life don't belong to me because I'm supposed to die for you if the occasion calls for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
So,
supposed to be
like-
out of here if the occasion calls for it.
So,
So I
like
mean,
Mandrell said, put some respect on their name.
Hear what I said?
Put some
Right.
respect on men's name.
But the
If a
thing is-
man is willing to die for you, put some
Hear what I
respect
said?
on his name. That's all I'm asking for.
right. And this is a virtue. And the
Respect has to
principle-
be mutual, though.
Right, but one of my points is this is a virtue.
I don't think men go
that is-
around
that is,
disrespecting
that is
women.
lost on women. Like women,
Oh, they
women,
do.
don't, women don't
I
value
agree.
this though. And I'm curious about that. Like that part about it. If they'll find a man who's willing to do all this for them, but they don't value that.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely ignored, and it's just like I don't care. I don't want you to die for me.
I didn't ask
Well,
you to
see,
die
I
for
didn't
me.
ask you to do that. And it's- okay,
But,
yeah,
thi- but this is the thing. Women have become so heavily validated, and this is why I blame men. We validate women too much. You understand what I'm saying? Like, men need to stay busy. They need to stay handling business. Stop sweating women, validating women, and you understand what I'm saying? Now, it's okay if you got a woman, you tell your woman, you look beautiful today and all that good stuff. Right? But what has happened is, what it has caused is women have become so entitled to they feel like, a man has to work to achieve some type of reward or affection or sex. A man has to work to achieve that. And that's all I've been seeing in the chat. Women saying, "Oh, well, a man, if a man need to be able to do this, a man need to be able to do that for me to even listen." Do you know how far a woman can get just by a man coming in the house and she meet him at the door and give him a hug and a kiss and ask him how his day is? 90% of men across the world across the nation of America don't even get that.
That's
Right.
huge.
Exhibit B.
That makes such an impact.
Exhibit B. You can take Travel One's last two comments. She's still on one.
No.
Instead of her pulling out a notepad and taking notes, she's making comments like this. No guilt trip on the wife if the husband leaves. Don't let the men do this, ladies, because he's been planning his escape for months, even years. Men are to sacrifice, Mandrill. I just said we're supposed to die for you. What more sacrifice do you want than that? See, again, it's not even recognized.
Lisa.
I said we're supposed to die for you, the ultimate sacrifice, and it went right over her head.
Mandrell, let me explain something to you. Trevor One is
like I
dead
didn't say
set on
anything.
listen, Trevor One is dead set on being disagreeable. That's why she's not allowed on my channel. She was banned the first day I went live. You know what I'm saying? She came in there with this foolishness about Carla Ruffin coming up missing, and it's the black man's fault. And the whole time she hiding somewhere eating Cheez-Its. You see what I'm saying? Got folks feeling bad for her. That
Yeah,
story
okay,
come out.
Birmingham.
And she never apologized for that. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna ignore her and we're gonna keep the show pushing.
Hear what I said?
And ignore her because she dead set. That's what black man was talking about. Don't cast your pearls among swine. But like I said earlier, Jillison, it always comes back to who told you were naked.
Yes, I
Who
love.
told you were naked? And I think that's the problem. That's the reason why a lot of women seek their validation from places they probably shouldn't.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just saying, you got a lot of women out there like that, Lost. I mean, a lot. Listen to them on these panels, dude. It's just like.
But you know what, Mandrell, that's the main reason why I don't deal with them. I don't have no kids by them. I don't date them. I don't entertain them. I don't acknowledge them.
And
that's
you know
how you deal
what?
with that.
You know
This
what?
is
I'm
exactly
glad,
correct.
I'm glad you just said that because I feel like back to the topic of this whole beauty standard of the BBLs and just all this crazy stuff. I think that men encourage that because you guys are not you guys, but you guys are the ones who have started to objectify these women, and perversion the spirit of Jezebel, perversion has run rapid, and men they're chasing this depiction of beauty that is totally unnatural. But if you guys, if a woman was to go get a BBL and all the men in her life it was like, what? You look ridiculous. Like, if she was not affirmed in that or validated in that, or if all the men weren't liking her IG posts, or, you know, all her twerking videos, or all her, you know, provocative whatever, it wouldn't be a trend. It wouldn't be a thing.
I think that's what Lost in Translation was
lane,
speaking to earlier.
Yeah, here's my thing, but let me explain something to you, darling. Freeze, let me ask you a question. Did you ask your wife for a BBL?
No.
Mandrell, did you ask your wife for a BBL? Trey Ferg, did you ask your wife for a BBL? I don't have a wife, and I don't ask for BBLs. Let me tell you something. Men put their money where their mouth is, and they marry what they want. People can say up there and say they look and like and all this other stuff, but my thing is, can you take a like to the bank? No, you cannot.
A lot of ignorant
Can you
women,
take
they
attention?
internalize that as
to the bank?
validation.
Can you take attention to the bank? Right?
No.
No man has ever said, I like a woman with a BBL. No man ever. That's something that other women told other women who said you should get a BBL. You should get a breast lift because you can sell more only.
Not only that. Go ahead, Madrill.
I would say, or they're just super insecure and they get it to please themselves so they can feel pretty or feel like the thing that they think guys want.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
And I think back to what I said earlier.
Insecure about themselves. You know what I mean? And it's like she was saying, Jalissa was saying, like, she does these things for herself, for her. And my thing is, that's as basic as that sounds, that's as basic as it is. However, look how many women don't partake in the basics. They don't master the basics, which is love yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But Madrill, not only that, women have to understand the difference between a man showing them attention just to have sex and a man showing them attention to actually to commit to them for a lifelong relationship or marriage, right? And so women, that department is on women. I'm going to tell you why. Because women have the power to reject and to choose who they're going to have sex with. Women have that power. You understand what I'm saying? Women leave their house every day and men hit on them on the regular. They have a plethora of men. Women, most of the time, women have a plethora of men to choose from. And so if Freezy is a good man and then Pookie is a bad man, but Pookie got the chain, but Pookie is the man that she wants to be with. I mean, let's just say Freezy tried to talk to Jalissa, and then you turn me down, and I'm a good man. What else can I do? A good man was put in your path. It's not like I could tie your arms down and make you marry me. No, women have the ability to choose the correct man that is going to enter into their lives. And what happens most of the time, women lay down with the wrong men.
Yeah. I think you have two different type of women too that are hopping on that bandwagon. I think that you have the woman who does very much enjoy the attention. Like, they're not they don't care. They could care less. There's a lot of women who don't. They have that self-worth and they're not looking for love, looking for control. They're looking for what they can get out of that man. Like, they're looking for, like, men who objectify these type of women, they want the sex. They lust after them. They find the exaggerated bottom attractive. They may not want to marry her, but they definitely want to get in bed with her. And a woman knows that sex is power, you know. So those type of women, they embrace that. They're like, okay, hey, you know, I'm going to enjoy this ride. I know that you are attracted to this, and so that is what I am going to.
So
And I,
let me ask you this: why give your power to somebody you know that's not good for you?
because there's a lot of ignorant women. There's a lot of women who don't realize that they don't have to do all that, you know, to have power. You know, that like I actually just posted on this earlier on my blog page. Like, why would I settle for power without love when I could have both? Because, and when I say power, I don't mean necessarily abuse power, because I think that in a relationship, both parties have power over the other, because love is like is just like that. Like I am given to the person that I'm in love with, you know, like you have a sense of power over me.
But Jalissa, women say it's on the man, right? Men should pick the right wife, right? But here's where it gets murky. This is, women have an important role in society. You have to choose wisely on who you lay down with and have sex with. And ideally, that man should be the man you're willing to get married to. As a woman, listen what I'm saying. The mistake that a lot of women make, but and this excluding you, because you actually try to do it the right way. You got married when you conceived, right?
Yeah.
But excluding that scenario, what a lot of women do, they lay down with a dude. They choose to have sex with a dude because they could choose to have sex with any dude, damn near. Any dude with a penis you can have sex with, and damn near 99% of the dudes out here, 99% of the heterosexuals is going to take you up on that offer, right?
You got to stay ahead of these sexuals, Breezy. You got to stay ahead of these sexuals, though.
And so, but this the thing, women know that. Women know, if I offer this dude this coochie, he gonna take it. Any random man.
And if you're man enough and masculine enough to turn down the coochie, then she don't think you're ahead of the sexuals.
Right.
You're not a leader.
Right. But let me say this. Where women go wrong, you done chose to lay down with this dude, look, and had all this sexual freedom. Now you got a baby, right? Now, this is where it gets murky. You might turn out to be a good woman later on down the line, but you have a child now. You feel what I'm saying? Now, see, this is what I be trying to tell younger women.
Yeah.
Don't have sex. Don't have sex with these dudes, period.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's being pushed on the youth right now. It's sex.
But it's got to come from the women.
Women that
right.
are pushing this provocative image, and it's empowering. It's feminist movement. I'm free with my body. I have power over my body, and it's you know, it's like it's a cool thing for a woman to be provocative now. You know.
Says who?
Well, society. That's what the culture
but
is.
Let me ask you, who you marrying? Society or your husband?
That's what I'm saying.
But
the women that in this generation, they don't view things from that lens.
But young lady, you have that voice though. You've been speaking on it. They need the younger women. Let's just take, the 35s and over. They whatever. They tripping. These 21-year-olds, these 17, let's just go 17. About ready to graduate, they need to hear your voice to let them know that their body is the golden ticket.
Absolutely.
But it has to come from the women. So you recognize the issue, right?
Yeah.
And you took accountability for your action, right? In your situation, right? Now you got to go help them see where they are right now. They haven't gotten themselves in those predicaments because their body and their youth is the golden ticket. Preserve that to you, because as men, we are growing.
Yeah.
30, 35, because they're saying we get married later anyway, but we still having babies still young. So if a woman can preserve that, go out, get all of her degrees or whatever they want to do, as a man is growing, when she finds a man, they're at the equally yoked mindset, not at the wallet, because the numbers haven't changed in 60 years since we all been working in the workforce. The difference is still there, just with inflation. That's when the foundation can start growing. But when you have women that are older saying, go do this, live your best, da 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 da, men ain't shit because they using a lot of anecdotal experience in their neighborhood, they city, whatever, right? So now, after they tell the young girl to do that, what do? They start dressing like the young girl and start backtracking to that same dude who the young girl is more qualified for. You want something old, you don't want no young one. You want something old, you want to take this. When she's bringing all of this extra emotional baggage, the daddy wound, because they say the daddy wasn't there, let's just say it's so. But that's why I say it's unique right now for the mothers to give those children that foundational balance that they're missing with the father. If the father can get into a son or daughter's life early, just so he can give them that logic that they're lacking, he's going to balance it out. And your children, they'll start graduating. They'll start making you proud. You won't have the stress in the house. Your house will smell good because y'all don't have your kids. Not you. A lot of kids don't have no fucking chores in the house, no discipline. The house is in disarray. The doors, so it can balance itself out. But it's going to take the word from sisters like you.
And this is where I disagree with a lot of these men on these panels. A lot of times, they try to make it seem like it's a death sentence because a woman has a child, right? Now when I met my wife, she had a 2-year-old daughter. I ended up marrying my wife because she exuded so many good qualities that I just couldn't turn down. You understand what I'm saying? And this is where I be seeing a lot of women are so delusional, because a lot of women will have a child and still have a bad attitude and still act like I be like, do you realize you have a child? Like, bruh, I'm just saying, like women are so entitled. They can have a child and still have these demands. Oh, if he don't treat me, or if he ain't this, if he don't check off this, baby, you need to try to be as kind, as submissive as possible, so your child can have a father in the house some kind of way.
Yeah, I agree. I think that women, sell themselves short when they make their expectations too great. However, I do also want to say, a self-respecting woman is going to have standards. She's not going to settle for a man treating her any type of way just because she has children. She knows her worth. She knows her value. She knows what she brings to the table. So she's wanting a man who's going to treat her as she knows she deserves to be treated, regardless if she has children or not. But as you said, you don't want to go around being obnoxious and like you're just Princess Diana.
But as a woman,
that's what they're doing.
As a woman with a child,
Freeze, you gonna tell
you gotta look in the mirror and tell yourself the truth. You already behind the 8 ball. And I'm not being cruel when I say that. A woman should be able to say that to herself. But what we notice a lot in society, especially with Black women, they can have 5 kids and still act very
entitled.
Entitled. Like Freezy. You know the woman that I'm sure you saw that interview where this woman was like, she's gone out with this guy on a first date, right? She wanted this guy to buy her kid something to eat.
Yeah.
It's a first date. And it's like, and she never talked to him again because the guy refused to. I'm like, shout out to him. Lady, I don't know you. No. Let alone your child. You know what I mean? Why would I do this? That's your responsibility to take care of your kid. I have no obligation to that whatsoever. I shouldn't buy your kid anything. Truth be told, I'm buying you the dinner on the first date because that's what a gentleman does.
Yeah.
It's a courtesy. You know what I'm saying? But she's in touch. She's at oh, you're gonna buy my kids something?
And on the first date, like no.
You're right on the first date, lady. I just
let me explain something to you. The
you
problem
see what I'm
with,
saying? So it's like it's wild.
That's crazy.
the problem with women today is they don't major in matrimony. They have no clue what it takes to be a wife. What they major in is manipulation. You know,
True.
what can I get out of somebody? They don't want to serve nobody. They don't want to add nothing to nobody's life. They don't want to do that. They want to just take. And the killing part about it is guys are waking up and they're eased to the spot. And generally they're the ones who are bitter. Now here's the problem. When women make themselves available to the wrong type of men, even if they don't have a kid, it still breaks their heart a little bit. And what happens is they don't trust men.
Yeah.
And if you can't listen to your husband, and if you don't trust your husband, he can't lead you because you're not going to listen to him. And that's the problem. Whether you're a married man or whether you're a single man, or whether you're a man with kids, a man without kids. The problem is that if you have never been taught how to treat a man or how to maintain your marriage, it is going to fail.
Yeah.
Miserably. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to go to wife school. Nobody. And that's the problem.
Where do you go to wife school? Where do you go to husband school? I think that's the bigger question, because it's like we're looking to the world to teach us what God ordained. It's like we have these worldly narratives of what marriage looks like instead of going to the word of God. It's like I don't understand that.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what people really need to do. They need to pay for counseling out of their own pocket. Because I'm gonna tell you why. People pay attention to their own money. They'll start listening. Because think about it, if you go to church, if you don't put my collection plate, nobody's forcing you to listen. But if you're spending your money, your good hard-earned money, on counseling, and you got homework to do, you're gonna pay attention because you want to pass. You see what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, men have to stop asking women for sex, and women got to stop giving it to them, and that'll motivate them. But here's the problem: there's always somebody in the other person's ear. It comes down to you in the dedication of your own body.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. You see what I'm saying? So when you got the whole world talking, you have to learn how to listen to your husband.
Yeah.
Men have to learn how to listen to their wife and block out the rest of the entire world. That's because that's going to be your life eventually. The whole world is going to come against y'all, and y'all going to have to hear each other over the noise.
And we know as men, right? We know it's a lot of shit. It is some shit men out here. We know that.
We understand that.
And guess what? If anybody knows who the shit men are, it's the men.
Yes, we know.
The men do a better job at identifying the shit men than the women do.
That's
clearly.
But the problem is the women will know he's a shit man and still lay down with him and possibly conceive.
This barbecue shit.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about women. I can say this from a female perspective. A broken woman will, when a man, she will take scraps. She will take scraps of a man.
Wait a minute, I thought she had standards. What's she doing with scraps?
A broken woman.
They still got standards.
Has forgotten. She sometimes has forgotten her standards. You understand? Because she's searching for this. She's searching to be. She's searching to find healing in this relationship. She's searching to be made whole in this relationship. When my relationship ended, God told me very specifically to take a season to walk alone with him, allow him to heal my heart before I try to, jump into another relationship. And a lot of women don't do that. They're like immediately seeking to appease this pain, and so whatever comes along, whether it's half of a man or not, they're going to embrace it. Like, this man is making me feel good in this area. He's compensating for the pain that I'm feeling in this immediate moment. But that moment is going to be very short-lived, because you didn't take the time to allow God to heal you. And you're seeking love in the wrong places right now, so But I think that when a woman does that due diligence of making sure that she is a whole version of a woman, not looking for a man to make her whole, she knows who she is. She walks in that, and she will not lower her standards, regardless of where life has taken her, regardless of whether she has one child, two
But
child.
you know what that signifies, what you just said? That women need to stop telling men on how to treat women, because most women don't even know what good treatment is and what real love is.
That's facts.
And that's how they end up in these fucked up relationships and situations, because they think they know, but they don't.
Women don't know what they want when they're broken.
I listen.
Young lady, a lot of them are not even broken yet. They're starting out very young with this mindset because they're getting the information wrong from the women.
Right.
The women are telling them the information backwards.
Brokenness doesn't just come from heartache.
But what I'm saying,
Yeah, but no, I understand what you're saying.
In the primary home in our community, unfortunately, the women outnumber the men, correct? And that's why I will say this till I leave here. When young men and young women get to a certain age, as far as going forward, we know what the situation is. That boy needs a father or a righteous man in his life.
Absolutely.
He needs somebody, because you ever play sports?
I ran track.
Okay. Did y'all have any type of playbook or order, like a manifesto that the coach gave y'all to read over as far as see and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you play sports, we know you got a playbook, right?
Yeah.
And the playbook is in the Bible for most of us. We would say that's a hell of a playbook, ain't it?
Yes.
Now, if we would follow that playbook to a T, I had to start following stuff. Like, okay, I say it, but then when I start walking in it, I started to see the change.
Yes.
I talk about it, but then it ain't doing nothing because I'm still doing the same stupid stuff. But once I start walking in it, it started affecting everything about my life.
Listen.
Everything started to manifest because I was walking in it. I didn't tell people I was walking because they looked at me different. You know, they looked at me different like my cousin. Like, why is he moving this way? He used to go this way. Because I was thinking about God and not the people around me.
Yes, that's the problem.
But what I'm saying is, as a man gets into his age of reason, those things happen. That's why a lot of brothers, as they get older, they come out of whatever mess they was in, whether they was in prison, whether they was homeless, they start to come to that age of reason, right? So a lot of brothers right now probably got kids 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Your sons and daughters, that's we seeing it. Black boys are reading at a lower rate. You don't think a daddy can teach his son how to read? That motherfucker go be reading in the spelling bee for the next 10 years. Black boys will get a lot more disciplined because a righteous man is going to put some order into him at a certain age.
But so can I ask you a question? Why aren't we seeing righteous men anymore? Like, because I think that's where it starts.
Let me explain something to you, darling. Let me ask you. Let me explain. You looking at one.
Amen.
You're looking at one. I'm gonna tell you.
You're a dying breed, sir.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I got cousins who's single too, and they go by the same stuff. We're not. The problem is that most women don't want to get in line with what we say.
Right.
You think
they ain't following that playbook?
I know so.
They ain't following that playbook.
Because they'll label it toxic masculinity. They'll label it, oh, that's not the leader that I want. That's,
right. And you know what the killing part about it is? Even if you're tender, you'll find fault.
I think that a wise woman appreciates a man that leads. I think that
they're not wise.
we don't want to bear that burden. I don't want to bear the burden of.
Darling, they're not wise. You know how I know? Because I am.
Well, there's a lot of unwise women. That's for sure. Right. There's a lot of foolish men and a lot of unwise women.
Right.
So you say a lot of foolish. So if the statistics are what they are, because people can say 50%, they will say 60%. In our African American melanated community, would you say if 50% of us are childless and single, is that a good number based off our small number
If 50% of us are what? I
of
didn't hear.
men are childless and single?
Is 50% of
Is that a good number?
of the men were childless and
Yes,
single?
colored man.
I would think that's a good number.
Okay.
I don't even think it's 50%.
Oh,
You
it
think
is.
it's higher?
No.
You think it's lower?
You said, okay, wait, maybe I'm not understanding. You said 50% of the men were childless.
Single men. There's a difference.
Black men are
Single
childless
black
and
men.
single.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, I think that is probably accurate. I think probably most men are single.
And childless.
And childless. Childless.
And childless.
Oh, childless.
Childless too.
Yes,
Both
without
of them
children.
together. Put them both together.
Childless. Okay. Now
You think over 50% of men are
Look,
childless and
I don't
single?
know about
Listen, you ain't got to overthink it. We can use this screen as an example. I'm single and childless. Up until a month ago, Mandrell was single and childless. That's 50% right there.
I'm still childless, just not single.
But he ain't single.
Right, I'm still childless, just not single.
Right.
You know?
And no, I'll do you one better, lost in translation. I've been married, I'm going on 3 years. I was childish before I got married.
Most
That's
men that
75%.
I know above the, that are like my age, because I'm in my 30s, I'm 34.
Oh, correct.
So most men that I know have multiple kids.
But that's a small number, and a lot of women equate those small numbers anecdotally to the world. Y'all say based off where I live in my neighborhood, the guys I know, yes, but these and most of these men you're recognizing have children by multiple women, correct?
Correct.
Right. So see how the home is already dysfunctional.
They're not choosing the correct man.
Right. They know that these guys have multiple children. They see how these guys move in their community, in their neighbor. Y'all see them at the club, don't you? Don't you know Ray and them at the club? Don't they go to the clubs? Y'all go to?
Yeah, no, that's why I was saying, like, because I see a lot of men that move like that. They go from woman to woman, they make child after child,
right.
But then they point the finger at the woman. But it's like, you're out here being irresponsible. It's
let
like,
me ask you a question.
That's
when those women. Let me ask you a question. When those women laid down with those men, were those men their husband?
No.
Exactly. So whose fault is it?
Both parties.
No.
It's a man's nature.
You think you think the woman is to blame?
Yes. My body, my choice.
I mean, I think it takes two to tango, though.
No, my body, my choice.
So you absolve the man completely of responsibility?
My body, my choice. No man can have sex with a woman against her will legally.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I think that it's wrong for a man to lay down with a woman.
Here's the thing. 54% of the men are not doing that. So we don't need to be pointing the finger at the men.
I don't think we need to point the finger at either sexes, because I think
listen, if you was my sister, if you were my sister,
well,
Jalissa,
no, I take that back. I meant to say I think we need to point the finger at both. That's what I'm trying to say.
Jalissa, if you was my sister and you was a virgin, if you came to me and said, bruh, I met a dude today and I think I like him, I think he like me, I'd be like, oh, okay. But he want to have he want to have sex. He's been pressuring me to have sex. You know what I would tell you? That's not the dude for you.
Exactly.
He not the one. And until women start valuing, that's what let me know if women don't value themselves.
They don't.
Because
why do
a woman
not value themselves?
A woman that demands to get married before she has sex. Hey, listen, I want to save myself for marriage, right? A woman that says that she values herself. Now, it's better to say it before you actually have sex, period, or
Right.
before you have a kid, right? But this is why I say this is where we get into murky waters. And so Trey was right, and Madriel was right, and Lost in Translation was right. It takes older women that have made these mistakes to tell these younger women the truth. If you make these actions, the same actions that I did, you're going to enter into these same murky waters that I'm in right now. And I'm at 50 years old.
Yeah.
It's all
A
because
lot of young
it's the
women
older
don't
women.
want to listen to older women. They
Right,
don't
but it's the
wanna
older
listen to
women.
their
Older
elders
women
anymore.
fucked up too.
Here's the thing: it's the older women teaching the younger women to be the way that they are.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Man, don't believe it. Don't submit to a man. Don't
That's
believe
true.
a man. Go to
And y'all
We
college.
don't have
show,
a lot of
Take care
wise
of yourself.
elders anymore because you had
listen,
babies
y'all
raising
show ain't
babies. They're
listening to the
all
single childless men. I'll show you that.
Right.
That's what you're not listening to.
And
Think
black
about it.
men
The
have
only
nothing to
reason,
do.
listen,
Hey,
the
hey,
only
hey.
reason why I'm
Oh.
single, the only reason I'm single and married and don't have kids, because I choose not to.
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So how are men like me at fault? We don't have any kids and we're not married. So how are we at fault?
And here's the
or are we invisible to you?
To me personally,
No, period. Most women, guys like me, are invisible.
I just don't know many.
Come
I
on.
mean,
I'm just being honest.
You
I
ain't
don't know a
Come
lot
on.
of single men that don't have kids.
Oh, here's the thing. I was single for a long time. Y'all not looking for guys like us.
They're not.
Here's the thing. When you meet us, you think something's wrong with us.
Correct.
Well, not
What?
me.
Wait, hold on, wait. Why don't you have any kids? How old are you?
I think that is.
And wait. And you got to wait. You this old. You're in shape. You're disciplined. You got your money straight. Your credit's good. You got everything together. But you ain't got no kids. You ain't never been married.
I think that speaks volumes to a man's
What's wrong
discipline,
with you?
to his integrity. I think
But
that is impressive.
guys who have discipline and integrity, are not chosen.
What's wrong? Here's what you say.
Why not?
I want them guys.
Hold on. Here's another one.
He's driving the bus. He's driving the bus.
We should driving the bus and
garbage
owning the bus.
can.
Here's another one. Here's another one, Jalissa. Okay. Listen.
They want NBA
Hold
young
on,
boy.
Here's another thing you don't believe. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't worry about that. You're lying. Wait, no, I just told you I wasn't gonna do that. I don't believe you. Well, then where do you think this is going?
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So
Here's the thing. You can always check. You can go down to the courthouse and see if a guy's ever been married.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But you say I don't
What's
believe.
there to lie about?
I'm never gonna lie to you. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna lie? No, I don't believe you.
That's true. A lot of women.
How far is this gonna go? How far do you think it's gonna go then?
And can I say this? Can I say this? When you talk about money, right? Financial literacy.
Right.
The guy that a woman should want, Lost in Translation is actually right. Women do not want him. I'm gonna tell you why. Because a guy that's on his purpose and the guy that understands financial literacy, a lot of times he don't look like money, and he's very frugal.
That's true.
Right. And so when it comes down to splurging and making a woman feel special and validating women with gifts, that guy that you actually need is not going to do that. But where women fall victim, they fall for the fool with money.
Well, he's not going to do it on this fantasized spectrum of
Right.
Gucci bags and Chanel and Birkins and stuff.
But then here's the thing. But when you see me wear Louboutins and I got on Dior and you smelling that, you know, so one time I got real nasty with a chick because she thought I didn't have any money, right? But the thing is, I had on a $600 pair of pants. I had a $700 t-shirt on. No labels. Rich people don't wear labels. That's one thing. Billionaires do not wear labels. A t-shirt that a billionaire wears is $2,200 at any given time. Any given time, a billionaire has $100 grand worth of shit on, and you think he got it from Target.
Discipline.
I swear to God, she thought I didn't have it. I was like,
disciplined men are not fun.
right. I went on for
They're
her.
not.
I went on for her though, and it wasn't even on no yelling stuff. It's just like I just talked to her like I'm talking to you now, right? And I just kind of made what I said was what I thought about it. I was like, that's some cold shit to say to somebody. And then the way I did it, she probably went and cried that night. But she was so rude. She sat there at the dinner table on her first date, looking at pictures of herself on her phone. And scrolling. I'm trying to start a conversation with her about about anything. And she just had nothing to say, nothing to talk about. Like she didn't want to be there. I said, you don't want to be here or something? No, I want to be here. I'm interested in getting to know you. Then why aren't you asking me any questions? I mean, I'm trying to start a conversation with you, but you're not talking back.
She's waiting on the
Yeah, she had no idea how to hold a conversation, either that or she just wasn't interested. Either way is fine. But if I'm directly asking you, say so I'll know what time it is. You know, what timing you're on.
Yeah, Mandrell, you know what I did for my wife? I saved my wife from herself.
Right. And here's the also, Jalissa, I didn't curse at her one time. Well, I did.
Listen.
You probably slip one in there.
I slipped one in there. Now that I'm thinking about what I said, I was like, oh, yeah, I did.
I'm gonna tell you something. Women do not, just dating my wife and being married to my wife, I know for a fact that women do not know what they want.
They don't.
Like bro. I saved my wife from herself. And I'm gonna tell you something.
People don't know what they want.
Most women are vain.
That's true.
Very materialistic.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They seek validation fraudulently.
Yeah.
They don't even understand. Most of these women, a lot of and no disrespect, but most of the women, when I see like most of the women that's talking like how they talking in the chat, they don't even know what the hell they talking about. They don't even know what they want.
Yeah.
They really don't. They need Freezy to tell them what they want.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do y'all remember like back in the 2000s when there was like a huge epidemic, I want to call it, of just pregnancies, like high school pregnancies. I remember I graduated in 2007. I remember
welfare.
You graduated in 2007?
of my class were
She's the
pregnant.
baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the thing, Jalissa. I'm out of touch with that era because I was somewhere else on the planet doing wet work for our country. So I mean, at that time, I wasn't here for that. Yeah, I was. Yeah, and you're through.
I said that to say we had a lot of babies raising babies. I feel like kids raising babies in the 2000 era, and so consequently, a lot of children came up with, and this was also around the time where those grandmas and those nanas big mas stopped being a thing and they stopped taking their children to church. They stopped teaching them the ways of the Lord. The Bible says, raise up a child in the way that he should go, and when he's old, he won't depart from it. So there stopped being a lot of structure in the household. And so you have kids raising kids.
I'm too tired to go to church. We'll go next week.
I just got home from the club on Saturday.
I got home from the club last night.
Yeah,
I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep in. We'll go next week.
That's what I'm saying. So there's a lack of knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? So you have a lot of children raising children, women not knowing what it means to be a woman, men not knowing what it means to be a man, women. And so there's a shift in the value system, because now as a child, I'm coming up and I'm not getting structure or teaching or wisdom from home. And so now the culture is teaching me. TV is teaching me. Internet is teaching me. The music industry is teaching me what a woman should be and what a woman should look for. And how a woman
who should be teaching you?
Your parents should be teaching you, but that's not happening.
Okay,
that's
let me ask you this. When you say the parents, right?
Yeah.
The majority of homes are headed up by women. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. And that's the problem.
Now, if they're working, no shade. If they're working, how can they be the best versions of themselves? How can they improve upon themselves if they're busy working for somebody else? How can they teach their child to go to church when they're tired.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because you have that, and that's that's what I'm saying. It's like layers to this cake. You know, we're cutting off slices, but there's so many layers. Like, it takes a 2-parent household to have the optimal outcome in child rearing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, a woman who's working multiple jobs just to put food on the table, and there's no man in the home to share that burden, you're right. Something's gonna go lacking, and consequently, that child is going to bear the they're going to be the one that misses out, because they're going to grow up with this you know, this false idea of what it means to be a woman, or a boy's gonna grow up with this false idea of what it means to be a man, and it's perpetuating. It's a cycle, you know. It's like, so now I get out into society as a grown man who never was really taught by my father, or as a grown woman who was never really taught by my mom because she was working all the time, and now I'm being hot girl summer because that's what the music and the social media and the blogs are telling me to be, you know. So
let me ask you this: what are the fruits of that labor?
Of what labor?
The hot girl summers.
Oh, it's detrimental. It's killing our youth.
What are some of the things that we're seeing because of the hot girl summers? Some examples.
We are seeing ignorance at its highest degree. Like, I cannot stand it. All I see on my timeline are girls twerking all day long, girls dressing halfway all day long, girls chasing this beauty standard that doesn't exist all day long, girls being just ignorant and ratchet. And you know, they have no real goals. It seems it's like their goal is to be the sexiest woman and have the most likes. I don't know, like,
to who?
To who?
Yeah, who are they trying to be sexy for?
For everybody.
That probably would be an accurate statement for men and women. You know, you never know these days. You know.
Yeah.
But my thing is this:
promiscuity.
How let me ask you this: what does the community benefit from women doing that?
Nothing.
Exactly. So why are we continue to doing it?
Because we've lost our minds. We have to find our minds. We find our identities in Christ. Christ is the solution.
At what point?
At the end of the day.
At what point do we get to that point? What's the incentive? Because people just don't change just because. They have to have an incentive. What would be the incentive for them to put up their hoochie mama skirts and go back to church? What would it take?
I think that I don't know what it would take. Maybe coming to the realization that it's not working. Like
but my thing is this: if you're getting
it ain't keeping a man. It ain't.
Listen, if you're constantly getting validated by external sources, that day will never come.
True, and that's the problem. Like men are glorifying this stuff. You know,
I don't think the men are doing that. The men are not asking for this. As a matter of fact, we get on this bad boy every day, say this is what we don't like.
Men of your caliber aren't, but it's
the other men too.
There
not
are
just
men
us.
that are glorifying it. You know,
they're
enabling it.
Men are not glorifying. You know what they're doing? They're doing exactly what the propaganda says do. They're taking advantage of it. That's all they're doing. They're taking advantage of it. They're not glorifying it. They're just putting it back. They're saying, okay, if you're going to play the game that way, we're going to play along with it. That's all men are doing.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean, because they're the ones liking the pictures. They're the ones shooting their shots. They're the ones chasing them down. They're the ones paying their bills.
The women that's getting their pictures liked. This is what astounds me. The women know why these men are liking the picture. It's because you showing ass and titties, not because you got so much depth.
And you know what? You know, hold on. You know how men interpret that in their mind when they see women like that, and with the BBLs and the breast implants, we see easy
sex.
That's it.
We see easy access, and the thing is, I don't know why it is that men tell women this left, right, and center, but women seem to, and it's just an observation. They seem to, from my observation, want men to not see them that way, but see them for who they are. But it's like, no, that's just not how men are. That's not how we're built. However, if we look at a woman like yourself, or my wife, for example, right? My woman dress normal, just like a human being most of the time. But when we go out, listen, she put on one of them dresses and whip that hair and throw on them heels.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm glad I'm built the way that I am. Because they see me and they see a junkyard dog, okay?
I'll cry you.
They ain't gonna try me. You know, you look at me, you'll tell, like, okay, yeah, that let's not fuck with him. Okay, just by looking at me. So I'm glad because I see guys. And my wife now, while I'm there, she's a head turner, but I know what I married.
Yeah.
She's a head turner. She is. You know, it just simply, it just, hey, I like it. So of course other guys are gonna see her and be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I can't get mad at that. You know, I'm glad. I mean, hell, shit, I got something you can't have.
Yeah.
Fuck you. It's all mine. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's just I like that. You know, but but 99% of the, but even with the dresses she wears, it's not something slutty like at all.
Right. There's
you know what I mean? Like Jay Speed said. Jay Speed with the Kendra G show. He said, I saw a woman the other day. She had a skirt on so short you can almost see her social security number. I was like, right here. So she doesn't wear it. My wife doesn't wear anything like that. But he wears something that complements her body. You know what I mean? And but it's not. It's very tasteful. Is what how I describe it. It's very tasteful and attractive. It's not too revealing. But it complements her body, and she works out a lot. You know what I'm saying? So she wants to look nice and feel good. I'm like, okay, yeah. And I trust her.
Let me be clear.
So it's like, yeah, that's what we want. Classy, attractive, beautiful, gorgeous, feminine. But at the same time, I don't know what she looks like naked unless she takes her clothes. You're not gonna know what she looks like naked. You can just imagine, and that's the thing. The only thing you can do is imagine. But the chicks we see and you know guys like on Instagram, oh no, you guys are right. We know what you look like, because we can see it now. You know what I'm saying?
They want men to see them for more than their body, but if that's all that's on display,
we've never talked. We've never had a conversation. We don't know
that's
you.
all you're offering.
That's all we see.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So it's like, when they open their mouth, when that thing starts talking.
It's not like they're
right. Just like that chick I told you I went on the date with, and she's looking at pictures of herself. I didn't believe it, so I asked her to see her phone. She gave me her phone, and no bullshit. She's a whole hundreds of pictures of herself in that phone. It was amazing, and because to her, the clothes I was wearing didn't have any labels, she thought I didn't have money, and that's when I kind of went off on her. But I went off on her. I didn't raise my voice at all. I think that's what threw off too. But then the things I said, you know what I'm saying? I said I didn't curse, but I did twice. I said 2 curse words. One of them was broke bitch. But right. I mean, seriously. Hear what I said. I said this cologne you said you was talking about? Yeah, this is a $300 bottle of Dior. Something your broke ass nostrils ain't accustomed to. Like I was going off. Like since she brought up money, and I don't talk like that. I don't talk about money. You know what I'm saying? People don't even know I have it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad it's like that. I mean, I'm glad you don't know what I got. Fuck, you know, I don't want you coming after me. You know, but women look at it's just the weird perception. It's like, I'm like, chick, I got on red bottoms.
But Madrill,
what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? It's like,
but here's the problem though. We were talking about the black church earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Williams is showing just as much cleavage as Sexy Red nowadays.
Sure is.
The
Yeah.
church
Yeah,
one.
yeah, right. And when
You can't
men
tell
go
the
to church,
saints from the sinners,
listen,
man.
It ain't no
women say,
difference now.
right, and Freezy, women say how men love the church. That's because when we go to church, we don't want to see that in church. And the way we interpret it is any pastor that allows that, you
Yeah,
ain't
my
shit.
pastor
Ain't worth
don't
his
say
salt.
that.
Right. We look at the pastor like, this dude ain't shit. I ain't coming here.
Cause he supposed to be the main one telling them you
Right.
don't supposed to be dressing like that.
Right.
Yeah.
We ain't coming here. What kind of leader is that? We recognize bad leadership and we don't
Yeah.
follow him.
There you
You know
go.
what I'm saying? So we see a church. We see a the pews full of women dressed like that. We're like, I ain't come to church for this, man. Fuck.
I don't
You know
even
what I'm
see
saying?
how you could feel comfortable. Like I guess
You
I
can't.
just like my
They ain't got
reverence
no
for
prayer
God
cloth
and
on
his
their leg. You know
house.
what I'm saying? That's the problem.
There's no reverence for God, there's no reverence for his house, there's no reverence for him. You know, like I don't get me wrong, I am a very feminine girl. Like I look like a rag doll right now, but when I get dressed, and I have a like naturally curvy body. So I
You
embrace
already
my
in trouble.
curves.
You
You know,
already in
so
trouble.
what's that?
Because you already in trouble. You
Well,
curvy?
I don't there was once upon a time where I may have dressed I wouldn't say I've ever dressed provocatively, but I would say that I have dressed more less modest, I guess. So like me rededicating my life to God, I've started to dress a little bit more modestly, but I still like my feminine essence. I still embrace that. I still like to be sexy. I still like to be, but as you said, tastefully so. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Very tasteful. Yeah.
So I'm not just on here walking around leaving nothing to the imagination. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not gonna know what I
And
look
the thing
like
is,
next.
Jalissa, men of value see you dressed tastefully. That gets our attention.
It starts right there.
That gets our attention. We see the way you dress. If you're too out there, you're showing too much, we're like,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Am I right, Trey? It's like, yeah.
You're right. I mean,
but if you're tasteful, it's like, oh.
And not only that,
Oh.
you came up here with some integrity too.
Right.
You know
And
it wasn't
so
so
we're
much
like,
as
let me
we
go.
didn't care.
Have a conversation. You know,
we didn't care what you looked like. We understood what you were saying, and what you were saying was more valuable to us than anything else.
Right.
Thank you.
and that's why those young women need to hear your voice. They need the same information you was telling us how women should sort of move in a certain capacity based off what they practiced in the playbook. That could change the dynamic for the youth. It can change for our future because everybody your age, guys and gals, women and men's, those heterosexuals and all of those, don't they complain about the relationships they can't get? That's all they do. And just about as for every one of us is 12 of y'all. For every one of us, it's 12 of y'all. Who should be chosen, the man or the woman?
Yep.
Y'all should be competing for him.
So, Jonas, I got a question. Why is it that, women haven't caught on to the concept that men pick women for different types of women for different types of things? For example, women who show too much, we pick them for sex. You know what I'm saying? But other women who just modestly, like tastefully, that's what we marry. We buy that model. We don't rent that.
Yeah, that's a rental.
The ones that show too much, that's a rental. But the ones who are modest, hold something back, that draws us in because now we're curious. Like, what else? What is underneath that hood? Okay, let's see what the engine's like. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to see if that thing got a whipple. You know what I'm
Right?
saying?
Yeah, right. What's the engine like? I like the outside. I like the chassis. You know what I'm saying? The chassis. Oh man, look! Oh, very tasteful.
Yeah.
You got our attention. Now let's see what's under the hood. So that's when we come up and have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Now we're trying to see where your head's at. And it is such an easy thing. You know what I mean? And it's like a lot of women, they just want the attention,
Yeah.
and it's like,
They
okay,
don't earn the attention. That's what
right?
it is. Man,
There you go.
they don't earn the attention.
And men of value want to earn it.
Yeah.
We don't want to. We're not going to keep
I
something
think
that's just given for free.
And,
You know
and
what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
We
tell
want
you
to
the truth.
work for it.
Women that this might be controversial what I'm about to say, but women that are more curvy, I feel like should be more conscientious of what they wear because
Yes.
because
And
see,
that's why I said, Joe, you already in trouble right there. You curvy.
but this
That's
the
what I mean
thing.
by you in trouble. Hey, watch
Let me ask Jalissa this. You got a podcast, Jalissa?
I don't. I'm actually starting one with one of my girlfriends. I actually just got through getting my shipment in for my equipment, but I haven't started it yet.
Okay, so I think a lot of women would benefit from hearing your message. From what we've heard thus far today, I think all the men could share the same sentiment that you've grown a lot of wisdom throughout your endeavors, right? And I want to say this. I don't want to pry into your business, but I want to ask you this. When you were married, I know you said your husband was he was committing infidelity a lot of times. Well, aside from the infidelity, what kind of man was he?
My ex-husband is a good man. I think he was hurting. I'll tell you, I'll just be a little transparent or just to make it brief. Like when we met, he he's like a music he likes to produce music. He was chasing a dream of being a music producer. He had connects in California. When I met him because my car tire popped. He ended up helping me change my tire. I thought he was such a gentleman, and he asked me out, and so I obliged him. We just started talking, but shortly after we started talking, he had plans to go from Cleveland to California in pursuit of this musical endeavor. He had connects there. He had an artist he was working with. Long story short, he went out there, lived in Cali for a few months. Things went left, really burst his bubble because he like sold his condo, left his job. He worked, it was a truck driver, had a really good job. He was like, he put all his eggs in this basket and it didn't work out for him. Like, really was just broken by it. And when he came, like when he was out there, we were like in a long distance thing, and he was, had planned to fly me out there and allow me to finish school out there. He was talking about getting married, everything. Plans didn't go his way. When he came back to Cleveland, he was like, let's get married. But I didn't realize how broken he was, and that I didn't realize how hurt he was. When he came back, he had nothing. He didn't have, I think it really hurt his pride. I think it really hurt his ego. Like, we just went to the courthouse, got married. I didn't tell my parents. We kind of did this elope thing. And I bought our apartment. Everything was on me. I was the only one working. I was the only one doing everything. He eventually got a job, but he went through this like depression stage, and he was very bitter. Like, he hated his job. And he started to take it out on me, started to be very just verbally abusive.
Okay, wait.
And then the infidelity came. But he had a good heart. He was a good man. I think that he was just bitter and broken. Like, he was just hurt.
But
and I didn't realize
listen, this is what I'm saying. Listen. And I need everybody to pay attention to this, because this is why the story matters when it comes to men, right? Like, see, what you just, if I would have met that guy, the same guy that I would have felt like he was a good dude.
He was.
Like, I'm just saying, like, if I would have met this dude at a bar and I he told me what what happened to him and what he tried to do, it didn't work out and he's depressed. As a man, I would have identified with that, even if he was fucking hoes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, even if he was fucking hoes, I would have identified with his struggle, right? Mm-hmm. And I get it. The Bible says a woman is brought to anger if she has to maintain her husband too long. I get that. That's a natural response.
He didn't open up to me. Like, he was very hardened. Like, he didn't talk to me about his feelings. Like,
That's a man.
me being a 21-year-old, I didn't see it. Like, me in retrospect, older, I can discern, oh, that's what that was about. But
That's
in
why
the
it's
moment,
important for the
he didn't
older
come to me.
women
He didn't
to
confide in
train
me.
the
You know,
younger
I
women.
had no clue. I didn't understand. Like, why does this man hate me so much? Like, I had no clue. Like, what did I do so wrong?
Hey, Lit, clip this. I'm telling you, dog.
We got it, man.
I'm telling you.
We got it, man. That's why it's important for the older women to train the younger women. They would have equipped you, like, for real.
And off rip, just from you saying what you said in the beginning, women would have crucified that dude.
Yes.
When in reality, he really is a good dude. You understand what I'm saying? And this is why the story matters. That's why I don't claim to be no, all this men versus women shit, this gender war shit. It's a bigger story than that.
Correct.
Yeah.
It really is.
Because think
And
about it,
so-
he snuck off. He snuck off with this dude's baby girl. Didn't even ask for permission. You see what I'm saying? Trey Fur, what we would have did, man, if a dude would have ran off with our baby girl? He would have had a problem. You know what I mean? As a man, he's supposed to walk up to a man and look at him in the eye, sir, I want to marry your daughter. And here's how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, my
You know what
dad
I'm
was
saying?
not happy.
Right.
I know he wasn't.
But that's where you got to take accountability for your actions. You were an adult. You were not a kid, a child, and you didn't
My
listen.
dad
to your
didn't like him for me. He told me that he was not good for me. I did not listen to him. So that's why I didn't tell him.
We
Oh,
know
go
why
ahead.
you didn't tell your daddy. Because you knew your daddy would have told you no. Did you hear what I said? He would have told you no. And
Well,
most
what about
women
this?
want what they want. You see what I'm saying? Instead of taking the righteous man and say, hey, look, this is a guy I'm proud to take to my dad. But no.
I won't say he didn't like him. Like, my dad is a very
I wouldn't have
respectable
trusted me if he
person.
had stole my baby girl.
He just didn't like he was never mean to him, always respectful to him, but he didn't think that he was good for me.
Good enough for you.
Like,
He
he
didn't
didn't
think
think
good
that
enough for you.
Listen, I'm gonna repeat this. Real Bravado said she did not hear that's why the older women need to teach the younger women. Please repeat that. Yeah. She got
Yeah,
it.
I heard it.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
I
wait,
agree.
so you said he thought that he wasn't good enough for you, correct? Am I
Right.
correct? Okay.
Yeah, because
that-
my father's a pastor. He's a bishop, so my dad wants
That's what I'm saying, big girl.
Oh,
Hear what I said? Hey, lost in translation. Troy Fur, you see what I'm saying?
My ex-husband was not in the church at all. So
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh.
Listen, look,
A
I grew
good
up. I grew up in the church in the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? I believe in God. I just don't believe in religion anymore.
There you go.
But the thing is, my principles, my sense of morality, my moral code is rooted. The foundation is Christian. Christ. You know what I'm saying? Christian beliefs. You know what I'm saying? I can't deny. I can't deny that. Like, even though I divorced religion, I cannot deny that that's what my principles, my values, my core is, and I built off of that. You know what I'm saying? I think that the religious part, the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament, I think all of that is kindergarten and elementary school stuff. That's what I equate it to. I'm like, that's basic. But you're supposed to eventually graduate. You're supposed to get out into the world now with what you've learned from church, from the Bible, and apply it to actual life and grow from your experiences while holding on to your core principles and build off of that. That's the foundation, because everyone's going to build, even with the same foundation, everyone's going to build in a different fashion. No two people are going to be alike because everyone's relationship with God is completely different. And that's where I think like Freezy and I have had religious conversations, full-blown conversation. We did one online. Like, in fact, the first live stream I did on my YouTube channel, Freezy was there and we talked about religion. And when you watch it, there was no yelling, no insults. It's an honest to God exchange of ideas. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you learn, because I'm learning how he built off of what he discovered off of his foundation, what he built off of his foundation. I'm learning from, I honestly did learn from him.
Yeah.
And I hope he learned from me too. You know what I'm saying? It's just different perspectives. That's what the different points of view is. It's supposed to be different. Yet everyone expects everyone to be the same. It can't be that way. Otherwise, you're not learning anything and you're not growing spiritually. You're not growing with God.
And that's what I was trying to tell.
Walk with God.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to tell V Israel earlier.
Yeah,
he had such a need to be right, and just it's a conversation between men. It should be a build.
Yeah, that was a bit disheartening. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was a little bit frazzled. I was like, "Come on, guys."
I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. That's what we do, but we go back and fix it though. That's what we do.
Right.
It may get out of hand, but about the end of the show, we've been fixed it. That's how we do.
Okay, good.
If you think that's crazy, tune in tomorrow at the barbershop. You gonna?
Oh my God!
Movies.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing. I also, like if you notice, like even with me, I'll talk about different phases in my life. Like I had a phase. I've talked about, wearing high fashion stuff, right? That was a phase. I was into high fashion, expensive clothes, but it didn't look fruity and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I still have. I like masculine shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's what I said. But that was a phase in my life, because when I realized how much money I spent on clothes, I was like, and I looked at my closet, like, I ain't got much in here, but I spent how much money? This is stupid. Let me go to Kohl's. You know what I'm saying?
Get you a 6-pack of black tees. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me go to Kohl's. Again, you know what I'm saying? And so again, we go through these phases in life, and even with that, it wasn't just for everyone else. You know what I'm saying? It was just kind of like, okay, I'm doing all right financially, so I mean, I can afford this stuff. I wonder what this $600 t-shirt, because I'm looking at prices. I don't come from that, I'm like, a $600 t-shirt? What? I gotta know what a $600 t-shirt feels like. but you can't, in those stores, they don't let you try stuff on. You have to know your size, or they'll measure you there in the store, like Chanel, Louboutin. You know what I'm saying?
You're not gonna be sweating out that stuff.
No. You're not trying on anything except maybe a pair of shoes, maybe
with your socks on.
Yeah, with your socks on. It depends on who's your attendant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about that life. I'm trying to be
the thing is,
when I grow up.
Yeah, but what they do is they measure you and tell you what size you get. You know what I'm saying? They get full measurements with the tape and the whole nine and do the math. They do all of that in those stores, right? But I said, since I couldn't try it on, I said, I gotta know what this feels like. And I'm like, because there's no way this is worth $600. But you put it on, still ain't worth $600. It's a t-shirt. But when you put it on, you're like, oh my God.
It just feels like money.
Oh,
that's what you tell yourself.
But it's like, where the money goes. No, it's like, where the money goes, because the money is in the structure of the garment and how it feels on the skin. That's what I meant by, oh my God. You're like, okay, so there's the difference. Still ain't a $600 t-shirt though.
Right.
It's again, it's a t-shirt. So you know what I'm saying? It's a t-shirt. But you do see the difference. But I look at, are those clothes worth it? But again, that was a phase, and I learned from it. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to go back to that. That's ridiculous. I was on something else. I don't know. But you
wanted to say something.
You definitely have to learn from your phases. But I want to commend. Is it Freezy?
Yeah, Freezy.
I really like the way you handled the confrontation, because you remained very calm. You remained very humble. I mean, I could see where it was like starting to get frustrating for you, but I was like, come on, guys, we got to respect each other. Like it's a shame that, and I understand that these emotions get the best of us sometimes. But I was like, yeah, let's take some deep breaths, because it was starting to get a little hostile. And
yeah, that's what men do.
I was like, I hope
here's the thing.
Arguing and
here's the thing. I really do want change. Like, okay, so I used to be like him. I used to want to get my word in, emotionally charged, over talking, and as a man, I understand you won't be an effective man that way, right?
Yeah.
And if you're trying to learn how to and I'm saying this metaphorically, if you want to know how to kill your prey, you have to be able to absorb a lot of information, lay low, watch, observe, right? And so I've learned to be more effective. I was trying to show V how to be quiet. When he talked, I was quiet, right? And I was trying to exemplify what I wanted from him. But it
Yeah.
just some guys they're just not gonna get it. I understand that,
No,
right?
I noticed that, and you were like, how about we do this? I'll say what I say, then you can defend after. And you did it very humbly, but I think, and this is no disrespect to him. I think that he just, some of us, communication is an art. It's a skill. It has to be learned because we're so eager to get our point across, but we forget the biggest component of communication is listening. And I think that that is just something that we all have to learn to do better at. But I really like the way that you handled and navigated that conversation, because it could have went real left had you reciprocated the same energy,
Yeah.
So I think that was
Well,
great.
the Bible says when you think you know everything, you really know nothing. You don't, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of guys come on YouTube trying to validate themselves by how much knowledge how much knowledge they can spit and all that, trying to overtalk you and stuff.
Yeah.
The reason why they're doing that is because they have a deficit on the inside. They're projecting. They're very insecure and they have a deficit. And I had realized that about myself. I was insecure. I had a deficit of security within me, and I had to work that out within myself. Now I'm able to be quiet and listen and let a man talk and not interrupt him because I have more confidence within myself, more security within myself.
Yeah.
Just you could be talking for 30 minutes and a whole lot of wrong, and I'm gonna wait for you to say that 30 minutes of wrong just so I can say these 10 seconds of right. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? 10 seconds of right kills 30 minutes of wrong.
Yeah.
And men need to understand that. It don't matter how long you talk. So, but I just want to say this too. How long have you been divorced?
So I've been separated since 2015. That's when my husband and I physically separated. There was no since we separated, there was no going back and forth. There was no we're a thing, but we're not together.
You haven't had a legal divorce yet.
No, I did. I had my divorce was finalized 2022, but I've been physically separated since 2015.
Okay, so let me ask you this: is he with somebody now? Is he married?
No, he was in a relationship, but he's not anymore.
Okay, you have a child with him, right?
I do.
You still talk to him, obviously, because y'all have to communicate.
We have a great relationship, a great co-parenting relationship.
So what's the problem?
As far as us being together, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, y'all got a child together.
The problem is that he's not what I'm looking for.
Wait.
There you go.
You know what? And you know what?
That's
gonna conclude our show.
There it is.
Catch y'all next week.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Y'all have a child together, right?
We do.
And humbly, it's not about you no more.
No.
I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's really not about you no more, and it ain't even about him no more.
No, it's not.
It's about y'all child.
So you think I should get back with him?
Yes.
Just give it a try.
Can I ask you why? Why
Just
do you
give it a try.
that I should?
Because you're wiser now. And
yes.
He's wiser now.
Yes.
No, I don't think so. To be honest, I think that I know that he is still in that same place mentally and emotionally that he was 10 years ago.
Think about it though.
And spiritually.
Right,
and,
but think
and,
about
and me, I've been there, I've done that, and I've done the work. I've been in counseling. I've recommitted myself spiritually. I've walked alone. I've taken the time to heal. And I'm not saying that I'm better than him. I just now know that there's something that I'm looking for. He's not it.
listen to what I'm saying. You still communicate with him, and you said y'all still maintain a friendship.
We do. We have a great friendship, to be honest. We have a great friendship as far as, I would say it's more than just being cordial, because I genuinely care for him. Like, he's still family to me, you know.
Does he care about you?
I believe so. I'm still the mother of his child. So he treats me with respect. You know, we don't always agree. He gets on my nerves sometimes, but he's family. That's family. You know, like, I'm never going to.
But this is the thing. You seem to be more spiritually mature, right? You read your Bible.
Absolutely.
You understand more so now than ever what the duties of a wife is.
Absolutely.
So when you communicate with him, you should be pouring into him, right?
I do, from a platonic place.
Right. I'm not telling you to.
I think we passed platonic. We got a kid here. You know.
Yeah, you got a kid. But see,
come on now.
But lost in translation. Do you understand the murky waters that I'm talking about? Like,
oh yes.
You got a child.
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. There's no.
I draw the line. I don't do that messy stuff. Like,
got it, but here's the thing.
I don't flirt with him. I make sure he knows that it is. I am just your ex. I'm just your daughter's mother.
Okay, cool. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with that, though. Just earlier in this very broadcast, Freezy brought up the point, or lost in translation, one of them, that the wife, when the husband goes wayward from the church and God, or whatever the case may be, it's on the wife to bring him back. You agreed with that, but yet and still you're in that very. Hold on, you're in the position to do just that, and you're just saying, "No, I'm unwilling to do it. I don't want to."
If we were still married, let me tell you something. I would have never walked away from him. I pleaded for him to stay with me. He left me when I was still pregnant with my daughter.
Damn.
For his baby mother.
He left you for another woman?
Yes, told me
while you were pregnant.
Told me 2 months before I gave birth to my daughter that he wanted the divorce.
Oh, yeah. He already had a kid before he met you?
Yeah.
He had a child a little bit before with the girl he was dating right before he met me.
That aside, he left you for another woman while you were pregnant.
Correct, and
Jalissa, scratch what I said. Move on.
I've already moved on.
There you go.
10 years ago.
But hold on, man.
I agree.
Mandrell, he really didn't leave because it took them like 7 years to get a divorce.
Yeah.
Freezy. I'm on Jalissa's side on this.
No, he was just fucking his baby mama, dog.
Why would he tell her he wants to leave then?
Father, I genuinely care about his soul. I genuinely care. I want what's best for him. I love him. I will take him in if he's homeless. I will never want anything.
That sounds like a husband to me.
No, I view him as the father of my child. I view him as family.
Hold on, wait. If you was my old lady, and I heard you say that, I'll break up with your ass.
Well, I'm single right now, of course.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Crazy.
The next man you get with, if he knew exactly what you just said, your father of your child, the type of love you're gonna have for him if he's homeless and all that, blah, 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 right? I wouldn't even want to date you no more because I know that your heart
it's not that. It's not tied to that way.
Okay.
Let me just tell you something about Jalissa. Jalissa's a very caring person. I will give a stranger the shirt off my back. And so when
you ain't gonna let a stranger stay in your house.
Oh, I've done it before.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm crazy. I just love people.
Yes, you are.
I just love people. I met a homeless couple, and the girl was pregnant, and she was. I just do stuff that I probably shouldn't do because my heart's too big.
I get it, but that's dangerous, Melissa.
Huh?
That's dangerous.
No,
You know
I
what?
agree.
Welcome
I agree.
to the show.
I won't do it again. But the point is, when I say that, when I speak of my daughter's father the way that I do, is not because I'm still tied to him emotionally. It's just that I'm a caring person. And so for family, like if I look out for strangers, of course for family I'm going to try my best if I can to be there when you're in need. However,
my wife got a baby. My wife, when I was dating my wife, if she would have ever looked out for her child's father, it would have been it.
Over.
Well, that's what
Over.
So as a single woman, I move a lot
Jalisa, hold
different.
on a second. TJ ain't got but a few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. TJ. Yes, sir.
Listen,
Go ahead and drop what you got to say, man.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me clearly?
We can hear you fine. Yeah.
RB in.
I'm sorry, guys. All the background noise. I'm at the work at the hospital, but I need to jump on and I need to say a couple quick things. And let me say this right up front, Jaleesa, I don't know nothing about you. This is not a judgment call from the stuff that I just heard. It's just an assessment and it's a teaching tool to our ladies out here. Number one, for a woman, separate out what the men do. I'm just saying, as a woman, when you meet a man, if you are a woman and you have no children, and you meet a man who has children, that man can never be your husband because he already has a family. You understand what I'm saying? That man is already. Listen. That man, and this is the problem with our women. They don't understand that when a man already has children with another woman, that man has a family. You are not his family. If your child and that woman's child get sick at the same time, gravely sick at the same time, which can happen, who does he go to first? His loyalty is split. As a woman with no children, you cannot afford to have a man with a split loyalty to your house. You can't do that. But our women signed up lock, stock, and barrel for another woman's husband.
I understand what you're saying.
Number two, to Freezy's point, and I'm gonna be transparent because the guys up here, they know I just shoot it straight, even if it's an arrow at me. I was recently in a relationship with a woman who couldn't keep her resources away from her kid's father. And that's a fucking problem. And a woman who says, and you have to understand, Jaleesa, you might be up here. You have no idea what man that you could potentially get is watching you or listening. And when they hear you talk about your ex-husband and the way you talk about him, you potentially run off the guy that's meant for you. And I'm telling you one thing, guys are territorial. We don't want to come second to nobody, especially a man you left or left you. We don't want to come second to him. We don't want to hear you talking about him like that. If there's some things I tell a lady, there's some things you take to your fucking grave. If you feel that way about your kid's father, you take that's between you, God, and the dark closet. That is to never ever out of your mouth see the light of day. Because what you need right now is a man to come in and take on you and your ex-husband's child.
May I respond?
And that's a huge ask. Yeah, go ahead.
So TJ, I definitely agree with you in the fact that a man should never come second to anyone, not even a woman's child in a marriage. I think that you shouldn't. A lot of people idolize their children, like we were talking about earlier. So I definitely wouldn't expect my man to come second to an ex-husband. I would never ever put him in that position. Me, I'm speaking from a single place. Right now, I'm single. I've been single for a while. And I don't have a man. No one's claiming me right now. So, yes, if my daughter's father was on the street, I would take him in. Not because I
Telling you right
with
now,
him, not
that
because
mind,
I'm in love with him, because he's family. I would take him in just like I would take my brother in. You
Whoa, wait,
understand?
it doesn't.
he's wait. You just said it yourself, Jaleesa. He's what now?
He's family.
Ah, so TJ
And
was
for
right.
She said that earlier.
I said that earlier.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
telling you.
Yep.
same to
Nope.
you,
I tried to tell
Jaleesa.
you. What's it?
Well, when I said
Jaleesa,
family, I mean like he's my daughter's father.
I don't give a
Man,
good.
fuck
Listen,
that.
I don't give a shit. He's a grown
Fuck
ass man.
that.
If he's in
Well,
trouble, you have to stand on your own two. You're a man. Stand on your
well,
own
so
two.
Jaleesa,
when I
He ain't
get
my
Jaleesa.
family.
married, of course, I'm not going to
No,
Are
like
you
Jaleesa,
gonna make with
I
that
heard you
mentality? Are
say
you gonna make
that
it to marriage? Is the question.
Jaleesa, and the problem is you won't even make it there. You
we don't
won't.
have we don't fellas, let me be clear. Me and my daughter's father do not have this super
He's
close
not.
relationship where we're talking on the phone all the time, we're seeing each other all the time. Like we talk once in blue moon and it's always about the daughter. It's
You
always
just,
about
you
the
just, and Jaleesa, what we're trying to convey to you is none of that matters. What matters is how you feel about it in the current present. It doesn't matter. It's the mere fact that you will. And
You
so
willing to
even if
take him
I'm in
that
the
I
in?
picture,
will what?
You're willing to
listen,
take him in if he gets in trouble.
and
You
see,
know what I
here's the
mean?
thing. And here's the thing about that, Jaleesa. You keep saying, I'm single. You need to understand you're single. And so even though you might not be actively, I don't know if you're actively pursuing or actively open, but understand that when you are a single woman and you have another man's child, the way you talk, the way you move will determine the quality of guy you get. And if you want the kind of fella whatever kind of fellow that you want, the you have to listen to a whole panel of men tell you that the way you speak about your kid's father is problematic.
So can I ask you guys, if you do you guys have kids?
No, I do not.
I don't have any
I
kids.
do.
You do? Okay, so if you had a child with someone that you're no longer with, and I don't know, for whatever reason, they say they got evicted and they don't have anywhere to go, you would rather let them be on the street than
Yeah.
allow them to sleep on your couch
I'm gonna
until
tell
they
you
figure it
why.
out?
I'm gonna tell you
Listen,
why. Oh, yes,
So
I'm gonna tell you.
you would let your child see their mother on the street.
Okay, but this is the thing, right? This is why if I was to take my child's mother back in
Don't
my
do that.
house,
All right,
if
TJ, appreciate it, man.
all right, TJ.
RBN, if I was to take my child's mother back in my house and I felt that way about her, I might as well go ahead and work it out.
Well, no, I'm saying like as a single person, and
No, no,
there are
listen
no
what I'm
feelings
saying.
there.
Listen
There are
what
no
I'm saying.
feelings there.
If she left me for her baby daddy and we eventually got divorced because of it, my child mother could be caught in a fucking hailstorm and I wouldn't take her ass in.
Understand? Like, here's the thing.
We just
We're
be
not. No, here's the thing,
have
Chillis.
different opinions.
Well, no, what we're saying is we're not going to feel good about it, and we're not cold about it. However, I can't do that. I can't allow myself to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because actions have consequences.
That's
And
right.
now, because of your actions or his actions in this case, he's made things infinitely more complicated. Okay. And like say if you meet a guy and he's like me or Lost in Translation or any of us on this panel, and you even bring this, hey, my baby daddy, he's in trouble. You know what I'm saying? He needs a place to stay. Your point? You know
I
what I'm
guess
saying? And then we get here's the thing. We look at it like this. He's a grown ass man. Every grown ass man got to stand on his own 2 fucking feet. You got yourself in a situation.
I think
Cool. Get
women are
yourself.
just
It's messed up, but now you got to get yourself out. This is
Let me
my family. Hold on. This is my family now. You're my wife. Okay. You are just the father of her child. That is all you are. You're not family.
yeah. No, I understand that. Like
Listen,
that's
the
why I said
reason
if I was with a man, it would be a totally different narrative. But I'm a single woman. I don't have a man who I'm gonna value my man's feelings and everything and that. So I'm not gonna do that. But I don't have a man. Nobody. I live in this big old house. Why would I allow my daughter's father to be on the street? Like his well-being affects my daughter's well-being. I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of my daughter essentially because
well, if that's the case,
if something happens to her
if
father,
that
she's now fatherless because he's
listen,
on the street, and I could have aided him. It's just like, why I would want him to extend the same courtesy. If I'm out here in the on the street and I got put out of my house, I have nowhere to turn. I would want him or a friend or anybody who claims to care about me, and I think that of all people, the parent, the mother or father of your child should care about you.
Right, but if he got friends, why don't he call and ask them? And if they say no and his parents say no, all them people said no. That tells me I don't want that nigga in my house then. Hell no. Nobody's gonna come to his help to help him. And I'm gonna bring him in my house.
That's an extreme example. I was just saying, hypothetically speaking,
I got
if
it.
he had
I
nowhere
know.
to go, I wouldn't just leave him on the street. You understand?
If
He
you
need to
married,
go to
if
his.
you married,
He
you're going
need,
to.
listen.
If you married,
If
you're going
my see, but this what I mean by women are different from men.
Yeah, we're
right?
very nurturing like that. I think
No,
you guys
no,
like
no,
me.
no. You're naive.
Men know that there's
Listen,
no accountability.
listen.
That's what that is.
If this how a man think. Well, I'm gonna just this how freeze thing as a man, because some of these dudes out here are suspect. But listen, if my wife left me for her baby daddy, and she got caught in a hailstorm after our divorce, she need to be calling her fucking baby daddy.
Thank you. So here's the thing: the chick he left you for, that's who he needs to be calling to ask for a place to stay. That's the way this works. Now, here's the thing: like I said, if you had a boyfriend and he doesn't take the same stance as we do, you need to start looking at this dude real hard.
I would ask him to. I don't think I would even ask him to.
Right? You can't do that. Or if you have a boyfriend or a husband, you can't suggest this kind of thing to him because now he's going to be now this guy's going to be looking at you like you're actually considering this. Yeah. Ooh, wait, hold on. What? Now he's going to be asking, what am I missing with her? Because something ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not naive in the fact that I do realize that it can be that could be perceived very wrong. If a person doesn't know the sentiments of my heart, you guys, nobody knows but God what's my heart. Like a man could easily think, oh, she must still have something for him, or da da da, or vice versa, which is totally not the case.
No, it's even if you don't have, even if you're telling the truth right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he comes in your home, you're leaving the door open for a repeat offense, right? If I was your older brother and I'm talking to you like this, I will only be talking to you like this to protect you and your child. See,
I would do it very temporarily, not like you can just move in with me. Now, I'm just saying, like, I would let you sleep on my couch till you figure
that shit
it out.
sound good.
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not talking about
good,
moving
man.
you in with me. There's a difference.
Right. But here's the thing.
You seem like you cold. You just lay down
no,
next to me.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Come on,
I get it. But here's the thing. If you're with a guy, he either loves you or he cares about you and he cares about your relationship, he's not going to be comfortable with that at all. He's not going to be okay with that at all. He's not. Because like you said, yeah, or if you're just dating a guy, or if you just so let's say you just dating a guy and this kind of scenario happens and you let the baby daddy in, consider that relationship lost.
No, I understand.
Or the dating that prospect guy.
If I were dating anyone.
Yeah. If that consider that prospect lost. If he's a man of value who is even self-confident, you know what I'm saying? Because now he's looking at the way you look at things, and he's gonna take that as a way that you don't value him. You don't really value him.
Jalisa, let me explain something to you.
Yeah.
This is the main reason why most guys don't want to date women with children, because it's too complicated.
Yeah, it gets
It's
like
too
that.
complicated.
Mhm.
It
Yeah.
really is.
I'll
Because
tell
how can
you
you, here's the thing,
this.
how can a man protect his house and there's another man in the house?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying from a single perspective, you guys. Like you guys can look at
Hold on, wait.
Dusty
From
right
a
now.
single perspective. No, listen. I'm gonna do you
Nobody's
one
here
better.
but me.
I'm gonna do you one better. From a let's talk from a single perspective. Let's do it your way. You know what you need to be doing right now? Laying the foundation that your baby daddy cannot come to your house. Because if you keep this mentality, and let's say you will allow him to come in your house, and then you meet a guy a week later, your baby daddy is still going to have the sentiment that he's good over there.
I think that okay, so
Did you understand what I just said?
No, I hear you. I hear you. And
Hear what I said.
I think that you are very accurate in that statement. And I think that I hear what all of you guys are saying. I don't want you to think I'm not hearing you. And I think that would be the synopsis in most cases. But even with my ex relationship, because after my marriage dissolved, I had a boyfriend off and on for like 4 years. And he and my ex-husband were cool.
Oh, hell no.
They like
I don't
I had no
your
problem.
ex-husband,
Like,
your baby daddy. What's your father's phone number? What is your father's phone number? That's what I want to talk to.
To our house because we lived together. He would come over to our house to pick up, my daughter.
See what I'm saying?
To see my daughter, and he wouldn't like just be chill, like he wouldn't buddy with him, but they were cool. Like so they would when he would come to the door, they would chat for a second. Like we have that type of dynamic. Like
She wants a big happy family.
Jalissa.
I
Jalissa.
think that in Black culture we make that like it's some type of taboo thing, like it
It's
doesn't
a problem.
exist.
Jalissa.
It's a problem when people are being messy, but when
it is messy.
No, Jalissa. Here's what your man is gonna do. My baby daddy's coming to pick up the kid. So what gas station you gonna meet him at? Or parking lot?
No,
he's gonna come over here and do it. No, he's not. You're gonna go out there and meet him we gonna go somewhere and drop this kid off to him somewhere else. He ain't coming to my house. For what?
Shout out to Real Bravado Network. He said this is why she needs to go back to her child's father. She is refusing to accept that the way her mind works will keep her unmarried, and no man will ever take her seriously.
Here's the thing. Hold on. One more thing, Alyssa. Pay close attention to this conversation.
My ex took me seriously. He wanted.
Here's the thing. All the men on this panel, even the men in the chat, are telling you how this should go. The other guy, your ex, he probably took you seriously, but he accepted this nonsense. But you're not together anymore. That might not be the reason why. However, big picture, that is a relationship that for whatever reason did not work. And this is still yet a guy who accepted that. But a guy who will not accept it, that's a guy of structure. That's a guy of protection, principle. And a lot of times we move like this on principle. This is my house, my family. And I have to let you, the kid's father, know that. These boundaries have to be set. You have to set boundaries in this situation. And a lot of times, because now understand, of the adults, there are 3 people in this relationship. I got to minimize that as much as I can.
True.
Yes, it is.
You guys,
take your ex. Now here's the thing.
I think you guys are assuming a lot here.
No. This is a
we just trying to save you from yourself.
Yeah, we're trying to open your eyes to what actually happened. This is a guy in the last relationship who accepted this kind of thing, this kind of closeness. All right. But for whatever reason, that relationship didn't work. I'm not saying that's the reason why that he accepted this kind of stuff. I'm not saying that. However, that is a personality type. That is a personality.
I didn't want to shack up anymore. I was trying to live a celibate lifestyle, so I left.
Right. Wait, hold on. He was living with you and you were celibate?
No, so I was in a relationship and I felt convicted because I wanted to draw closer to God. I wanted to do things right. So we weren't married, we were living together. So I
So,
left the relationship and I've been single ever since.
okay. So, did you love the guy?
I did.
Why didn't you just marry him?
He wanted to marry me, but he refused.
And he wanted to
He refused to go to counseling.
Counseling
And
important?
we had a lot of issues. He had did.
What? Jalissa, let me paint another picture.
Wow.
Let's say you have that understanding with your baby daddy right now, and you meet Lost in Translation. You meet him at the library or Barnes and Nobles or something, and y'all have a great conversation. Y'all start dating. If your baby daddy knocked on your door while Lost in Translation is there, and your baby daddy said, I'm in dire need, like I'm just desperate, like I need somewhere to stay for the night. I'm in trouble. And he was just under that mindset. He didn't know that, you know, you had started talking to Lost in Translation. Would you still allow your baby daddy to stay there?
If Lost in Transaction was at my house and we were dating,
Yeah.
no, I would not.
Why not?
Because I think that it would be disrespectful to a rapport I'm trying to build with Lost in Transaction. I would
Translation, Lost in Translation.
Sorry, translation. Forgive me.
I don't do transactions.
I think that it could potentially be harmful to whatever it is I'm trying to build with this new person.
Right.
I'm just telling every man on this panel and in the chat is telling you that's not the way to go.
But here's the caveat. I believe you. But where the problem lies is there wouldn't have been a substantial amount of time and understanding with your baby daddy. And it could potentially cause a disruption or some heated conversation between your baby daddy and Lost in Translation. But how you could have stopped that is set boundaries before you even met Lost in Translation. And this is what we're trying to get you to see now.
That's what the other guy was saying, that your boundaries are too loose right now. And that's what we're saying. Okay, you need to, if you want another guy of value.
But Drill, this is a thing. Yeah, Drill, this is a thing. She thinks that she is in control of the whole thing, and she's not.
Oh, that's right. And you're not. No, you're not.
Well,
You're
I think okay, so I think you guys probably have this idea of this person, but that's not what it is. Like my baby daddy would never make a thing of that. Like if he came to my door,
really?
Yeah, he wouldn't. He would.
Now, once upon a time, you thought he would never leave you for his baby mama.
You can't speak for a man.
Yeah, you can't speak for a man. And especially given what he did and the way he left you, you can't put anything past a person like that. He left you for his baby mama. Ma'am.
I don't think he would get upset because he couldn't stay at my house when
Shout
I
out
had,
to
a man there.
Shout out to Elevated Mind Healer. She said, "You're leaving a revolving door, if not closed, will cause you to lose future opportunities."
You guys,
because of the actions.
It has been closed for years. We do not have. I don't know what you guys are like assuming in your minds, but we do not have this.
No, we're not assuming that.
Relationship.
I got you. We're not assuming that you have that. We're not assuming that you have that. However, the situation as it is, a man meeting you and coming into this. You have to think about how this is going to affect him and how he's going to interpret this. You can tell him everything you want, but when he see how this thing operates, I'm like, all right, he's gonna go, all right, you're telling me one thing, but the way this is moving, that's something different. And so one thing isn't like the other. Your word versus practical application. That's what that's where the new guy's gonna get confused.
In 9 years, my baby daddy has never tried me because he knows I don't play that. I'm a woman of integrity, you guys, and I'm a woman of my word. He knows I don't play.
Fair enough.
I
And
do
it might
not
not be.
like.
And
There's
it
no
might.
spending the night. There's no flirting. There's no trying
Gotcha.
me. Don't
Here's
even
the
talk
thing.
to me crazy. Like
Here's the thing, though.
what's that?
Here's the thing, though. Once the new guy coming into your life, here's your story with him, and he hears the new guy hears how he treated you. The new guy's never gonna trust him. So in the spirit of protecting you, he is going to set some very firm boundaries. Okay, and one of them is probably going to be like the ones we're suggesting to you or saying. That's why we're saying, like, yeah, this is probably for a guy that you're looking for. This is going to be a problem for him.
But I believe that my daughter's father and I have a mutual understanding. Like he doesn't even I don't even think he would do that if he knew I was in a relationship.
I got it, but here's what you're doing. You're doing the same thing I mentioned that women do earlier, right? You're not listening to what the man is telling. The new guy is telling. You got every man up here and in the chat. That's why I keep pointing it out. Think of us as potential guys who could potentially that you are potentially meeting. All of us are telling you, as new guys coming into your life, this is a problem.
I think
hold on.
Shout out to Big. Hold on, y'all. Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
I know.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get the super chat out the way. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. One of my exes asked if she could let her daughter's father move in from out of state while he searched for a house to relocate. He said, I broke up with her.
You didn't ask me that dumbass question.
Damn right, Big Bad Bull.
You know what, Big Bad Bull.
Let's be clear to
you know
the
what?
chat.
I
For
think we
those
need
who
to
are
get
just
Big Bad Bull a
chiming in,
little
you
something,
guys,
something for that
I'm
one.
not crazy. I would never ask a man to do that. I was speaking from a single perspective. I'm single right now. Okay, so I would never in a relationship ever expect my man to help my baby father out. Like, no,
and what we're
that's
telling
not
you
what I
is,
was saying.
I think this what I think, Madriel. I think that you're sweet and you're nice and you're very nice.
I believe every word you're saying now.
I would do
believe
it for
about this whole
any one of my
situation.
friends. Like
Yes.
any one of my family members. That's
I believe
it.
here's the thing to this. I believe every word you've spoken tonight. I want you to know I honestly and truly do believe you. What I'm saying is the guy coming in, next guy coming in, he'll probably believe you too. But he's still not, there's nothing you can say to make him comfortable with how this operates. He's not going to be comfortable.
I wouldn't expect him to be.
Can I say
I
this?
wouldn't even let the situation get presented to him.
Well, there you go. Hold on a second,
Yeah.
please. I'm gonna go ahead and get this super chat music out the way.
Go ahead.
I want to make sure we get these people their money's worth. You know what I'm saying? Thank you guys for the super chat. I'm gonna give y'all the Reverend Good Joint. Ladies and gentlemen, Good Joint.
So this is why men don't go to church anymore. Look at that.
Come on, Freezy.
He's wearing a dress with leggings.
Well, I was just saying that she what I was going to say was how serious I am about what I'm saying, Jalissa. I'm not telling you nothing that I didn't exemplify myself. When I met my wife, she had a 2-year-old daughter, and I didn't take her serious, right? But when we started talking, I noticed in the very beginning when she always used to bump heads with her baby's father, and they used to argue on the phone. And I actually told her, if you're going to continue to do this, you ain't never got to worry about me again. And I said, I don't even want you talking to this fool. Your daughter, listen, I told her that he can text you, and if there's an agreement, you know, he's on child support. I said, you got him on child support. The check come, and if he needs to convey something to you, where that, you know, if he's coming over, and he needs to pick up his daughter, or you need to drop your daughter, you know, it's a text. But all that arguing and stuff, I'm not finna, because what that communicates to me is he still can get emotions out of you. You still care. You still care.
Yeah.
And so this is where we get into murky waters. She understood what I was saying, because she was trying to tell me exactly what you're saying. You don't get it. You don't get it. I don't care about him. You don't understand. I really don't. It's not about, I was trying to save her from herself.
Yeah, I understand that.
You understand what I'm saying? And so what I'm telling you is, I'm not trying to tell you to be a creep. I'm actually trying to get you to either get back with him. That was my initial thing. I said, get back with him or leave him alone. But see, this is what children get complicated. You understand what I'm saying? Because when a child is involved, if you did not have a child with that dude, and you was just a single woman with no children, and he left you for his baby mama, the mindset that you would have, I'm willing to bet you would not allow him in your damn house. You would have did your hands like this here if you didn't have no child.
Just have a different perspective when it comes to co-parenting. Like, I feel like with you guys, maybe because you're men, I don't know, but I feel like with you guys, like the other party is just
no, Jalissa, you said he's family, right? He's like family.
Yeah,
what is making y'all family?
He's 50% of my team right now.
Thank you. Listen what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Well, like, you know, as far as being my daughter's father, like
thank you. This is what I'm saying.
I value fatherhood. There's a lot of women who don't. I value fatherhood. I think it's crucial and critical.
I'm not saying you do, but this is the problem. This is where I'm hard on black men. I mean, on men in general, right? Bruh, you need to handle your own responsibilities now. You left this woman for your baby mama. You tried to make it seem like you don't need her. You don't need Jalissa. Nigga, it's time for you to grab your fucking nuts and man up. Yeah.
Fuck on. That's it.
Get the fuck on, nigga. Listen, what I'm telling you. And see, you need a nigga, you need a dude to talk to you like this, Jalissa, because you too nice. I said, I'm gonna tell you something. All I'm telling you is, I guarantee if you didn't have a child from this dude, and I'm sorry for calling him a nigga, I don't know him, that's just how I talk. I don't want to disrespect your baby father. But what I'm saying is that if you didn't have a child from him and he left you for his baby's mother,
you'd be mad as
you
hell.
would have a totally different outlook on what we're saying right now. He would not be family.
Well, he wouldn't be in my life anymore.
Thank you. So what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. The new guy that's coming in, he expects you to have the same mentality.
But I think that is absurd, because having a child with someone is life defining. Like, of course, if I didn't have a child with him,
that's why I encourage women to stay with their baby daddies. That's why, because you're describing having a child with this man in such a romantic.
No.
I'm not saying romantic as far. I'm not saying romantic as far as like love. I'm talking about in such a what you're describing is a.
You speak so lovingly of him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's an important bond. You've developed a bond with this man, right? So you're saying you're describing an important bond that you guys cultivated.
I'm a very family-oriented person. Sorry, not to cut you off. I think that's important to know because you guys don't know me, but I am huge on family. You understand?
If you're huge on what I'm telling you is, if you're huge on family,
go back.
Get back with
Put
him.
it back
No, I don't
together,
want
bro.
you're not huge on family. That's what I'm telling you.
He can be family without being my husband. He does not have to be my husband.
Why do women?
No.
You know what?
Ship has shells.
We ain't got enough time, y'all. We ain't got enough time.
Hold on, before she go, I think that we need to keep her around because no,
but here's I know why you're saying it, Freezer, because this is the other end of the story that we don't get a chance to hear. We hear the horror stories, but now we get to put a face to it. You see what I'm saying? Am I not right, Trey Ferg?
You're calling my story a horror story. It's not.
No. We're not saying your story is a horror story. We're telling you that other women tell us your story, and that's why it's not unfamiliar to us because we've heard it so many times. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and just for the record, he's never came to me for anything like that. I think his pride wouldn't let him, to be honest. His ego wouldn't let him, to be honest. I was just saying hypothetically.
Look, here's the thing. Real Bravado Network just said, he said, I'm truly not trying to be an asshole, but man, her mindset is the poster child for why women with children is a bad deal.
I think that's an insecure statement.
Hear what I said? I said that a minute ago.
I think that's an insecure statement because you're ultimately saying that if a man came into my life that you don't believe that I would put him in the position of my man. You're making the assumption that my baby daddy would come before him, and that's
Let
just
me ask you a question.
True.
You said that was an insecure statement, right?
Yeah.
What would make it secure?
What would make his statement secure?
No, you said his statement was insecure. Give us an example of what would make him feel secure.
If he was my man?
Yeah.
I already told you, like, my man wouldn't have to worry about that.
But how would he be secure knowing that there's another dude sleeping on his couch?
But again, you guys, I was speaking from a single woman. There's no
way. Hold on, wait, Jalissa. But before you go,
way that I would do that if I
lost in translation. I got one more scenario, please. This gonna take 10 seconds.
I think that's what the people in the comments are not understanding. I was speaking from no man in my life. There's no man in my life at all.
What about this? You start dating Lost in Translation. I'm sorry, I just like to use Lost. He's Lost in Translation, the perfect specimen right now. You start dating Lost in Translation. Okay, now let's just say after about 6 months, 8 months, you and Lost in Translation get into a petty argument. Y'all have a breakup.
Mm-hmm.
We know how breakups go in relationships, right? 3 weeks later, you could be back together. A month later, you could be back together, right?
Mm-hmm.
In between, after that breakup, you're saying that you're single, but you still think you're saying that you're single, right? If your baby daddy needed somewhere to come stay in between that breakup, and you don't know if you're gonna get back with Lost in Translation or not, would you let him come?
No, absolutely not.
Why not? You're single.
Well, because if it was just if it was a breakup, but if I don't know I'm done for sure, it's a dead deal, then no, I'm still treating him with that regard. I'm still moving. Like, he still has my heart. If he still has my heart, then I'm not going to open space for anything to be misconstrued or for any boundaries to be overstepped. Like, I'm going to still regard him as somebody who's potentially in my life, So I don't think we're understanding what I'm saying right now. I literally have no breaks. I'm not on a break from nobody. I don't have nobody I'm talking to. I don't have nobody I'm dating. I don't have what are you calling people? A freaky link? What do you call it? Sneaky link?
Sneaky link, yeah.
I don't have none of that. So I was speaking from right now. Like if my baby daddy showed up on my doorstep and he didn't have nowhere to go, I would let. I don't even know how we got on this subject. I really don't.
Shout out to R
But
Pain. Shout out to R Pain with the $5 super chat. He said, Jalissa, if your new man hears how you talk about your baby daddy, he would never accept that kind of access, especially emotionally.
but
As you
that's what I'm
said.
saying. He would never have
Oh,
to,
wow.
because I think I said this. I think I already said this. I would never even. It would never even get to that point. You guys are not hearing me. I
If
am
I had a baby mama,
single.
if I had a baby mama and I knew that I could come stay with her if I needed to, man, I'm gonna make up with her. I might have the leisure to make up with her whenever I want to. I might tell you in the kitchen while you cooking breakfast for me in the morning, cause that's what you gonna do, cause you nice like that. When you serve me my eggs and my turkey bacon, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say, Jalissa, I've been thinking.
You guys.
Hold on, wait, no, listen. I've been thinking, Jalissa. You're the mother of my child.
Y'all don't think he's had that conversation with me? Y'all don't think I've heard those words? Y'all don't know me. No means no. Like I cut that cord a long time ago, and when I move on, I don't
Hold
look
on.
back.
So wait. So he tried to have that conversation with you?
Yeah.
He tried to get back. Wait, he tried to get back with you.
He know he messed up.
Wait, no. See, this is good. He tried to get back with you.
He's not trying to get back with me now. I'm saying I have heard that.
He tried to get back with you in the past.
Yeah.
And you rejected him?
I sure did. Well, okay. I won't say I rejected him. I don't like the way that sounds. But
you turned him down.
Okay, so he did not. My ex-husband's a very prideful man. He did not just come out and say, I want to get back with you. He said, like you said, I've been thinking, what would you say if, or have you ever thought about that type of conversation?
He was
right?
testing the waters, baby.
Testing the waters,
He was
right?
testing the waters, baby.
Right.
Yeah. So, but for me, I know what I want. So I don't.
At least you tell the truth, man.
Yeah.
For real. I respect you, Jalissa, but at least you tell the truth. But if he would have dressed it up the way you as a woman would like for it to be appreciated. Cause it seemed like all you want to do is all you wanted was to be appreciated as Jalissa and his baby's mother. You don't feel like you've been appreciated by this dude. And if he would have came at you the way you would have approved of, you would have been with him right now to this day.
To this day, I would have never, even after he cheated on me several times, I would have never left his side. Like I'm a loyal person. I'm very loyal.
I know.
And he left me. I don't believe in divorce, to be honest, because that's how I was raised. So I told him if he didn't want to be, he had to be the one to file, So he went through all of those things to leave me. I was not even trying to get divorced. Even after he told me he didn't want to be with me, I told him he had to be the one to file. So I have suffered enough, you guys.
That shit fucked you up.
I feel from it, but it hurt a lot.
Yeah,
I know it did.
I can see it in your face now.
Remorse in my heart towards him. I have no bitterness to him. Obviously, if I'm willing to open my doors, if he's on the street, I don't want any harm to come to him. He's the father of my child, but I don't want to be with him. I know what I deserve. I've been there. I've done that. I've subjected myself to a love that was less than, and now I want better. My biological clock is ticking. I don't have time to be playing with somebody. I want to be happy. I want someone who's going to lead me in the fear and admonition of God, who's going to lead my children in the fear of.
Let me ask you something. This is my last question. Do you still have love for him?
As a person and as a family, yes. But if you're talking about romantically, not an ounce, not even a little bit. I don't
Well,
look at him that way. I don't see him that. I see him as a father of my child, and that is all.
Shout out to Big Bad Boy one more time. He's making it rain. Jalissa is like most baby mamas that have great baby daddies. My ex-wife would do anything I asked at the drop of a dime. She will forever love me.
I don't know
Shout
about
out.
that. I'm not gonna do anything he
Shout
asks me
out
at the
to the
drop of a
love
dime.
of Big Bad Bull. Appreciate it, brother.
If he needed some money, if he was in dire need of some money, would you help him out?
No. Not if it's not for our daughter. I mean, if it's something like for our daughter, of course.
No.
Of course.
Let's say if he got locked up and he needed to get bonded out, and you was the only person who number he had, would you bond him out?
If I had it, sure.
I ain't gonna keep doing this, man. Hey, I'm just saying.
Hold on, man. I got something for you, man. Ladies and gentlemen, it has truly been a pleasure.
Maybe I'm
this
just
evening
naive.
talking to Jalissa.
Maybe I'm naive. I don't know. But I would hope that if I got locked up, that somebody would bond me out, that he would bond me out. If I had nobody else, he would not be the first person I came to. But if I went to everybody else and to no avail, and I had to come to him, and he was like, "Nope, sorry.
If my
you gotta stay in jail."
if my baby mama shitted on me and left me for if my wife shitted on me and left me for her baby daddy, if she got locked up, man.
But I think that is the point. Like, he's my daughter's father. Like, my daughter is going to suffer. I'm not even just looking at it from for his best interest. My daughter suffers without a father in her life. You understand? So if I can be what helps her maintain that father figure, that father relationship, if he was in jail or facing a crime or facing a case and he needed bond, and I could help with that, because it affects my daughter ultimately. He's not just some random man. He's not just some random ex. He's my daughter's father. There's a difference.
Right. So when
So
he
I
was
have
trying
to
to get
consider my daughter's needs too. Like that, my daughter means the world to me, and she
right.
loves
And
her
so
father.
no, this is the thing. When these dynamics that we usually see. Go ahead and read it. Read RBN's super chat. You on mute, lost in translation.
Appreciate it. Shout out to Real Bravado Network. He's dropping Mondays tonight. He says she keeps saying, as a single person, my kid's father can get provision and protection from me, which means you got to share her with him, fellas. Bad deal. The drizzle movement was born with baby mamas.
I just highly doubt.
Shout out to Real Bravado Network.
Listen, I may be wrong, Jalissa, but I just highly doubt go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Also, we got one more. Marriage, politics, and sports. Our pain. How are you going to convince your new guy that your emotional ties are broken? Would you tell him your baby daddy out? Would you tell him your baby daddy out before you did?
Well, I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Our pain, you have to clean that one up, brother. Just put that in the chat. You ain't got to put it in the super chat. You already paid it. Would you tell him your baby daddy put before him you did? I don't get that one. Our pain, you got to put that one in the chat, bro.
So I think I'm gonna take a stab at it. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll try to answer. So if I was involved,
Bail him out. He said bail him. Would you bail
him out?
Yeah, before you did it. Would you tell him your baby daddy bail out before you did it?
Right. So would you go to him before you bail the baby daddy out? Would you go to your man and say, "Hey, I need to bail him out," or would you just do it?
So you guys, I'm still speaking from a single woman's perspective. So
right, I get it.
If I was in a relationship with a new guy, then I might not even, I think it moved very differently. Single Jalissa versus not single Jalissa, we are two different people. So
if you was in a relationship, that's still your baby's father, is he not?
It is. And so I would genuinely be concerned of his well-being because his well-being affects my daughter's well-being. So, but now I'm not just in a relation. When I'm in a relationship, it's not just my feelings that matter. It's my partner's feelings too.
Right,
So
but you said earlier you've had a dynamic where your boyfriend and your baby's father was cool.
they
And
were.
I think the reason why it was like that, and this is just my humble opinion, I might be wrong, is because that's how you would like it to be. That is a quintessential situation for you, for Jalissa. Because it works for you, right? It works for you. That's
So
your baby's father.
it just so happens that it was just organically that way. Like they never had any issues with each other. So when he would come to get Janae, because my dude was there, they of course, and they would exchange, the normal chit chat, talking about sports, talking about politics, talking about whatever, then it wouldn't even be long. Like
that's why it didn't work out. That's why it didn't work out with the boyfriend. You know why? Cause he was too soft. I guarantee.
There was nothing soft about my ex. I assure you.
But
I
he
assure
knew
you.
that
And I think he was just secure in his position. He knew I didn't want him.
See how women defined how these strange definitions for see, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I think he didn't feel threatened by him. I think that if he did, he would have said something. But I think he knew. Jalissa
you think listen, just because a man say, listen, we're not finna be having this, that don't mean I feel threatened. No,
having what exactly? Him picking up his daughter?
No, he can pick up his daughter. He can pick up his daughter, right? He can pick up his daughter. But I'm not finna be cool with this nigga.
They weren't cool.
This
like
nigga was in
buddy.
your hold on.
But
this nigga respectfully, hold on, listen what I'm saying. Listen, Jalissa, respectfully. This dude was in your guts.
Wait a minute.
I'm just being honest.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Can I ask you a question?
Shout out to Big Bad Boy. He said, "Stop picking on Jalissa. She's a sweet woman with a beautiful spirit. She seems to be
she is a sweet woman. That's why we trying to, go ahead.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if I'm with someone, right? If I'm with a new man,
he was in your guts.
if I'm with a new man, would you not agree that he is now signing up to also play the role of father? Like if we're on a serious note, right? And I have a child.
Yeah.
If a man inserts himself into my life, he's also signing up to be in my daughter's life, right?
No.
You don't.
Shout out to the kids.
You disagree with that?
Yes. I'm gonna tell you why. And this is what I was talking about women when they have children, right?
Because we're a package deal,
No, it's not. No, you're not. See, now we get
wow.
Hey, can we have a part 2 on this? Oh, we need to have a part 2 on this because this is what I'm saying. See, we can't because we can't continue this conversation. I'm gonna tell you why we can't continue this conversation. Okay. What you just did was prove my whole point. Though. See, this is part 2, and this conversation gonna go like another 5 hours. I'm telling you.
You don't love your wife's daughter?
Of course, I got love for my wife's daughter.
That's not your child?
Listen, what I'm telling you is
that not your stepdaughter?
Now she is.
Exactly.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
What's he married though?
But for a long time,
on that thing, didn't it?
For a long time, it wasn't like that, and I made that clear.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying because I totally agree with you. Like the example that you said, I go on this first date with this girl and she expects me to buy her kid food. I'm not talking about first dating. I'm talking about you guys are exclusively in a relationship. You're courting for marriage. This is serious, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So me and my ex, we were together 4 years. We lived together. We bought a home together. We were serious.
So why you ain't married?
So, I told you.
What was the reason again?
I wanted well, I don't think I did tell you. I told you why I left, but the reason I didn't marry him is he had, when we met, he had just got out of prison.
Oh shit! Damn it!
You know what?
We grew up
Hold on,
together.
hold on.
You
Wait
see
a minute.
why it's been
Hold
said.
on, wait a minute. I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. Let me tell you something. Kevin Samuels would have a field day with you. Not only do you have the smoke alarm
You straight to
beeping, not only do you have the smoke alarm that's beeping,
You guys,
got
let
the
me explain.
package
Can I explain?
deal. You got the man coming out of jail.
Wait,
I promise
listen.
you,
I know it
Kevin would
sounds
have had a
bad.
field day with that.
I know it sounds bad. That's why I'm telling you. Like,
Sounds.
I know it sounds bad. Like, it is bad. I'm not making any excuses for myself. I told you guys, I went through a lot, right?
And you do.
And that's
You know what,
funny.
listen. I'm gonna give you what Kevin Samuels
And
would have
you
gave
do.
you.
No.
Hold on,
Wait,
I'm gonna give you what Kevin would have gave you. Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay. You know what? Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
I'm gonna give you one more time, and you do.
But okay, let me give you some context. Is that okay? Can I give you some
Context. Okay, all right.
So,
one more time.
Okay, so
Hold on, shout out to Real Bravado Network. She said, "No, this bad deal is hitting us with the package deal."
I told you.
Shout out to Real Bravado Network for another $10. You and your child is not a package deal.
She's
I'm
so
not
sweet,
married
man.
that other man's kids. I'm with you.
Okay,
You don't get two fathers for your kid. Our women are out their damn mind. Shout out,
you guys,
to RBN.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish.
Here we go.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Damn.
Go ahead, Jalissa.
I just
Go
want to
ahead.
make my thoughts clear, so
Okay,
there's
go
no
ahead.
room for assumption. Okay.
Yeah.
So when my marriage dissolved, I was very broken. I was very hurt. Right, you guys. I told you guys how that played out. And a friend of mine that I grew up in the same, our families grew up in the same church together. He did a 16-year bid in prison. And he happened to when he got out, he happened to live in the same neighborhood that I lived in. And me being the caring person that I am, I just began to try to help him, look for work.
You say he did 16 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just began to help him try to get reacclimated into society. He didn't know anybody in the area. I started helping him, try to look for jobs, getting programs, stuff like that. Eventually, he was shooting his shot, and I didn't want to get in a relationship because I just got out of a marriage and I didn't feel like I was ready. But he was very persistent. So
he wanted some coochie.
We got him. No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He genuinely. Well, yeah, that too. But he.
I know.
Yeah, but yeah. Long story short, we began to. The friendship turned into a relationship, but the point is, he went to prison when he was very young, when he was 21. So when he got out, I was the first real relationship that he had. So in a prison environment, it's very hostile. You have to have a lot of aggression. You have to protect your space. You have to, all of these things kind of like take a toll on your character. So he became very temperamental and aggressive. He had this aggressive nature, and I'm a very sensitive person. So the communication was different. Like he was very hyper animated and temperamental in communication. So we had a lot of communication issues, but I gave him grace for that because I understand in a prison environment, you're dealing with all this testosterone and masculinity, and you don't really know how to embrace the female.
Jalissa, stop. You shouldn't have gave him grace, and you shouldn't have gave him no coochie.
You're right.
Yeah,
but I was vulnerable.
Frustration and
I was
masculinity.
young. I was vulnerable, and I did. So yeah.
Wait, hold on. Was he vulnerable or were you vulnerable?
I think we both were, to be honest.
Y'all falling into the arms of one another.
Yeah.
Giving each other comfort. That's what it was.
Yeah. So anyways, that I made an unwise decision and got involved in the relationship against my better judgment. But he's a good guy. I'm not saying he's
so
not
that goes back to exactly what I was saying. You actually legitimized what I was saying about you, the latter guy, the boyfriend that I didn't even know prior that he did 16 years in prison.
God damn.
Right?
Where
He
you
did
been,
6.
man, Gerald?
Listen
This
what I'm
story
saying.
gets better every day, man.
But Jalissa, I want you to hear, just please, because I'm talking to you out of love. I'm not trying to shit on you right now. I'm really, listen.
Well,
The
this was
reason
years ago, guys.
No,
Like, I'm a
I
different
get
version
that.
of a
I get
person
it.
now.
I get it.
Okay?
I get it. What I'm telling you, and I'm not judging you right now. This is good. What I'm telling you is that now I see why he was cool with your ex-husband. I see now.
Why?
Birds
Because
of a feather flock together.
thank you. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. His decision-making skills was not all that great.
Right. Very limited. Yes.
He did 16 years in prison and it was subjected to somebody telling him when to eat, when to shit, when to.
He was a kid though. He was 21.
That's a grown man.
Matter.
Grown man. Yeah, that's a grown
That's a
man.
grown man.
I'm with Trey.
The kid is
Shout out
17,
to
18.
the kids.
That's it.
Shout out to the kids. You know what I'm saying?
It was honestly an unfair case, to be honest. But I
He's still
making
no.
excuses.
Here's
No,
what it
I'm gonna
is.
tell you, but I'm gonna tell you what the beauty of it is. You're a good woman.
Yep.
It's just in a bad, you need guidance.
well that's what I used to make poor decisions in men. That was what I was trying to explain to you guys. Like, I have been single for some time now. So that's why when you said get back with your ex-husband, I'm like, no, because I know better now. You know, like, I don't look for this.
If you know better now, you would not let him come to your house and stay the night.
That
You
was
make
a
it.
hypothetical
You hear what I said?
situation. I
So,
said,
But you're asking what you're
I
asking.
said if he needed to,
Fuck what he need.
Exactly. Fuck that nigga and what he need. Let him go get a hotel or go find someplace else. He ain't coming
These are all
in.
your big brothers up
No,
there. You trust him.
he's not your responsibility. No, your problem anymore. He's
Listen,
figure that shit out.
The reason why we're trying to help you is because this is the story that we hear from so many other women. Oh my God.
So many of them. And we're trying to help you
women.
make better decisions. And we're like, no, he's a man.
We're trying to help. We're trying to figure out exactly
Right.
the anatomy of a relationship like this.
Like move him in. So you're saying like even one night I
No,
no.
we're talking about the whole process. How you get caught in the sticky trap. You know what I'm saying? A lot of women get caught in this trap.
I would
and they
never
have
get
no
caught
idea.
in a trap with him again.
Yeah, you would.
I'm not saying again. I'm not talking about again. I'm talking about from the very beginning.
No,
from the very beginning.
No,
that's what we're talking about.
I'm not easy, you guys. I'm not that easy. Just
we're not. We didn't say. Look, we didn't say it was easy.
We're not saying you easy.
Here's the thing. If he tries to get back at you like that, he know it ain't gonna be easy either. But
he wouldn't try. Because he already knows it's not.
Bring him over. Let him come on over.
I tell you what. Here's what you do. Invite him over to your house, and when he gets over there, try to come on to him. See if he rejects it.
I wouldn't do that.
What?
Hey,
man, he gonna come in there with them gray sweatpants on.
Ain't it?
Girl, you know we got a kid together. Quit playing.
He'll take it.
He got history.
If I came on to him, of course he would.
Oh, there you go.
I'm saying
there you go.
But he knows I don't want that. I'm saying he would never try me.
No.
He's not gonna try me.
Here's the thing. If he would take it if you offered it, no.
Spend his car insurance money.
No. If he's a guy who won't turn it down, then no. Mm-mm. And again, what we're trying to get you to understand is we get it that we believe, like you said, we believe everything you say. You don't want him this and that.
Yeah, the better choice would be to get him a hotel. I agree with that.
And that's going to be his only
choice. The big bad bull.
I was making an
better choice.
Hypothetical.
Get a hotel.
We get it.
I don't even think he would even come to me on that.
Fair enough. But here's the thing. What we're trying to get you to understand in that hypothetical is how to prepare yourself for the next guy coming in mentally, like what kind of decisions to make, what to expect, what that guy's going to expect, and why he would make those kind of decisions. Okay, it's not out of jealousy or insecurity. Protection is what it is, and you have to allow your new guy to be protective of you.
And I
You
would.
have
He wouldn't even have to be, because this wouldn't even be a conversation. I told you
You
guys.
you got
This is-
divorced in 2022.
That's when my divorce finalized. Yes.
You had sex with him after that?
Never. I haven't had sex with him since 2015.
Ooh.
Okay. That's a plus. That's a good.
Yeah, it is.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's not even that type of party. I promise you.
Oh, no, here's the thing. No, we believe you, and it ain't you that we don't trust.
Right.
It's that nigga.
Because why would he even come back to you?
Exactly.
Men
What's he
have
gonna
other
do?
op-
Rape me?
That nigga.
He can't. Even if he tried me, he can't unless I concede.
Don't matter. Don't
He
matter.
tried. Did he try to have sex with you since 2015?
He hasn't tried me. He respects. I'm a different type of woman.
Oh, okay.
He's
He ain't
not
tried
going to
you.
even come at me like that.
But did he has he ever tried to have sex with you after 2015?
Never.
Okay, that's herein lies the problem. Y'all have not had sex because of him, not because of you.
What do you mean?
Not because of you. And I know you want to sit up here and paint this picture like Jaleesa got clamps on her coochie, but let me tell you something.
I do.
If he would have tried you, it's been 7 years. It's been what it is, 2014, 9 years. If he would have tried you, especially fresh into the breakup, man, not only would you have had sex with him, you would have cried while you were having sex.
Last night,
Absolutely not. The reason we have not had sex is because of me. You don't think, like I told you, there has
You
been.
don't know that. He didn't try you.
I told you, there's been little trying the water to see what my response, if I would flirt back or if I would so have you ever thought about what things would be like if we would have stayed together, or what you think about us, like or do you ever think about, like, he knows every time he tries his hand, like, he's a very prideful man, so he doesn't like getting rejected, so to speak, too many times. He's only going to try his hand a few times. And once he knows that I'm firm, he's not going to keep trying me.
Can I be honest? He seemed like a lame.
Why you
like
say that?
he seems
a real
so.
dude would have bit you on your neck and let you deal with your
Man,
consequences in the
if
moment.
you was if
You
that
know
was
what I'm
A real
saying?
dude's not going to do that to me, because I don't play that. I'm not your typical woman. Like, I don't play games with people. You respect my space, I respect yours.
It sounds good.
He homeless.
Right.
You said what?
What space? He homeless.
He homeless at this point. You know, he's sleeping on the couch.
Right.
We're
still in a hypothetical.
Listen, if my baby mama let me sleep on her couch, I'm sleeping on that bitch butt ass naked.
He slept on my couch, and he has not.
I'm sleeping on that bitch. When you come out in the living room, I'm gonna be butt ass naked, and nothing you can do about it.
See, that means you don't respect your baby mama.
What you gonna kick your child's father out?
Yeah, if he disrespected me in my house, of course.
If he slept on your couch, butt ass nigga, you gonna kick him out.
Absolutely.
And you single, and you're single right now.
Absolutely. I don't play those games.
I don't believe it.
Maybe it was hot.
You don't have to.
So, Jaleesa, I have a question for you. Just want to change directions a little bit. And I see that you have that great 12-foot ceiling home and all of these beautiful things you have accomplished and you worked hard for. So now going forward, you say you want a husband, correct?
I do.
Are you sure?
Are you willing to?
Why you keep playing with me? Don't do that.
I ain't playing. I'm honestly asking. Because
are you
don't
willing
think
to?
I do? Why? Because I said I would let my ex sleep on my couch if he was.
Yeah, that's
homeless.
crazy work. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. It is.
I wouldn't do that if I had a man in my life.
Yeah, what we're trying to say is you're not gonna get to that point with that mentality. That's what we're trying to tell you. No man of value is going to be okay with that at all. Like, even if you think that way,
He wouldn't
that's
have
a
to
complete.
be.
The
I guess
thing,
I'm
here's the
confused
thing.
by that.
Let's yeah. What we're saying
Why
is,
would he have to be okay
let's
with
say a
it?
man of value meets you. You meet him, right? You guys meeting, you're vibing, and you're both thinking like, "Hey, this is the direction that I'd like to go in with." You know, this person, yeah. So let's say he asked you that hypothetical, and you guys are going through the scenarios and whatnot. If he hears that, yeah, I'd let him sleep on the couch. No.
But
Depending on the guy, you might have struck out with that.
Mandrell, listen, with all due respect, she still ain't told us everything. That's why I said this conversation is longer than what it really is. I'm looking right at her face. She ain't told us everything about this dude, her baby daddy.
What haven't I told? What do you want to know?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
We've heard enough.
Here's the thing.
Ask me. I've been transparent.
That story keep getting worse and worse. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Because here's the thing. You have three men of value, real value here talking to you. And what we're trying to understand is, okay, if it really is over, all the way over, then why would you help the guy? The thing is, why would you help the guy and let the guy sleep on your couch? Like, no.
Mandrell, but you know why she's saying 1000% she would not allow this dude to invade her space, especially if she has, she would not let him sleep on her couch naked. That's called disrespect. The reason why she's saying it is because this dude not only left her for his baby mama, subsequently, some things happened that she viewed as very disrespectful, that she has not disclosed to us, and I don't expect for you to disclose it to us, right? But this the thing.
What things?
When he left you for his baby mama, obviously you said he moved back in with his baby mama.
Oh,
right?
yeah, they were together after.
Oh, yeah. See, you ain't supposed to help him with shit.
Right.
At all.
No, not only that.
Hypothetically. You don't give him 50 cents if you need it. You don't, not even hypothetically, you don't help him with shit.
I'm a very forgiving person. I don't
I got
it. Go back to him then. Go back.
I would never get back with him. Like I would never.
Hold on. Let me ask you, Jalissa, let me ask you something. When he moved back in with her, obviously they was fucking again, right?
Yeah, they were in a whole relationship.
Right. So he got serious with her.
Yeah.
Did he have another child from her?
Well, he already had the one existing. He
Did
didn't have
another
one. No. He didn't have a new one. He had the one existing.
Okay. So when he moved back in with her, you had a child, right? From him.
Yes.
But he exclusively moved in with her, right?
After
he provided himself as a exclusive father in the household with his baby mama after he married you.
Correct.
Yeah, we
were married for 5 years. I got pregnant the last year of our marriage.
Got it.
He got you pregnant, married you, left you, and moved in exclusively with his baby mama, and I guarantee you he never even married that woman.
No.
You know, I've heard this story so many times.
Oh my God.
I have heard this story so many times. Shout out to Anissa. Anissa, I tried to told you that 50% of the men ain't out here making these kids. It's the 18% that's making 70% of the babies.
That dude is a fucking lame, a creep, and them the niggas that be making niggas like Freezy, Mandrell, Trayford, and Lost in Translation look bad.
You guys.
Yes.
I don't want to disrespect him on live. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Still covering for it.
You're right.
No, but it's the thing. It's the thing. You need to.
This is other women.
This the thing.
You need to sound the alarm. You know.
Yes.
That's the guy. Here's the thing. You have a heart of gold, and Jalissa, you have a heart of gold.
I'm a different type of person. Like on my worst enemy, I wouldn't disrespect them. Like you could stab me in the back, and I wouldn't.
But you wouldn't even be disrespecting him. You will be telling the truth.
Right.
There's a difference.
Because out of respect to you, we're holding our tongue as to what we really want to say about it.
Well, because he's the father of my child, he's still my daughter's father. So I still.
That's why. See,
that don't mean shit.
He's just gaining protection. He's
No.
gaining protection.
Here's the thing, but to him it doesn't.
I don't
Clearly.
define the way I treat people based on how they treat me.
No, you don't. He treated you like absolute ass.
No,
butt
that's what I'm saying.
cheeks.
I don't.
And you're giving him benefit of the doubt.
That's what I'm saying. I don't let how people treat me define the way that I treat them.
But you just said you did.
No, I said I don't.
Oh, you don't treat people how they treat you. Okay, gotcha.
Correct.
I think that you're a sweetheart. I really do.
And I think you deserve. I honestly think you deserve better than that.
Well, that's why I said when he suggested getting back with him, I said no, I don't want that.
So this is the question I wanted to ask you in that regard, because you said you do want to be married again, possibly, right?
Correct.
So, and you and that's why I bought in your nice little fancy house, because I think it's nice, them high ceilings.
Oh, thank you.
You met a guy, right? And he drove the bus. Could he come into that beautiful 12-foot ceiling home and put expectations down about how the house is to be ran? Because, and this is where we're trying to say the problem that come in with as far as a man, because even though he drives the bus, he has standards. He has expectations, he has dignity, and he has self-respect. And even though he drives the bus, I can guarantee you that bus driver would come in there and say, ain't no ninja stand over here unless it's your daddy or your mama. Not
And I
no
would
other
say,
man.
okay, babe.
Okay. So please listen. You got a great message. Give it to the damn women.
Give it to them.
Give it to them just like this.
Give it to them raw.
I'm telling you.
See, in the process, you're gonna feel like you shitting on your baby daddy, but you're really not. I'm telling you, women need to hear this shit. The reason why I asked you these questions, cause a lot of women in the chat needed to hear this shit. This is what niggas be talking about.
And you know what's funny? We just had a show about this exact same topic Tuesday. We didn't even plan this. This must be the theme for the week.
And I mean this.
Now listen, when you get an opportunity, if you didn't see Tuesday's show, you are going to enjoy yourself when you go back to watch that. And anybody else that's watching it,
can I be honest?
please do.
As much as I enjoyed the dialogue, I don't know if I can tune in regularly, and I'll tell you why. It has nothing to do with you all. I just have very sensitive ears, so the profanity is a lot for me, because
Oh, my bad. That's my
fault. It's a bit
fault.
abrasive for me.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
If I went back and cut out all the cussing just for you on my channel, would you go back and watch it?
I would.
Okay. I'm gonna do that as a promise to you. I'm gonna go back and cut out all the cussing. And I'm gonna put it on my page. No.
But you should have said that earlier, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's not my show, and I'm not one to
But I got control on my show because I simulcast this whole thing, so I can take the show and cut all the cussing out because I got it on my side.
We're gentlemen. We're gentlemen.
Right.
We ain't gonna enforce.
I'm gonna put it and make this sandwich the way you would like it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take all
you guys
pickles
are men,
out. You know,
so you guys have been conversing in men language a lot tonight. But
Julissa, most men that have standards and expectations and have any value, they speak as men and they speak in the truth, regardless of how ugly it is. And if I was nonsense, I would expect these guys to speak the truth to me to help me get better, not to just, oh, Trey Ferg, man, I can understand. You didn't know. We can't make excuses for each other. And that's coming from man to man, just like the message that you're speaking. This is a critical time for these young women who are at 21, 22. They need to hear this type of message. They need to hear what is it called? If hindsight is 2020, they need to get this hindsight in the 20s so they're not in their 30s hoping and wishing after they done used up all of the greatest natural resource that they possess And
Yeah,
now
no,
they can't,
I agree.
but they need your voice. We can't do it because we are attacking them. We have masculine this
Well,
and that.
I have a blog page. You guys should follow me on
Yeah, we
Instagram.
will.
Tell
But
all the women, please
What
follow her page.
what's your
All the women.
Instagram?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
shout out your stuff.
it's in his image .blog. So it's spelled the letter N HISIMAGE .blog. And I'm very much like I'm very outspoken on there about any, you know, I talk about anything God mostly because you guys know I love the Lord. But I definitely try to pour back into young women. I serve on the youth team at my church. I was one of the youth leaders at my previous church before I relocated from Cleveland. I love the youth. But I ultimately think that I can only do so much when it comes to this generation because I'm just one person. I only have one voice. I think it starts at
No,
home.
Lisa,
I
no.
think it starts at home.
You're
Jalissa, let
that
me tell you
one.
something. We got a whole choir over here. You ain't got the same solo by yourself.
You that one voice. You that one voice that they need, and that one voice builds.
Hey,
See, they
Drilly.
need to hear your voice first.
I told you, Drilly.
Don't think it's see, and this is the problem. And I can already see that you feel the pressure of other women telling you that you are going against them. But if you're standing on truth and logic and that word that you're reading, you should expect some of those women to fall off anyway, because what your message is not for their ears. It's for the women who want to be wives, who want to be in a better position than what we getting out here today. We cannot go the next 20 years. You cannot go from 34 to 54, 64, talking about I'm out here single, I'm out here doing my thing. It would not work. It would bankrupt. It's going to bankrupt us. Yeah. And it's going to affect your own child. I have a 21-year-old son.
Thank you, Big Bad
Shout
Bull.
out to Big Black Bull.
Thank
Big
you.
Bad Bull.
Yes, man. You
Number
are
one moderator.
you natural men will be flocking. You present yourself what men want, but your voice will speak louder to the women. I'm telling you, it'll
Because
change.
they ain't gonna
your
listen to
life.
us. Because they're not gonna listen to us. We're men.
They ain't
They're
listen
Don't
to
be
us.
afraid. And when you get afraid, just call on Mandrell, call on Freezy, call on Lost in Translation. They'll come over and bring some order to that shit. That's all.
But it's my
I deal with
thing.
these rowdy church people all the time. So
She
you
got it.
You got ammo over here.
Obviously, I'm just so puzzled, man. Because obviously, she has you're very well taken care of. You ain't hurting for nothing. You in a nice house. That dude you was with, why y'all do that to y'allself? Why y'all, what, like 16 years in prison? Like, and then your baby daddy, your husband was how y'all, this is what we were talking about in the beginning.
Y'all ain't good. Y'all not good at picking men. You don't know
You
what you're
just
doing.
not good.
I was a kid. I was 20.
No. Because y'all make y'all no, Jalissa, y'all make the same types of decisions at 40, 50 years old. No matter how old you are, you make the same terrible decisions when it comes to men. You don't know how to pick them. Period. I'm convinced. I am soundly convinced. Women have no clue how to pick men. You just don't know what to do.
I made 2 poor decisions, and I will never make those two decisions again. I have been single for the past couple of years because
right, but hold on. But Jalissa,
all that beauty.
Let's say I believe you. Look how much you had to go through just to get to this point with a child.
Right.
True. I've been through a lot.
The goal is not to go through it at all. Listen what I'm saying. So this is what I'm saying. All I'm telling you, Jalissa, is that your voice needs to be heard.
It does.
And that's coming from content creators.
Yeah. I was stubborn when I was 21. I didn't listen to my father. I thought he was just, hating.
Hating on his own daughter? Oh my God.
Don't you think your father had your best interest at heart?
I did, but I didn't at the time. I was like, "Oh, you just don't like him because he's not in church. He's not godly." And God was not a priority.
Your daddy was a preacher. I mean, your daddy a preacher.
He is
preacher's child.
And God was not a priority for me when I was 21. And when I was 21, that was like a rebellious stage for me. So
that's what y'all do.
Yeah, you wanted a city girl. You wanted to thug it.
That's what it was.
Well, no, it's
City
just
boy,
like
city boy.
Thing
That's
was
right, y'all
jumping.
them city
he
boys.
wasn't a city boy. He had a
Hey,
good job.
hey, Jalissa, you
Huh?
liked them cuss words back then, didn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know you did.
Yeah, I
bite,
told you
you
guys
know what
I
I'm
was in the
saying?
military, so I had a potty mouth. Oh yeah, you already know I had a potty mouth
See,
in the
and,
military. That's how they
and,
do
You
me,
ain't
swear.
that tender.
and Freezy said something earlier, which we're trying to keep you from going down this road. He said most of the women in the church are old hoes.
They show just as much cleavage.
So
No, that's
Hear what I said.
stay out of that category. Your husband's waiting on you to show up to him. He's waiting on you to show up.
And he's probably not going to be in the church.
He's driving the bus. Get on
why.
the bus.
Oh, okay, why you say that, Mandrell?
A lot of men are divorced the church because it produces what we have now. It contributes to this nonsense, the separation between men and women, the confusion, the divide. Yes,
Not holding
the
women
church,
accountable because they got to keep the lights on.
not holding women accountable. It tells women, you know what I'm saying?
No matter what, God
there are
loves
preachers,
you,
there are preachers who preach this feel-good message to women, and it's not realistic. It's not teaching unity. It's not teaching togetherness. It's not teaching family.
It doesn't matter. All churches are doing that.
Me? Oh, yeah. All of them doing that. But to answer your question, I'm in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay, I was gonna say you need to come visit my church because that's not my church. Is not that type of church.
Start paying attention and listen closely. That's all I'm saying. Is because there's money in it. There's money in it.
I agree with you that there are a lot of churches who just have the wrong agenda, the wrong leadership, but all churches are not like that. And I would encourage you to not write all churches off as being so. There are some good churches out here.
Oh, I've written religion off as a whole. I'm not religious at all.
Oh.
I think because I'm from my life experience and my walk with God, what I've discovered is that religion is the biggest brick wall between mankind and God. That's the biggest.
God wants a relationship. He doesn't want a religion.
Exactly.
Yeah,
people are so focused on the religion part and the doctrines and the rituals and stuff like that they forget to walk with God. That's why they go to church at the end of the week, and then they go back out in the world and they're assholes.
Can I tell you?
You know,
for me personally, I don't go to church for religion. I go to church because it is good practice and it is wisdom. And Apostle Paul, the Bible, teaches us to forsake not the assembling of ourselves together because the body of Christ edifies, like we are members one to another. We edify each other. You know,
well, cool. The thing is, assembly don't mean I got to go to that building.
No, it doesn't. It's just the easiest way to access the body of Christ.
No, it's not.
It's well.
The easiest way to access the body of Christ is to get on your knees, do this, and speak to him.
No, so that's not the body of Christ. That's Christ. The body of Christ are the members of, like, believers, fellow believers. That's the body of Christ.
I don't think you find many of those in church. You do find some.
Is your pastor a woman or a man? That's what we're about.
You do find some.
He's a man.
Okay. No, I was just real. RBN wanted to know that in the chat.
I'm just saying, church ain't what it used to be, though.
I agree. There are a lot of compromised churches. I'm just saying that all churches are not.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't dare say all churches are the same and all of them are corrupt. I wouldn't dare say that because that just wouldn't be true. But it's just like me. I've grown so personally. I've outgrown it spiritually. I can't be fed in church anymore. I don't learn anything.
You come.
All I do is go there and hear stuff I've already heard 8 trillion times. I've read 8 quadrillion times. I've read it all, heard it all, seen it.
Know all the songs.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. I know all of them. It's just like
walk with me, Lord.
This right here is not a part of my journey. That's what I discovered about myself. It's not a part of my journey. You know what I'm saying? I had a different path to walk. But just because my path is different from most people, and I dared to walk that path with God, people say I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? No. You know, you're supposed to go to church. No, you don't. You're not supposed to. You know what I'm saying? That's not a requirement. You know what I'm saying? It's good to go and fellowship and learn from other people and talk and socialize and things like that. But is it a requirement? No. So my thing is, why am I wrong then?
I don't say you're wrong. I don't say you're wrong. I say you do yourself a disservice by not benefiting from the strength that you are sure to gain from the body of Christ. Because the Bible says to forsake not the assembling of yourselves together with the body.
Well, I don't forsake it.
For this reason.
I don't forsake it because what do you think we're doing now?
Yeah,
Right now.
There's
when there are two or more gathered together.
There are many
right
ways,
here, yeah, right
there
now.
are many ways to be joined with the body. I'm just saying, like regular practice. Most of us have jobs throughout the week. Most of us are not on a live call at 4 a.m. in the morning. So
I'm about to clock in for work in a minute.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just practical to have a gathering place designated for that because it's the easiest way to do so. You know, so that's all I'm saying.
I think I don't totally disagree because she wishes to be under some type of covering.
Yeah,
even,
absolutely. And accountability is important.
I get it.
I'm just saying, I grew so much spiritually when I left the church. It really is to stagger the imagination.
In other words, he took the handcuffs off himself,
right,
and put away the milk and picked up the meat.
And what I did was, here's what, because Bolo asked me to describe it to him. What was it like? I said, it's like blindfolding yourself, letting God put his hand on your shoulder, and you're nothing but thick fog, and let him guide you.
I asked you this.
If I can explain the sensation, that's what it was like. I really did let go of ego and everything like that, and just let him take me wherever I'm going.
I hear you, and I think that you're not wrong for saying that you grew more when you left the church. That happens. All I'm saying is that every church is not the same, and so don't think that it's impossible for you to grow and flourish under proper guidance and proper community and fellowship, because it exists. I'm a witness. And then also the Bible tells us that our enemy, our adversary, the devil, goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. It says
her name is TV1.
Be sober-minded. And so when we think about a lion in its natural habitat, when it goes to seek its prey, who does it go after first? The one that has separated himself from the herd.
The weak.
The one that has separated himself from the herd. They are strength in numbers.
Because he's the weakest. Yeah, that's the weakest.
But that's what I'm saying. The enemy has an agenda to get you isolated on an island, a spiritual island, where you have no accountability, you have no fellowship, you have no strength. Yes, you have the Holy Spirit, you may have your own relationship with God, but God himself in his word encourages us, behooves us to draw strength from one another.
Let me ask you this.
Here's where I disagree with that. I do have accountability and I do have strength. I have my own strength, my own power, and I hold myself accountable. No one is going to be harder on me about mistakes I make than me.
You then put yourself above Apostle Paul. He said, the good that I would do, I do not.
Well, here's the thing. I don't put myself above him. I don't put myself above him.
There's no good in us, and none of us are infallible. It is good to have an accountability partner. It's good to have a covering. It's good to have a shepherd. Like, you can't put so much faith in yourself. This flesh is flawed.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, it is. And I accept that part. But my thing is, like, to not put so much faith in myself, to me, would be a disservice to myself and a betrayal to myself. I have absolute confidence in myself.
Let me ask you a question.
I have absolute confidence in myself, and I walk with that confidence every single day, and no one's shaking it.
Let me ask you a question.
I've met genuine evil.
You said that it was good for, good to have covering, right?
And you do.
Right. Why are so many women uncovered?
Because they're foolish.
And that ends our show, ladies and gentlemen.
Please tell the women this.
Yes.
Please tell the women this.
And the thing is, Jalissa, I agree with the rest of the guys. You are a voice that needs to be heard. For real. I agree. I agree with them. If you've been thinking about doing content, do so.
Thank you.
Just and don't worry about how to start or being nervous or anything like that. Because Freezy was like that too. I told Freezy, I said, Freezy, just start.
That's right.
Just start.
And
Don't worry about don't worry about this, that, and the other. Because I was like that at first. I told Freezy, I said, Freezy, took me like a month and a half to actually just start doing it because I was being too meticulous in the structure, the structure of the show, what I want to talk about, things like that. And so I was like, you know what I did, Freezy? I said, what? He said, what? I threw my notes away and asked you to join me. And it was my first ever show. Freezy joined me.
Sure did.
He did on a live stream. My first show, I said, I threw away my notes, what I wanted to talk about, the whole nine, and here you and I are.
Man, drill is the reason.
I threw all that stuff away and just started.
Man, drill is the reason why I be on YouTube acting the ass right now to this day. I'm telling you.
Donkey.
But I want to say this too. I'm going to pray for you because I just, on a serious note, I hate to see sisters like you catch the bad end of the stick.
Yeah.
Right.
I hate to see that too.
And I'm going to pray for you. And I just want to say that I really appreciate you being as transparent as you were tonight, because you didn't have to tell us anything. Man. And I hope that you don't think that we were actually
transparent.
No. Listen what I'm saying. This was a safe space. Trust me. The gentleman that the panel that you're on right now, I wouldn't have recommended you sharing that with no other panel than this, where you at right now. And I'm telling you, we're not judging you.
Yeah, no judgment
at all.
I don't think you are.
The only thing we've been trying to do all night is protect you. That's
and understand.
And that's what men do. That's what real men do.
Yeah. But and also, so you don't I'm not misunderstood. I'm not saying that I will never go to church again. I will go to I'll go to a church to visit one. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. But it's just like
next time when you're in Ohio, come visit my church.
Bougie, Ohio.
What
part of Ohio?
Yeah.
Says you want some real
are
church,
you guys
come
in
to
Alabama?
the south.
What part of Ohio are you in?
I'm in Columbus.
Ain't no church up there, man. You come to the south.
Not too far.
Come to Alabama. We're in the belt buckle of South. We got 5 choirs and everything.
Y'all in
y'all be
Alabama?
up there playing.
Wow, that's funny.
That's
right. You had a little girl.
Yeah, I do. I have an 8-year-old.
God bless you.
Yes, man.
I always say, at least if a woman experiences what you've experienced, if she has a girl and you get custody of a girl, God spared you. He did, because now at least your daughter is in the right place with her mother.
Yeah.
And you can teach her how to be a woman.
Yeah.
And that, a lot of people don't look at that dynamic. You could have had a boy, and that would have been a fucked up situation. I'm telling you, like, God know what he be doing. Yeah. He really do, you know.
Yeah. I want to, like, my daughter's father is a great father. Like, he may not have been a good husband, but he's a good father. So.
And that's what we got to work on. We got to make men better husbands, so they can be better fathers.
Yeah, that's possible.
And on that note,
that's the goal.
On that note, I'm gonna wrap the show up, man. Here's my thing, ladies. I'm gonna end it with this. Who told you you were naked? And you should not go uncovered. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another edition of Black Men Unfiltered, flipping tables with BMU and LIT. Freezy, tell the people how they can reach you, man. How they can get in touch with your brother.
Man, listen, man. Shout out to the No Cap crew. I try to go live every day now. You can reach me at No Captivity with Freezy. That's No Cap-Tivity with Freezy. And come on over, man. And we have great discussions. I always maintain a level of respect as well. That's very big. Just like over here.
Right.
Just like over here, we always maintain a level of respect. So, and Jalissa, subscribe. I would love to have you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Trey Ferg, tell the people how they can get a hold of you, man. In the final.
Oh man, you can catch me on the retirement bed sometimes, sleeping in late. But I'm on the BMU network on Wednesdays, 1-1 Sports. We talk everything sports from A to Z. We cover it all. So come on, check us out every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And then other than that, man, I'm roaming the YouTube streets, man.
Yes, indeed.
I'm happily married, and I'm glad I don't have these problems.
Indeed.
I'm glad I don't, but listen, I'm glad that you were here today. You gave some really good talking points that your sisters need. And we're just trying to encourage you to start having these tough conversations. And I know you feel like it will be a burden because you're going to be talking to women who are broken, who are angry, who are mad. And they're going to someone will turn their back on you. But walk in what you're reading, walk in it, stand tall in it, and you will be blessed. You will have your desired outcome.
Amen.
So
appreciate it, Trey Fire. Thank you, sir, for
Thank
such
you.
kind words. Mandrill, tell the people how they can reach you, brother.
You can follow me on Instagram, Mandrill_21. There you can actually, if you go to my profile, and there's on my profile, there's a Linktree app link. It links to my YouTube channel, which is the big picture, the_big_picture. I talk everything fitness, health, exercise, supplementation, diet, nutrition, all of that. Also, when you click on the link, there's a link to schedule a free consultation because I do online personal training. So, and it's through an app. It's not some dumb PDF you have to read. No, it's an actual phone app where, it has demonstrations of the exercises, every detail, the diet's there. You know what I mean? If you want to learn how to cook the stuff, I do weekly coaching sessions, weekly check-in sessions. That's for accountability. And actually that it works good for accountability because people are like, oh, I'm just embarrassed. I don't want to disappoint you. I'm like, okay, cool. But it helps motivate. I help motivate people. I also educate people in those coaching sessions as well. Because my ideology is once you're done, then because a full cycle is 9 months. And at the end of those 9 months, if you choose to stay that long, I don't want you to need me for anything. I want you to know everything that I know. So all the education I have, I try to pour into all my clients. Just stay as long as you like,
Appreciate it, man. Jalisa, tell the people how they can get a hold of you.
Oh, I just have Instagram in his image.blog. It's spelled the letter NHIS image.blog.
Kingdom Conversation Podcast.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's in the works.
Exactly. We'll speak that into existence. You know what?
I got one more question. The guy the last boyfriend you had, the one that did 16 years of prison, how much older was he over you?
9 years.
That's another conversation.
Yeah, I tend to date older men.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I approve of age gap dating.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't see a problem with that. 9 years, that's cool. Now, if he was 40 years older than you, I'm like, hey, look.
No, my ex-husband was 12 years and my ex was 9 years.
Gotcha.
That's
like I said, if he was 30, 40 years older, I'm like, that's when I'm just like, hey, come on now.
Right.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I don't know. People my age are just not, I don't know.
That's how he was able to get the preacher's daughter because she wanted to be grown.
I just like intellectually on an intellectual. I like as you can tell, I like intellect and people at 21. The conversations were just different in my age group. So
we know.
Yeah. I mean, if you're at 21, then that's my thing. Like a 21-year-old dating a 50 or 60-year-old, it's like, okay, that guy's clearly with you for sex. No, he's not. Okay, what do y'all have to talk about?
Nothing.
Well, you know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, he was 33 and I was 21. So
yeah, he knew what.
Now you 33.
Now I'm 34.
And don't you get no 21-year-old now? You know,
Oh
that's
no,
what
I
time
don't
you
date.
raised.
I can't do younger men. I
No, you
can't.
can't. No, you can't. Well, no, because when we're 21, we're
You
done.
guys are not there yet. You're just
No,
not.
I grew up fast because I was in the military, and I was in the special forces. So no time for kid shit. We had our fun. Don't get me wrong, but it was a different kind of fun. We did dumb stuff like we were chucking flashbangs at each other, stupid shit like that. So it's like,
Lost in translation, man.
What's
I'm
up?
so happy I hit the link tonight, dog.
I'm glad you did too, man.
Oh,
This is good.
I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. I
Indeed.
really did.
Indeed.
You know,
Well, I'm glad y'all came up.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad because we actually like you could see the wheels turning in her head. We were trying to explain to her. Listen, with that, we understand what you're saying, but with that mentality, what we're trying to say is, well, when I get a guy, you ain't gonna get a guy. Thinking like that, you know what I'm saying? You ain't even gonna make it to that point. As opposed to just arguing and saying your guys are wrong, blah blah blah. She was honestly trying to understand.
Right, and that's what we're here for, man.
Yeah,
As a
and
matter of fact,
that was
that's
that
how
was
we
the
work
great
it
part.
out. Over here, the Lost in Translation podcast here on YouTube, on Instagram, TikTok. Also, you guys can catch me on Humble Dad's channel on Mondays where we have discussions like this all the time. As a matter of fact, we got one coming up this Monday at 8:30. Also, you can catch me here on Tuesday, Black Man Unfiltered Flipping Tables. And from time to time, we'll have a surprise show. Black Man Unfiltered hit me up with this show today, and I was like, yeah, this is a conversation we need to have. And I had no idea it was going to turn into something like this. Also, you can catch me on Friday nights at the barbershop as well, too. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate you. And once again, thanks for coming out to another edition of Lost in Translation Podcast. Black Man Unfiltered on Flipping Tables. Y'all guys have a great day. Thanks for coming
Thank
out. Make
you,
sure you guys hit the like
everybody.
button, hit subscribe. If you hadn't hit the like button, hit subscribe. Y'all go ahead and do that now. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Take
Thank you.